Sometimes the mind notices something before you do. A shift in the room, a silence that feels wrong. You tell yourself it's nothing because that's easier. The people in tonight's stories did the same, until they couldn't anymore. I'm LURK. Leave a like, subscribe, and let's begin. When my mother was about 26 years old, she decided to take a short trip to a small island not far from the mainland. It was meant to be something simple and relaxing. The island was close enough that people regularly traveled there by boat, but far enough that it felt like an escape. At that age, she was adventurous and excited to see new places. She boarded the ship expecting a pleasant ride across the water and a few peaceful days away. The weather that day did not seem unusual at first. The sea can change quickly. But when the boat left the dock, everything felt manageable. Passengers were walking around, talking, taking photos, and enjoying the breeze. My mother remembers standing on deck for a while before deciding to head inside. At some point during the journey, she went to use the restroom. It was a small bathroom, like you would expect on a passenger boat. Tight space, metal fixtures, and a simple door with a standard lock. Nothing about it suggested danger. She closed the door, locked it, and thought nothing more of it. Then the ship hit a massive wave. It was not just a gentle lift or a bump. It was the kind of wave that can catch a vessel off guard, especially if it comes at the wrong angle. The boat suddenly pitched hard. Inside that tiny bathroom, she had nothing to brace herself against. In an instant, the floor seemed to disappear beneath her. The force of the wave threw her upward. She slammed into the ceiling with enough impact to flip her completely off her feet. When she came crashing back down, her foot twisted underneath her body in a way it never should have. The pain was immediate and overwhelming. She said it felt like lightning shooting through her leg. She looked down and saw something no one ever wants to see. Her foot was turned backward at an unnatural angle. The skin had torn. There was blood. The shock of seeing her own body like that almost felt worse than the initial pain. She screamed. In that small, enclosed space, the sound must have echoed loudly. She tried to stand, but the moment she put any pressure on her injured foot, the pain intensified. It was not just a sprain. It was clearly something severe. She reached for the door handle and tried to unlock it so someone could help her. But when the ship had been thrown by the wave, the locking mechanism had broken. The door would not open. She turned the handle again and again, pushing and pulling with her hands, but it would not budge. Now she was trapped. The boat continued moving, and the sea was still rough. She was alone in that bathroom with a badly injured foot, bleeding, in shock, and unable to open the door. The fear started to sink in. It was not just about the pain anymore. It was the feeling of being stuck. She kept screaming for help. Eventually, crew members became aware that someone was locked inside. They knew she had gone in there before the wave hit, but it took time to understand what had happened. They tried from the outside to open the door, but the damaged lock held firm. Minutes felt like hours, and then those minutes actually turned into hours. For nearly 3 hours, she remained inside that small bathroom. The boat rocked as it continued its journey. She was in extreme pain. Every movement sent waves of agony up her leg. She had to sit on the floor because she could not stand properly. She remembers staring at her foot, trying not to panic, trying not to pass out. Imagine being in that position. You have just been thrown into a ceiling by the force of the ocean. You look down and see your foot twisted the wrong way, bleeding, and you cannot get out. You do not know how long it will take for someone to break the door open. You do not know if the injury will get worse. You are stuck listening to the sounds of the ship and the sea outside, completely helpless. Eventually, the crew managed to break down the door. When it finally gave way, she was still conscious but exhausted. They helped her out carefully, The sight of her injury confirmed how serious it was. Her foot was visibly displaced, and the skin damage made it even more alarming. At that point, the ship's crew faced a difficult decision. They were already heading toward the island. The plan was to reach the island first and get medical assistance there, or arrange for her to be airlifted if necessary. Turning around immediately was not considered the fastest option at that moment, so the ship continued toward its destination. Meanwhile, my mother remained in extreme pain. There was a medic on board, and he examined her injury as best he could given the conditions. He confirmed that her foot was dislocated and likely fractured. The swelling was increasing, and the bleeding had to be controlled. Before they arrived, the medic made the decision to reposition the foot. Without advanced hospital equipment, it was a painful and difficult procedure. He had to twist the foot back into its proper alignment to prevent further damage. Even with basic pain management, the process was incredibly painful. She later described it as one of the worst moments of her life. After what must have felt like an eternity, the ship finally reached the island. There was hope that medical staff there would be ready to treat her, or that a helicopter could transport her to a proper hospital. Instead, the island staff refused to handle the case, for reasons that were likely related to limited medical facilities or liability concerns. They sent the ship back to the mainland. That meant more time on the water, more waiting, more pain, so the boat turned around and headed back. Throughout that return trip, my mother had to endure the ongoing pain of a serious injury. Even though her foot had been repositioned, the damage was still significant. The swelling and shock made everything worse. She could not move comfortably. She could only wait. When they finally arrived back at the mainland, she was transported to a hospital where doctors confirmed the extent of the damage. The injury required surgery. Massive metal plates had to be inserted into her leg and foot to stabilize the bones and allow proper healing. The recovery was long. Physical therapy followed. There were weeks of limited mobility, pain management, and adjustment. For someone who had boarded that ship expecting a peaceful trip, the outcome was completely different. In the end, she healed. The metal plates remain as a reminder of that day. She can walk. She can live normally. But the memory of being flipped into a ceiling by the force of a wave, of looking down and seeing her foot turned backward, of sitting trapped in a locked bathroom for 3 hours waiting for someone to break the door down, never fully fades. When she tells the story, there is still a pause when she describes that moment of impact. It was sudden, it was violent, and it was terrifying. Most people board ships without thinking about the raw power of the ocean. That day, she experienced firsthand how quickly things can change. One wave was all it took to turn an ordinary trip into a medical emergency. It is hard to imagine the fear she must have felt during those hours. The physical pain alone would have been overwhelming, but the isolation inside that locked bathroom likely made it worse. The uncertainty, the waiting, the helplessness. Looking back, it feels almost unreal that she survived something so severe and came out the other side, able to walk again. Modern surgery and metal plates helped repair the damage, but the emotional memory of that day is something only she truly understands. Sometimes when she walks, you would never guess that inside her leg and foot are large pieces of metal holding everything together. You would never guess that a single wave once threw her into a ceiling and left her trapped in pain for hours. But every time she tells the story, you can see it in her expression. Not just the pain, but the shock of how fast life can change. 1 minute you are on a normal trip. The next you are staring at your own injured body, waiting for someone to break down a door and save you. I once had a close friend who went through something that he never really got over. Even now, years later, when I think about the way he described it, I can still hear the seriousness in his voice. He was not the type of person who enjoyed making things up for attention. If anything, he was usually quiet and skeptical about most things. But when he talked about his old house, there was no joking in his tone. He told me that living there had become difficult over time. At first, it was small things. Objects would fall in his room for no clear reason. A book might slide off a desk. Something light might tip over. He would assume he had placed it too close to the edge, or that he bumped into something earlier without realizing it. But after a while, it kept happening even when he was sure nothing was near the edge of a surface. He also described sudden temperature changes. He would be lying in bed and feel a cold patch of air move across him, even though the windows were closed. Other times, the room would feel strangely warm for no clear reason. He checked the vents more than once to see if the heating or air conditioning was acting up. But nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The worst part for him was the noises. At night, especially when everything was quiet, he would hear faint sounds that did not make sense. Sometimes it sounded like something dragging lightly across the floor. Other times it was a soft knock or a tapping sound against the wall. There were moments when he heard what sounded like something shifting in his closet. It made it hard for him to sleep. He would lie awake listening, trying to decide whether he was imagining it or not. He tried not to tell his parents at first because he did not want them to think he was being dramatic. But eventually, he found out that they were experiencing things too. In fact, they were dealing with even more intense disturbances. His parents heard doors slamming on their own, not just creaking, but forceful slams that echoed through the hallway. They would walk out of their bedroom expecting to see a window open or someone moving around, but everything would be still. Dishes in the kitchen would sometimes fall without anyone touching them. One plate shattered on the floor while the entire family was sitting in the living room. No one was anywhere near the cabinets. They also reported hearing footsteps, not random creaks from the house settling, but steady steps moving down the hallway late at night. The kind of sound that makes you think someone is walking toward your room. More than once his father got up to check, thinking someone had broken into the house, but every time the doors were locked and there was no sign of anyone. The tension in the house started to grow. It was not just fear, it was frustration. They tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe the house was old and shifting. Maybe the plumbing caused strange noises. Maybe temperature changes were due to poor insulation. They even checked for animals in the walls, but nothing they investigated gave them a solid answer. Eventually, his parents decided they had enough. They contacted someone who specialized in investigating paranormal activity. My friend could not remember the exact title, but it was someone like a paranormal investigator or a spiritual medium. This person came to the house to examine the situation. The investigator walked through each room slowly, paying close attention to areas where activity seemed strongest. He asked detailed questions. When did the noises happen? Which rooms felt the coldest? Where had objects fallen most often? The family explained that most of the strange experiences centered around the connecting bedrooms. My friend's room shared a wall with his parents' room, and that part of the house seemed to be the focus. The investigator entered those rooms and paused. According to my friend, the man stood still for a few moments and then said he could feel something. He described it as a presence moving between the two rooms. He said the energy felt unsettled, almost restless. The way my friend repeated those words later made it clear that the moment left an impact on him. Now, whether someone believes in paranormal energy or not, the effect on the family was real. Hearing an outside person confirm that something felt wrong inside their home made everything more serious. It was no longer just unexplained noises. It felt like confirmation of something they could not see. Not long after that visit, the family made the decision to move out. They did not want to stay and continue experiencing fear every night. For them, peace of mind mattered more than trying to prove or disprove what was happening. Once they left, my friend said the strange experiences stopped completely. He never found out who moved into the house after them. Sometimes he wondered if the new owners experienced anything unusual. Other times, he preferred not to think about it. He told me that even years later, he still feels uneasy when he remembers lying in bed, listening to footsteps that should not have been there. I asked him once if he thought it could have been stress or imagination. He admitted that he had considered that possibility, but he always came back to one fact. His parents experienced the same things independently. They would mention a door slamming before he could bring it up. They would ask if he heard the footsteps before he said anything. That shared experience made it harder for him to dismiss it completely. Stories like his are difficult to categorize. Some people believe houses can hold energy from past events. Others believe every unexplained noise has a physical cause, even if it takes time to discover it. In places like the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada, there are countless similar stories. Families who hear doors slam, feel sudden cold spots, or sense something watching them in the dark. The human mind is powerful. Fear can amplify normal sounds. Old houses can shift and settle in ways that feel unnatural at night. But at the same time, shared experiences like the one my friend described are what keep these stories alive. What I remember most is not the idea of a ghost roaming between rooms. It is the effect it had on him, the lack of sleep, the tension in his voice, the way he described sitting in silence, waiting for the next sound. That kind of fear feels real, even if the cause remains unknown. Whether there was truly something in that house, or whether it was a combination of natural explanations and heightened awareness, I cannot say. I only know that the family left because they no longer felt comfortable there, and sometimes that alone says enough. During the Second World War, while most people think about the fighting in Europe or the Pacific Islands, another dark chapter was unfolding in occupied China. In the region of Manchuria, which had been taken over by Japan in the 1930s, the Japanese military established a secret research complex that would later become known as Unit 731. Officially, it was described as something harmless, even ordinary. At one point, it was presented as a lumber mill. The cover story made it seem like just another industrial operation in a time of war. In reality, it was one of the most brutal human experimentation centers in modern history. The facility was large and heavily guarded. It included laboratories, prison cells, operating rooms, and cremation furnaces. Prisoners were transported there under tight security. Many of them were Chinese civilians. Others included Koreans, Mongolians, and a small number of Soviet prisoners. They were not treated as people. Inside the compound, they were referred to as marutas, which means logs in Japanese. The word was chosen deliberately. It stripped away identity and humanity. It made it easier for those involved to treat the victims as materials rather than living human beings. The doctors and scientists who worked there were not uneducated or poorly trained. In fact, many of them were respected professionals from across Japan. Some were graduates of top universities. They had studied medicine, biology, and microbiology. In another setting, they might have been known for healing or research that improved lives. At Unit 731, however, their skills were used for the opposite purpose. The experiments conducted there were carried out without anesthesia. The justification given at the time was that painkillers might interfere with results. That reasoning allowed unimaginable suffering to become routine. Prisoners were deliberately infected with diseases, so doctors could observe how those illnesses progressed in the human body. Others were subjected to surgical procedures while still alive and conscious. One of the most horrifying practices was vivisection, which is the dissection of a living person. Prisoners were opened up so doctors could examine internal organs in real time. They wanted to study how diseases damaged tissues and how the body responded to trauma. There was no intention of saving the patient. The goal was only observation and data collection. After the procedure, the victims were killed and their bodies disposed of in the crematorium. Women were not spared from cruelty. Some were assaulted and deliberately infected with sexually transmitted diseases to study how infections spread and how they affected pregnancy. In certain cases, pregnant women were experimented on to observe fetal development under extreme conditions. The lack of basic human compassion inside the facility is difficult to fully grasp. Mothers and unborn children were treated as test subjects rather than as lives. Other prisoners were used in weapons testing. They were tied to posts and placed at various distances from explosive devices so researchers could examine the effects of blasts and shrapnel on the human body. Some were shot at close range to compare wound patterns. Others were stabbed with bayonets for similar study. Limbs were deliberately frozen in harsh winter temperatures until frostbite set in. Doctors then observed how tissues died and sometimes refroze and shattered limbs to study long-term damage. Prisoners were denied food and water, so researchers could record how long a person could survive under starvation or dehydration. Some were exposed to extreme heat or subjected to high-speed spinning in centrifuges to test physical endurance. As horrific as those experiments were, the central mission of Unit 731 focused on biological warfare. The Japanese military wanted to develop powerful strains of deadly diseases that could be used as weapons. Researchers worked with pathogens such as anthrax, typhoid, cholera, tuberculosis, and bubonic plague. They studied how to grow these diseases in large quantities and how to spread them effectively. Prisoners were intentionally infected with these illnesses. Doctors observed symptoms carefully, noting fever progression, organ failure, and eventual death. Blood samples were taken, and in some cases, pathogens were extracted and cultivated for further use. The goal was not only to understand disease, but to weaponize it. One of the most chilling strategies involved infecting fleas with plague bacteria. The fleas were then sealed in clay containers and dropped over villages in occupied regions of China. When the containers broke open, the infected fleas spread disease among local populations. Entire communities suffered outbreaks. Thousands of civilians died as a result. These were not isolated incidents, but deliberate acts designed to test biological warfare in real-world conditions. Inside the facility, no prisoner was expected to leave alive. Once someone entered Unit 731, survival was not part of the plan. At the end of the war, as Japan faced defeat, efforts were made to destroy evidence. Documents were burned, buildings were demolished. Remaining prisoners were killed to eliminate witnesses. The goal was to erase proof of what had taken place. After Japan surrendered in 1945, the world began uncovering the extent of wartime atrocities across many countries. The crimes of Nazi Germany became widely known through the Nuremberg trials. What is less commonly discussed is how the members of Unit 731 were handled. Instead of facing trials similar to those in Europe, many of the leading figures were granted immunity by the United States. The reason was strategic. American officials were interested in the data collected by Unit 731. With tensions rising between the United States and the Soviet Union, the beginning of the Cold War was already taking shape. U.S. military leaders believed that the research from Unit 731 could provide valuable information about biological weapons. They also wanted to prevent that knowledge from falling into Soviet hands. In exchange for handing over their research findings, many of the scientists and doctors involved were protected from prosecution. They returned to civilian life. Some resumed careers in medicine and academia. Others held respected positions in society. Unlike the widely publicized trials of Nazi war criminals, the story of Unit 731 remained relatively hidden for decades. For survivors and families of victims, this outcome added another layer of pain. Not only had loved ones suffered unimaginable cruelty, but those responsible were largely spared legal consequences. In later years, survivors came forward with testimony. Historians and journalists investigated. Memorials were eventually created in China to honor the victims. Yet for a long time, the full story was not widely known in the West. The events at Unit 731 force us to confront uncomfortable truths about war, science, and morality. They show how easily scientific knowledge can be twisted when ethical boundaries are removed. They also demonstrate how political interests can sometimes override justice. For audiences in the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada, learning about Unit 731 can be shocking because it is not always emphasized in standard history lessons. Yet it is a critical part of understanding the global scale of suffering during the Second World War. It reminds us that atrocities were not limited to one region or one ideology. They occurred wherever power was unchecked and human life was devalued. Today, historians continue to study archival records and survivor accounts to piece together the full scope of what happened in Manchuria. Museums and documentaries aim to ensure that the victims are remembered not as statistics or logs, but as individuals with names, families, and stories. Remembering Unit 731 is not about dwelling on horror for its own sake. It is about recognizing how far humanity can fall when cruelty is justified in the name of progress or national interest. It is about understanding the importance of medical ethics, international law, and accountability. The story also raises difficult questions about justice after war. When governments choose strategic advantage over prosecution, what message does that send? How do societies reconcile with the knowledge that some perpetrators lived ordinary lives after committing extraordinary crimes? There are no simple answers. What remains clear is that the victims of Unit 731 endured suffering that should never be forgotten. Their experiences serve as a warning about the dangers of dehumanization and the misuse of science. More than 70 years later, the memory of that facility in Manchuria still stands as a stark reminder of the darkest possibilities of human behavior. And remembering it is one small way to honor those who never had the chance to leave alive. I was 12 years old when this happened, and even now, years later, it still feels unreal when I think about it. It's one of those memories that never really leaves you. You don't think about it every day, but when it comes back heavy, like it never aged with you. It still feels just as sharp and disturbing as it did back then. I had moved in with my dad when I was 10. That move changed everything in my life. New house, new area, new school, new faces. I didn't know anyone there at first, and at that age, feeling alone in a new place can feel overwhelming. The only people I really knew were a family my dad was friends with. They lived not too far away, and because my dad trusted them, I ended up spending time around their house more than anywhere else. It was a single mother with 3 kids. The house always felt busy. Loud and a little chaotic, but in a normal way. I remember feeling relieved that there were kids around my age because it meant I wasn't completely alone anymore. One of her kids was a girl who was a couple of years older than me. She was about 12 when I first met her, the same age I was when everything happened later on. We weren't best friends. We didn't have that kind of close, inseparable bond, but we were around each other often enough. Over time, we started sharing the same group of friends. We'd see each other at get-togethers, hanging out outside, riding bikes, just doing normal kid things. She was quiet but friendly, and she always seemed kind. Nothing about her life seemed unusual from the outside. Her mom worked a lot. She had to, being a single parent with 3 kids. Because of that, the kids were sometimes home alone in the evenings. This wasn't strange to any of us. It was just how things were. Back then, it felt normal. One of our friends, Rob, was hanging out at her house one night. He was there with her and her younger brother. They were just doing what kids do, talking, watching TV, wasting time. There was nothing special about that night at first. It was just another evening where kids were left to entertain themselves while an adult worked late. What none of us really understood at the time was what was going on in the background of her mother's life. Through her work, her mom had been helping another woman. I don't know exactly what kind of help it was, but she got to know this woman fairly well. They talked, shared personal things, the way people sometimes do when they spend a lot of time together through work. During those conversations, she learned that the woman had a sister who was in a mental institution. Recently, that sister had been released. I don't know how much concern that raised at the time, or if it raised any at all. Back then, mental health wasn't talked about the way it is now. People didn't always question things, and they didn't always understand the risks. Life just kept moving forward. That night, while Rob was hanging out with my friend and her younger brother, there was a knock at the door. My friend didn't hesitate. Her mom had a specific way of knocking when she came home from work. A familiar pattern, something the kids recognized without thinking. When they heard the knock, my friend assumed it was her mom and opened the door. That single moment changed everything. Rob immediately realized something was wrong. I don't know if he saw the woman's face or just felt it, but he knew it wasn't their mom. Rob wasn't supposed to be there, and fear kicked in fast. Without thinking, he ran. He climbed out through a window and took off toward his own house down the road. Later, people would say things about that moment. Why didn't he stay? Why didn't he help? But when you're a kid, fear doesn't come with logic. It comes with instinct. And his instinct was to get away. The woman at the door was not their mother. She was the sister of the woman their mom had been helping. Somehow, through conversations with her sister, she had learned where the family lived. She had learned that the mother worked nights. She knew when the house would be empty, except for children. She walked inside. What happened after that is something I don't know in detail, and honestly, I'm grateful for that. Even what I do know is more than enough to haunt someone. I've never wanted to know the exact sequence of events. The imagination is already cruel enough without the full picture. At some point, my friend's younger brother managed to escape. He ran to a neighbor's house and called the police. That part alone tells you how terrifying the situation must have been. A child running for his life, knowing something was horribly wrong, knowing he had to get help or something even worse would happen. But it was already too late. The woman murdered my friend. It happened just a week before Christmas. That detail has always stayed with me. The timing makes it even more cruel. A time that's supposed to be about warmth, family, and safety became something dark and unbearable. While people were decorating trees and buying presents, this family's world was being destroyed. The way my friend was killed is something I wish I had never learned, but it became known in the community. The woman decapitated her. She left her body naked in the bathtub. Her head was hidden somewhere else in the house. Even writing that now feels wrong. It feels unreal that this happened to someone I knew, someone I had talked to, laughed around, spent time with, even if we weren't close. She wasn't a story on the news to me. She was a real person. The police searched the house thoroughly. They had to. They were looking for her head. They ended up having to go through the Christmas presents that were already wrapped and waiting. Somewhere among them, they found it. I don't know where exactly it was hidden, and I don't want to know. Just knowing that it was hidden among gifts meant for children is enough to make my stomach turn. The idea of police opening Christmas presents not to bring joy, but to recover evidence from a murder is something that still feels deeply disturbing. The woman was caught. I don't know all the legal details of what happened to her afterward. At that age, no one explained things like that to me. All I knew was that my friend was gone, and she was gone in the worst way possible. The town changed after that. Even if people didn't talk about it openly, you could feel it. Parents became more protective. Doors were locked more carefully. Kids weren't left alone as often. There was a constant feeling of unease, like something fragile had been broken and couldn't be fixed. For me personally, it changed how I saw the world. Before that, danger felt abstract. It was something you saw on TV or heard about happening far away. After that, it felt close. It felt like something that could reach into a normal house on a normal night and destroy everything. I wasn't allowed to go to her funeral. At the time, I didn't understand why. I was hurt and confused. I wanted to say goodbye. I wanted to be there, even if I didn't know what that meant. But the adults decided it was too much for me. Maybe they were right. Maybe they were trying to protect me from something that would have stayed with me forever. Still, not being able to go made it feel unfinished. Like there was no proper ending. She just disappeared from my life, replaced by whispers and fear and silence. Even now, I sometimes think about her mother. I can't imagine the guilt she must have felt, even though none of it was her fault. Helping someone through work, trusting them, never imagining that kindness and openness could lead to something so horrific. Losing a child in such a violent way is unimaginable on its own. But losing her while you're at work, trying to provide for your family, must be a pain beyond words. I also think about her younger brother. He survived, but surviving doesn't mean escaping unchanged. He saw something no child should ever see. He had to run for help, carrying that terror with him. I don't know where he is now or how his life turned out, but I hope he found some kind of peace. For a long time after that, I was afraid of knocks at the door. Even expected ones made my heart race. I was afraid of being home alone. I was afraid of strangers, afraid of silence, afraid of the idea that someone could know your routines, your schedule, your life, just by listening. The scariest part of all of this isn't just the violence. It's how ordinary it all started. A familiar knock, a door opened without thinking, a normal night. No warning signs that a monster was standing on the other side of the door. That's what makes this story so terrifying to me, even now. There was no ghost, no supernatural force, no dark legend, just a real person walking into a house full of children and doing something unspeakable. I was 12 years old when this happened, and it forced me to grow up faster than I should have. It taught me that evil doesn't always look obvious. Sometimes it wears a normal face and waits for the right moment, and that is something you never really forget. When I was a kid, my family attended a church and school in Missouri that felt like the center of our world. It was not just a place for Sunday services. It was where we went to school during the week, where we saw the same families over and over again, where potlucks and holiday programs brought everyone together. The pastor was not just a religious leader. He was someone people trusted deeply. His family was visible in the church all the time. His wife helped with events. His daughter attended activities. They seemed like a model family. the kind that people pointed to as an example. At that age, I did not think much about the private lives of adults. To me, church felt structured and predictable. There were clear rules, clear teachings, and clear expectations. It was a very conservative environment. The idea that the man was the head of the household was taught openly and regularly. Authority and obedience were emphasized. Questioning leadership or doctrine was not encouraged. Years after we left that church, my mom sat me down one day and told me something that completely changed how I viewed those memories. She told me that the pastor's wife and daughter had died. It was not an accident. According to what she explained, the wife had shot her daughter and then turned the gun on herself. Both of them died. I remember feeling stunned. The image of that family, standing together at the front of the church, did not match what I was hearing. It felt impossible that something so violent could happen in a family that everyone saw as deeply religious and stable. My mom told me this about 10 years after it happened. She said she had not wanted to tell me earlier because I was too young to understand. But what made it even more disturbing were the rumors that followed. According to some people who had stayed connected to the church, there was suspicion that the situation might not have been as simple as it seemed. There were whispers that the daughter had been questioning her faith. She had been asking difficult questions about religion, about belief, about whether she wanted to continue living within that strict system. In a more open community, that might have been seen as normal. Teenagers question things, they explore ideas, they think critically about what they have been taught. But in a very conservative environment where obedience and submission are central values, questioning can be seen as rebellion. It can be seen as spiritual failure. My mom said that some people believed the pastor may have encouraged his wife to handle the situation, not necessarily in a direct, obvious way, but through pressure, through intense belief, through the idea that leaving the faith would be worse than death. There was no public proof of that. No charges, no official findings that confirmed such a claim. It remained speculation. But the fact that people even suspected it says something about the atmosphere inside that community. When you grow up in a setting where authority is rarely challenged, where the father is seen as the unquestioned leader of the home, the balance of power can become deeply uneven. If a family is struggling privately, outsiders may never see it. They only see the polished version presented on Sundays. As I got older, I began thinking about how much pressure can build inside environments like that. When faith becomes tied to identity, family reputation, and eternal consequences, doubt can feel dangerous. A young person asking questions might not just be seen as curious. They might be seen as threatening the spiritual stability of the entire household. I also thought about the wife. What was she experiencing? Was she struggling silently with her own fears? Was she under emotional pressure? Was she battling mental illness that no one recognized or took seriously? In many conservative communities, mental health is not always openly discussed. Problems are sometimes framed as spiritual weakness instead of psychological distress. The tragedy itself is heartbreaking regardless of the cause. A mother killing her child and then herself is something that leaves permanent damage in the lives of everyone connected to them. It raises painful questions about what was happening behind closed doors. The rumor that the pastor may have encouraged it makes the story even darker, but it is important to approach that carefully. Rumors grow easily after tragedy. People try to make sense of something that feels senseless. Sometimes suspicion reflects deeper distrust within a community. Sometimes it reflects patterns people have noticed, but could not prove. Looking back, I think about the daughter the most. If she truly was questioning her faith, that is something many young people go through. In places like the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada, conversations about religion have become more open over time. Questioning belief is often seen as part of personal growth, but in some communities, especially highly conservative ones, doubt can feel like betrayal. It makes me wonder what kind of conversations were happening inside that house. Was she expressing fear? Was she asking honest questions? Was she being told that leaving the faith would bring shame? We will probably never know the full truth. What I do know is that tragedies like this expose the complexity of faith, authority, and family dynamics. They show how dangerous it can be when control overrides compassion. They also remind us how important it is to create spaces where people can ask questions without fear of rejection or punishment. When my mom told me the story, it shifted something in me. It made me realize that even communities that look strong and united on the outside can hide deep struggles inside. It made me more aware of how power works in religious settings, and it made me think about the responsibility leaders have when people trust them completely. The memory of that church now feels different. The hymns, the sermons, the lessons about obedience, they carry a heavier weight, not because faith itself is harmful, but because any system that discourages questioning can create pressure that builds quietly over time. In the end, what happened remains a tragedy no matter the cause. A mother and daughter lost their lives. A family was destroyed. A community was shaken. Whether rumors about encouragement were true or not, the fact that people believed it was possible speaks volumes about the environment. It is a reminder that faith should never silence honest doubt, that leadership should never mean control, and that when young people ask questions, the response should be understanding, not fear. Even years later, the story stays with me, not just because of the violence, but because of what it suggests about how fragile things can become when authority, belief, and pressure collide. My mother was born and raised in China, though her background was a mix of American and Italian roots. Her upbringing was complicated and international, shaped by different cultures and shifting political climates. By the time she was in her late teens, somewhere between 16 and 19, she was already living a life that most people wouldn't experience in a lifetime. She was connected in some way to a foreign embassy at the time, either American or Portuguese. The exact details have blurred over the years, but what I do remember clearly is the black embassy license plate on her car. Back then, that plate carried weight. It meant diplomatic protection. It meant certain privileges. It meant, in many situations, you were not treated like an ordinary citizen. In 1980s China, that mattered a lot. Foreigners were not always welcome. Regulations were strict. The government kept a close eye on outsiders. The political atmosphere was tense and complicated. It wasn't impossible for foreigners to live and work there, but it wasn't simple either. There were rules layered on top of rules, and enforcement could be unpredictable. My mother was not the type to live quietly within boundaries. She was adventurous, fearless to the point of recklessness at times. She moved in interesting circles, met people from different industries, and briefly had connections to the film world. She once mentioned meeting a young Christian Bale when he was still just starting out. That was the kind of life she led, unexpected and fast-moving. She thrived on intensity, but during this particular period, her life was not glamorous. It was painful. Her father had recently died of cancer. Losing him devastated her. She had already lost her mother a few years earlier, so by her late teens, she had endured more grief than many people face in decades. She was trying to arrange for her father's cremated remains to be buried properly. Either she was attempting to gain access to a cemetery to bury him, or she was trying to move his remains to a different burial site. That detail is fuzzy in my memory. What stands out clearly is that the government was blocking her. some bureaucratic rule, one of many strict regulations regarding foreigners and burial rights, was standing in her way. Whether it was because of his citizenship status, the cemetery's policies, or some larger political guideline, she was being denied something deeply personal and important. In her mind, it felt heartless and unnecessary. Grief mixed with anger. This was also shortly after the events of the Tiananmen Square protests and massacre in 1989. The country was on edge. Beijing was under heavy military presence. The square itself was essentially locked down. Civilians were not supposed to enter. The atmosphere in the city was tense and watchful. Soldiers stood guard. Checkpoints were common. A few days after the crackdown, my mother was out driving with friends. I don't remember exactly where they were headed. What I do remember is what happened when they approached the area near Tiananmen Square. Something in her snapped. She was already furious with the government over how they had handled her father's burial. She felt powerless, grieving, and angry. And in that moment when they were near the military blockade, she made a decision that still feels surreal to think about. She said, "Essentially, forget this, we're driving through." And she hit the gas. The car surged forward toward a space that was not meant to be crossed. Soldiers were stationed there, armed with rifles. This wasn't a minor traffic violation. This was a direct challenge to a military lockdown in one of the most politically sensitive places in the country. As she told the story later, the sound is what stuck with her most. The windows were open. As the car accelerated, you could hear the unmistakable metallic clicks and clacks of dozens of rifles being readied. She described it as a chorus of weapons being prepared all at once. The soldiers raised their guns. From her account, it felt like 50 or more were aimed at the vehicle in an instant. Her friends panicked. They ducked down in their seats, screaming that she had lost her mind and that they were all about to die. In most circumstances, they probably would have, but the black embassy plate changed everything. Shooting at a civilian car would have been serious enough. Shooting at a vehicle with diplomatic plates could have sparked an international crisis. The soldiers hesitated. That hesitation made all the difference. She drove straight through the square. No one fired. Once past the most heavily guarded area, she turned onto one of Beijing's ring roads. The city is organized in circular highways that wrap around the center. I don't remember if it was the 4th ring road or the 5th. She sped away, adrenaline pumping, heart racing. When she told the story years later, she didn't frame it as heroic. It wasn't political activism. It wasn't calculated protest. It was anger and defiance colliding with grief. It was a young woman who had already lost both parents and felt that the government was blocking her final chance to honor her father properly. Looking back as an adult, I understand how reckless it was. In 1989, Beijing was not a place where you challenged armed soldiers lightly. The tension after Tiananmen was real and raw. The fact that they held their fire was likely due entirely to the diplomatic status implied by that black plate. What would have happened if they had stopped her instead of letting her pass? It's impossible to say. At best, she might have been detained and interrogated. At worst, it could have escalated into something far more dangerous. The political climate at the time did not favor leniency. Not long after that period, she had to leave China. She was working in journalism, and that brought its own risks. Governments with tight control over information do not appreciate journalists who expose uncomfortable truths. Whether it was her reporting or simply her growing visibility, she found herself needing to get out before things became more complicated. The 1980s and early 1990s in China were not simple years. For someone like her, foreign-connected, outspoken, grieving, and adventurous, it was a volatile environment. When she tells the story now, there's a strange mix of humor and seriousness in her voice. She laughs about how reckless she was. She jokes about how her friends thought they were all going to die. But underneath that, there's an understanding of how close it may have come to disaster. For audiences in the United States, the United Kingdom, or Canada, it's hard to imagine driving through an active military blockade in a politically sensitive square and surviving because of a license plate. It feels like a scene from a film. But that was her reality. What stays with me most is not the thrill of it, it's the emotion behind it. A young woman who had already buried her mother, a father's ashes she was fighting to honor, a system that felt cold and unyielding, and a moment of fury that could have ended very differently. My mother has always been bold, sometimes too bold. But that moment captures who she was at that age, grieving, angry, fearless, and unwilling to be told no. It's a story that sounds unbelievable until you remember the context. A city under military control, a diplomatic plate offering fragile protection, and a young woman who had already lost so much that she stopped being afraid. Every time she tells it, I can't help but think about how thin the line was between survival and tragedy, and how sometimes history brushes right past ordinary people in ways that leave permanent marks. When my son was a little over a year and a half old, he had just begun noticing the difference between day and night. Of course, he was still too young to understand the actual words day and night, so in his small world, he simply called them light and dark. During the day, he would happily point out the window and say, light, smiling as the sun filled the room. When evening came and the sky slowly changed colors, he would look around with curiosity and whisper, dark, as if it were a quiet visitor arriving at our house. At that age, everything was still new to him. He was learning how the world worked, one tiny discovery at a time. I remember watching him wander around the living room during the daytime, chasing the sunlight that spilled across the carpet. Sometimes he would sit near the window and stare outside, completely fascinated by the trees moving in the wind or by cars passing on the street. His eyes always had that bright, curious look children have when they're trying to understand something much bigger than themselves. Our house was old but comfortable. It had large windows that looked out toward the backyard where several tall trees stood close together. During the daytime, the branches made soft shadows across the lawn, but at night, those same trees could look completely different. When the wind blew, the branches would sway and scratch lightly against each other, creating shapes and movements that sometimes felt a little unsettling if you stared at them for too long. One evening, when my son was a little over a year and a half old, the weather was gloomy. The day had been gray from the beginning, and by the time evening arrived, the sky had turned into a deep shade of dark purple. Thick clouds covered the moon, and the wind had picked up enough to make the branches outside move wildly. Inside the house, it was quiet. The only sounds were the faint hum of the refrigerator and the wind brushing against the windows. I had been in the kitchen cleaning up after dinner when I noticed that the living room had grown unusually still. My son had been playing on the floor with a few wooden blocks only a few minutes earlier. When I glanced into the room again, the blocks were still scattered across the carpet, but he wasn't sitting there anymore. Instead, he was standing by the large window that faced the backyard. He had both of his tiny hands pressed against the glass, his forehead leaning forward slightly as he stared outside. The room behind him was dimly lit by a single lamp, which made his small figure look almost like a silhouette against the window. For a moment, I simply stood there and watched him. Outside, the trees were swaying in the wind. Their branches looked almost black against the dark purple sky. Every now and then, the wind would grow stronger and push the branches into strange shapes, making them twist and wave slowly in the darkness. It was one of those evenings where the world outside felt unusually quiet and heavy, as if something unseen was moving through the air. My son didn't seem scared at all. In fact, he looked calm, completely focused. I walked slowly toward him and knelt beside him so I could see what he was looking at. From where we stood, the backyard looked darker than usual. The grass had turned into a dull gray shape, and the trees looked taller than they did during the day. The wind pushed the branches back and forth, creating long shadows that stretched across the yard. For a moment, I thought maybe he was just watching the trees move. Children often find simple things fascinating, especially things that move in slow, unpredictable ways. Still, something about the way he was standing there felt different. He wasn't pointing or laughing the way he usually did when he noticed something interesting. He was simply staring, quiet and still. I gently asked him, "What are you looking at?" My voice was soft, almost casual. I expected him to turn and point at the trees or maybe say something about the wind. Instead, he slowly turned his head toward me. There was a wide smile on his face, the kind of innocent smile toddlers give when they are proud of something they've noticed. Then he said something in the cheerful tone he used whenever he discovered something new. "Dark is here." He said it so naturally, so happily, as if he were announcing the arrival of a familiar friend. For a second, I didn't say anything. At first, I assumed he was simply noticing that nighttime had arrived. That would have been the logical explanation. After all, he had just started recognizing the difference between light and dark. But something about the way he said it made my stomach tighten slightly. Not "it's dark," not "I see dark." He said it like he was describing something that had come to visit. "Dark is here." I glanced back out the window. The wind outside had grown stronger, pushing the tree branches into long, twisting shapes against the sky. The clouds moved slowly across the darkness, blocking out what little light remained in the evening sky. For a moment, I had the strange feeling that the backyard looked deeper than usual, as if the darkness itself had grown heavier. Of course, that was probably just my imagination. Still, the words lingered in my mind longer than they should have. Children often say strange things. Their minds are constantly trying to understand the world, and sometimes the way they describe things can sound a little unusual to adults. I reminded myself of that as I gently lifted my son away from the window. He laughed and clapped his hands as I carried him toward the couch. Within minutes, he was back to stacking his blocks and knocking them over again like nothing had happened. But I found myself glancing toward the window more than once that evening. Every time I looked, the backyard seemed darker than before. The branches continued to sway slowly in the wind, creating shapes that appeared and disappeared between the shadows. Eventually, I turned on another lamp in the living room, brightening the space enough that the window became more of a reflection than a view into the yard. Later that night, after my son had fallen asleep, I walked quietly through the house, turning off lights before heading to bed. When I reached the living room again, the house was silent. The window stood there in the darkness, showing the faint outline of the trees outside. For a brief moment, I remembered his words again. "Dark is here." A strange chill ran down my back, and without really thinking about it, I looked over my shoulder. The room behind me was empty, just the quiet hallway and the soft shadows created by the dim light near the stairs. I shook my head slightly, almost laughing at myself. It was just a child noticing nighttime, nothing more. Still, even now, years later, I sometimes remember that moment when evening arrives and the sky begins to fade into darker shades. There are nights when I'm sitting alone in a quiet room and the light outside slowly disappears. The windows turn black, reflecting the inside of the room instead of showing the outside world. And every once in a while, when the house becomes completely still and the night settles in, I find myself remembering the way my son smiled that evening, the way he pressed his small hands against the glass, the calm way he announced it. "Dark is here." and every time that memory returns, I can't help but glance over my shoulder just once more, half expecting to see something standing quietly in the corner of the room, waiting patiently in the darkness. In the mid-1990s, my parents decided to take a vacation to Mexico. Back then, quick trips across the border were common for people living in Southern California. It was normal to drive down for a few days, enjoy the beaches, eat good food, shop in small markets, and then head back home. For them, it was supposed to be a relaxing getaway. They had both been working hard, and the idea of sunshine and a change of scenery sounded perfect. They did not take us kids with them on that particular trip. It was just the two of them. They packed the car, crossed the border without much trouble, and spent several days exploring coastal towns. When they talked about the first half of the trip, it always sounded pleasant. They mentioned street vendors selling fresh fruit, music playing from open windows, and warm evenings where everything felt slower and calmer than home. But when they came back, something had clearly changed. I remember they were unusually quiet after returning. They were not angry exactly, but there was tension in the air. They kept saying the same thing over and over. They would never go back, and they were firm about it. They told us that we should never go either. At the time, I was too young to understand why they felt so strongly. It seemed dramatic. Lots of people went to Mexico all the time. Why was their trip so different? It was not until years later that they explained what happened on the drive home. When you live in Southern California and travel to Mexico by car, you eventually have to cross back through a land border checkpoint. Anyone who has done that knows the lines can be long. On busy weekends, the wait can stretch for hours. Cars inch forward slowly under the hot sun. Drivers roll down their windows. People get restless. You watch the vehicles ahead of you, waiting for your turn to speak to a border officer. My parents expected some delay, but this time the line was much longer than usual. It was barely moving. Cars were being pulled aside more frequently. Officers were walking between vehicles, looking closely inside. Something was clearly different. At first, my parents assumed it was a routine increase in security. Maybe there had been a tip about drug smuggling. Maybe it was just random inspections. But as the minutes turned into hours, they started noticing a pattern. Border agents were paying particular attention to cars with children in the back seats. Not just children, but sleeping children. But they were shining flashlights inside. They were asking parents to wake their kids up. In some cases, they were opening doors and physically checking to make sure the children were responsive. My parents did not have kids in the car with them, so they were mostly watching from a distance. At some point, an officer made an announcement to several drivers in the area. Word began to spread slowly through the line. Apparently, someone had attempted to smuggle drugs across the border in a way that shocked everyone involved. The story, as it was told to my parents at the time, was that a child had been killed. The body had been filled or packed with drugs and then placed in the back seat of a car. The smugglers had tried to pass the child off as sleeping, they hoping that border officials would not disturb a sleeping kid and would simply wave the car through. The details were horrifying. Even just hearing about it secondhand was enough to make people in the line feel sick. The idea that someone would use a child's body in that way was beyond cruel. It felt almost unreal. Whether every detail of the story was accurate or whether some parts had grown through rumor is impossible to know now. But at that moment, the fear was very real. Border officers were not taking any chances. Every sleeping child in a vehicle was being woken up. Parents were being asked to confirm their identities. Some cars were searched thoroughly. My parents said the mood in the line changed immediately after they heard what had happened. Before that, it had just been frustration about waiting. Afterward, there was silence. People were looking at their own children differently. Even strangers were making eye contact with each other in disbelief. For my parents, the most disturbing part was not just the crime itself, but what it represented. It showed how far some criminal organizations were willing to go. It also shattered the sense of normalcy they had felt during their vacation. Just hours earlier, they had been enjoying beach views and warm weather. Now they were sitting in traffic thinking about something deeply unsettling. When they finally reached the checkpoint, the officers asked them several questions. Even though they did not have children with them, the agents were serious and focused. My parents said the tension in the air was heavy. Everyone knew why the extra checks were happening. The drive home after crossing the border felt different too. They were quiet most of the way. What should have been simple relief at being back in the United States was mixed with shock. It is one thing to hear about crime in the news. It is another to sit in a line of cars because of something that happened just hours before. When they told us later that they would never go back, it was not because they thought Mexico as a whole was dangerous. It was because that experience had left a mark on them. It changed how they viewed border crossings and drug trafficking. It made them realize how serious and dark those realities could be. As kids, we did not fully understand. Mexico was just a place on a map to us, a vacation destination. But to them, it had become connected to that long line at the border and the disturbing story they heard. Years later, when I was older, I asked them again about it. I wanted to know if they were sure the story was true. They admitted that some of what they heard might have been rumor mixed with fact. Border situations can create fast-moving stories that grow as they pass from one person to another. But they were certain about one thing. Officers were specifically stopping cars with sleeping children, and something serious had happened to cause that level of inspection. Even if some details were unclear, the fear was not imagined. The checkpoint was operating at a heightened level. Families were being asked to wake up kids who were simply tired from the drive. That alone tells you something out of the ordinary was going on. For people living in border states like California, Texas, or Arizona, these crossings are part of everyday life. Most trips are uneventful. Millions of people cross safely each year for work, family visits, or vacations. But stories like this highlight the darker side of cross-border crime and drug smuggling that law enforcement deals with regularly. Drug trafficking has long been a serious issue in North America. Smugglers have used many methods over the years, some creative and some deeply disturbing. Law enforcement agencies have to balance being respectful to families while also being alert to unusual situations. That day in the mid-1990s, they chose to inspect carefully, even if it meant longer waits and uncomfortable questions. For my parents, that borderline became a turning point. It was no longer just a travel memory, it was something they carried with them. The image of officers waking sleeping children stayed in their minds. To this day, whenever the topic of Mexico comes up, they still mention that trip. Not the beaches or the food, not the souvenirs. They mention the borderline. They mention the story they heard. And they repeat the same advice. Be careful, know where you are going, and understand that not everything you see on vacation reflects the full picture of what is happening behind the scenes. The world can be beautiful and troubling at the same time. That drive back to Southern California showed them both sides in a single day. And even though decades have passed, the memory of that long, tense line at the border is the part of the trip they never forgot. In the summer of 2009, I was deployed to Nowzad, Afghanistan. If you know anything about that place, you know it had a reputation. By the time I got there, most of the civilian population had fled. Years of fighting had turned what was once a functioning town into a maze of abandoned mud structures, shattered doorways, and empty streets. It felt like a city frozen mid-breath, then left to dry under a brutal sun. We were operating alongside the United States Marine Corps, pushing hard, clearing sectors, holding ground, and maintaining a constant presence. The forward observation base sat in the middle of what used to be a living community. Houses stood close together, stacked in uneven rows, made of compacted mud with wooden beams running through them. Balconies leaned slightly, doors hung open. The windows were empty holes cut into thick walls. The rules of engagement were clear and strict. If it wasn't wearing desert digital camouflage, and it was moving inside the cleared perimeter, it was considered hostile. The area around the FOB had been swept repeatedly. Patrols moved through daily. The understanding was simple. There shouldn't be anyone there who wasn't supposed to be there. That night, I was sitting on the back of a 7-ton flatbed truck, parked near a mortar pit. It was one of those rare Afghan nights where the sky opens up completely. With no city lights and almost no artificial glow, the stars were overwhelming. They felt close enough to touch. The air cooled slightly after sunset, but the ground still radiated heat from the day. I had an NVG monocular up to my eye, scanning lazily across the town. Your night vision changes how you see the world. It flattens things, it highlights contrast. Mud walls glow pale, shadows turn thick and heavy. Anything darker than its surroundings stands out sharply. I remember focusing on a particular building across the way. It had a mud balcony with a timber support post running vertically near the center. The structure was partially collapsed, but that beam stood upright, dark against the lighter mud walls. As I stared at it, something felt off. The post moved. At first, my brain tried to correct what my eye was seeing. Maybe it was a shift in perspective. Maybe I adjusted slightly without realizing it. But the movement was deliberate. The dark vertical shape slid slowly toward the doorway behind it. I zoomed in slightly, bringing the image into sharper focus. That's when the shape changed in my mind. It wasn't a timber post. It was shaped like a person. With night vision, people usually show up as silhouettes against the lighter background of mud buildings. You can see a faint outline, sometimes the faint glow of clothing reflecting light differently. But this was different. This wasn't a silhouette. It was a black void. It looked like a human-shaped absence, a cutout of darkness darker than the surrounding shadows. It moved slowly at first, almost gliding, then suddenly bolted into the doorway of the house, with speed that didn't feel natural. It wasn't a normal run. It was abrupt, sharp, and fast enough to make my stomach tighten. I lowered the NVGs and blinked a few times, rubbing my eyes. Night vision can mess with depth perception. It can create illusions if you stare too long. I brought the monocular back up. See, the balcony was empty. I kept the lens fixed on that doorway, telling myself it had to be a trick of light. Then I saw it again. A head-shaped darkness leaned out from the doorway. Just the upper portion. It didn't have detail, no features, just the shape of a human head, darker than the interior behind it. It remained there for 5 to 10 seconds, long enough for me to process what I was looking at, long enough for the silence to feel heavy. Then it snapped back inside with the same quick, unnatural motion as before. My pulse had picked up. I scanned the surrounding area, expecting to see more movement. Nothing. The town remained still. The abandoned buildings stood quiet under the stars. Now Zad was known for strange things, not supernatural stories necessarily, but the psychological strain of operating in a ghost town warps your senses. You're trained to look for threats. You're trained to assume movement means danger, but you're also exhausted, hyper-alert, and aware that insurgents had used abandoned homes before. I kept watching that balcony on and off for the rest of my shift. It never showed itself again. I didn't immediately say anything dramatic. I mentioned to a couple of guys that I thought I saw movement in one of the houses. We logged it mentally. That's what you do. You catalog, you stay alert, you move on. Apparently, I wasn't the only one. Not long after that night, a tower gunner manning an MK-19 saw something similar in that same structure. The MK-19 is not subtle. It's an automatic 40mm grenade launcher mounted high with a wide field of fire. When it engages, it doesn't ask questions. The gunner reported seeing movement in the house and engaged the target. The building didn't stand a chance. The mud walls erupted under explosive rounds. The balcony collapsed. The doorway disappeared in a cloud of dust and debris. After that, whatever had been in there, if anything had been, was gone. We never saw that shape again. Afghanistan has a way of bending perception. Long hours of watch under night vision. The knowledge that enemies blend into the landscape. The fact that entire towns can be emptied and left standing like hollow shells. It messes with you. I've asked myself many times what I saw. Could it have been a person? Possibly. Despite patrols and clearing operations, the reality is that insurgents sometimes slipped through. Mud houses are full of hidden compartments and crawl spaces. It's not impossible someone was sheltering there, but the speed, the way it moved, the complete absence of reflective detail. It didn't look like someone wearing dark clothing. It looked like something absorbing light. Night vision amplifies available light, turning faint illumination into bright green clarity. Objects usually glow slightly in that spectrum. Even shadows have gradation. What I saw had none. It was pitch black, like a hole cut into the image. Fatigue can cause misinterpretation. Staring through NVGs for extended periods can create afterimages and distortions. Your brain tries to fill gaps. You see patterns where there might be none. But the head peeking back out, that part stays with me. It wasn't a flicker, it wasn't a passing blur. It held position for several seconds. I've told this story only a handful of times. Not because I'm afraid of how it sounds, but because Afghanistan was already surreal enough without adding mystery to it. There were enough real threats, enough real firefights, enough real loss. Still, that night stands apart. Sitting on the flatbed, stars blazing above a silent, abandoned city. Watching through green-lit glass at a building that had probably housed families once. Seeing something move in a place that was supposed to be empty. There's something about operating in a war zone that makes the line between the physical and the psychological thin. You're hyper-aware of movement. You're scanning constantly. Your brain is wired to detect threats instantly. Sometimes that wiring makes you see things differently, or maybe sometimes it lets you see something you otherwise wouldn't notice. Now Zad was full of stories. Marines who'd been there longer than I had talked about shadows in buildings. Strange movement on thermal scopes, fleeting figures at the edge of vision. Most of it can be explained by environment and stress, wind moving debris, animals slipping through ruins, visual artifacts and equipment, but once in a while something doesn't fit neatly into explanation. The MK-19 tower gunner leveling that house ended the possibility of finding out. If there was someone hiding inside, they didn't survive that barrage. If there was nothing there, then we destroyed an empty structure because of movement seen in the dark. Either way, the balcony was gone. Afghanistan was, and probably still is, a place where reality feels stretched. Ancient landscapes mixed with modern warfare. Villages that had stood for generations turned into battlefields. Silence broken by sudden violence. That night remains one of the stranger moments of my deployment. Not the scariest, not the loudest, just strange. The image of that black void against a mud wall under night vision still comes back sometimes. A shape where no shape should have been, moving slowly, then faster than seemed possible. I kept watch many nights after that. The stars never disappointed. The town remained mostly still, and whatever I saw on that balcony never showed itself again. I've worked in a nursing home long enough to know that it becomes its own kind of world. When you spend most of your days and nights inside the same building, surrounded by the same residents, routines, and quiet hallways, you start to feel like time moves differently there. Birthdays, holidays, seasons, they all pass. But inside those walls, life runs on medication schedules, meal times, and the steady hum of call lights. A few weeks ago, one of our residents passed away. I'll call her Judy. She had lived at the facility for quite a while, long enough that almost everyone on staff knew her well. Judy was the kind of resident who made your shift better just by being there. She was friendly without being demanding. She remembered your name. She'd ask about your family. If you were having a rough night, she'd notice. She wasn't loud or dramatic, just kind. The kind of person who makes a place feel warmer. When she passed, it hit a lot of us harder than we expected. In nursing homes, death is something you learn to handle professionally. It's part of the job, but that doesn't mean it's easy. You still feel the absence when someone's room goes quiet. You notice when the TV that used to play game shows all afternoon is silent. You notice when the hallway seems a little emptier. Her room was cleaned out after her family collected her belongings. Maintenance repainted the walls. The bed was made up fresh. Within a short time, a new resident moved in. I'll call him Bob. Bob had just arrived at the facility not long after Judy died. He had no connection to her. He didn't overlap with her. He wasn't from the same town. As far as we knew, he had never heard her name. He was adjusting to the home like most new residents do, confused sometimes, quiet, still learning faces and routines. The room he moved into happened to be Judy's old room. At first, there was nothing unusual. Bob seemed fine. He kept to himself mostly, ate meals, responded to care, nothing out of the ordinary. The staff who had worked there longer knew the room's history, but the newer CNAs didn't. For them, it was just another room on the hall. Then, one afternoon, Bob's call light went on. If you've never worked in a nursing home, call lights are constant. Residents use them for everything: pain, bathroom assistance, questions, loneliness. You respond automatically when you see one lit up on the board. That day, 3 CNAs went down the hall together to answer Bob's light. 2 of them had started after Judy had already passed. They never met her. They walked into his room and asked the standard question, "What do you need?" Bob looked confused. He said he didn't need anything. They told him his call light was on. He insisted he hadn't pressed it. That's not unusual by itself. Residents sometimes hit the button accidentally, sometimes they forget they pressed it. So they asked again, gently, "Are you sure?" "Your light was on." That's when Bob said something that made them pause. He told them it wasn't him. He said Judy had turned it on. The CNAs exchanged looks. The 2 newer ones had no idea who Judy was. They assumed maybe it was a relative or someone Bob knew. They asked him who Judy was. He said she was the lady who stayed in his room. He said she was there, not in a joking tone, not dramatic, just matter of fact. The room went quiet. The 2 newer CNAs didn't know Judy had ever lived there. They didn't know her name. They had no reason to connect that room with any specific past resident. The 3rd CNA, who had known Judy, felt her stomach drop a little. They asked Bob how he knew that name. He didn't really elaborate. He just repeated that Judy was there and that she had turned the light on. The call light had definitely been activated. It wasn't a system glitch. It had been manually pressed. After a few more questions, Bob seemed to settle down. He didn't appear frightened. He didn't seem distressed. He wasn't yelling or acting confused in a dramatic way. He simply believed what he had said. The story spread through the staff pretty quickly. In a place like that, things travel fast, especially things that are hard to explain. What made it stranger was that Bob had truly never met Judy. His admission paperwork showed he arrived after her passing. There had been no overlap. The new CNAs confirmed they had never mentioned Judy around him. In fact, they didn't even know who she was until that moment. Now, nursing homes come with their own atmosphere. You have residents with dementia, residents with vivid imaginations, residents who talk about people who aren't there. It's not uncommon for someone to mention a child standing in the corner or a spouse who passed years ago. Staff learn to gently redirect and not escalate those moments. But this felt different because of the name. It wasn't vague, it wasn't a lady, it was Judy. An old man who had no documented connection to her somehow used her name and connected it to that specific room. Since that day, there haven't been dramatic follow-ups. No objects flying, no doors slamming, no repeated call lights turning on by themselves. Bob hasn't seemed frightened. If anything, he appears calm in that room. Some of the staff joke that if the place is haunted, at least it's by someone kind. Judy really was nice. If she were lingering around, no one imagines her causing harm. Working in long-term care changes how you think about life and death. You see people at the end of their stories. You sit with them in their final days. You watch families say goodbye. The building becomes a container for a lot of emotion. Grief, relief, fear, love, all of it collects over time. Now, some people believe that energy stays in places like that. Others believe there's always a rational explanation. Maybe Bob overheard the name somewhere. Maybe a staff member mentioned Judy in passing. Maybe he misheard something and his mind filled in the rest. Maybe he pressed the button without remembering. All of those possibilities exist, but it's hard to ignore how specific it was. In the days after, I found myself walking past that room a little more aware of it. Not scared exactly, just curious. The hallway outside is the same as it's always been. The overhead lights hum softly. The scent of disinfectant lingers faintly in the air. The routine continues unchanged. Sometimes I wonder if Judy would even recognize the room now. The paint is slightly different. The furniture arrangement shifted. New family photos sit on the dresser where hers once were. If there is something unexplained about that place, it doesn't feel heavy or dark. It feels gentle. Maybe that's just comfort talking. When you lose residents you've grown attached to, part of you doesn't want them to vanish completely. You want to think that their presence lingers in some small way, that the kindness they brought doesn't just disappear. Bob hasn't mentioned Judy again in any dramatic way. No repeated sightings, no panic, just that one calm statement. She turned the light on. The call light itself is mounted low on the bed rail. It requires a firm push to activate. It doesn't trigger easily from accidental brushing. Maintenance checked it afterward. It worked fine. In a building where dozens of call lights go on and off daily, one unusual activation might not mean anything at all, but the name attached to it is what sticks. Staff still talk about it occasionally during slower shifts. Not in a frightened way, more in that half-curious, half-skeptical tone people use when they don't quite know what to make of something. I've worked enough night shifts to know that buildings settle, machines click, and imagination can run wild when you're tired. But this story didn't happen at 3 a.m. It happened during a normal part of the day with 3 staff members present. Maybe it's coincidence, maybe it's memory, or maybe in a place where so many lives begin and end within the same walls, something lingers in ways we don't fully understand. If Judy is still around, I like to think she's just doing what she always did, making sure someone's taken care of. The event most people now call the Great Molasses Flood happened in January of 1919 in Boston, but for many it still feels unreal. When you first hear about it, it almost sounds like a strange joke from history. A flood of molasses. It sounds harmless, even ridiculous. Molasses is something you pour over pancakes or mix into baked goods. It is sweet, it is thick, it belongs in a kitchen, not in the streets. But that day proved how something that seems innocent can turn deadly in the worst possible way. At the time, a massive steel tank stood in the north end of Boston. It was about 50 feet tall and 90 feet wide, towering over the nearby buildings. Inside that tank were more than 2 million gallons of molasses. The molasses was stored there for industrial purposes. It was used to produce alcohol, which was needed for manufacturing explosives and other wartime supplies. The First World War had recently ended, but the demand for industrial alcohol was still high. The tank had been built quickly. Some reports later suggested that it had not been properly tested. Residents in the area had already complained that it groaned and leaked. Children sometimes collected the sticky drips that seeped from its seams. The structure did not inspire confidence, but it remained in place, filled to the top. On January 15, 1919, the weather in Boston was strangely warm for winter. A few days earlier, temperatures had been below freezing. Then suddenly, the air warmed significantly. That change may have increased pressure inside the tank. Molasses expands when it gets warmer, and fermentation inside the tank could also have created gas buildup. Around midday, the tank could not hold the pressure anymore. It burst. Witnesses described hearing a sound like a machine gun or a rumbling explosion. The steel walls tore apart, and a massive wave of molasses surged into the streets. It moved faster than anyone would expect something so thick to move. Some reports estimated the wave reached speeds of around 35 miles per hour. Imagine that for a moment. A wall of dark, heavy syrup racing down narrow city streets, crushing everything in its path. Buildings were knocked off their foundations. A nearby fire station was partially destroyed. Railroad tracks were twisted. Horses pulling wagons were lifted and thrown. People who were walking in the area had no warning. One moment they were going about their day, and the next they were hit by a wave of sticky, suffocating liquid. Molasses is not like water. You cannot swim in it easily. It resists movement. It clings to your clothes, your skin, your face. It is heavy and slow to release its grip. When the wave struck, people were knocked down and pinned. Some were swept along and slammed into debris. Others were trapped under wreckage that quickly became coated in thick syrup. The true horror of the disaster was not just the initial impact. It was what came after. As the molasses settled, it hardened slightly in the cooling air. The temperature began to drop again later that day, making the liquid even thicker. People who were caught in it found themselves unable to move. Those who were buried beneath it faced a terrifying reality. Every time they tried to breathe out, the thick substance pushed back in around them. Their movements only made it worse, because struggling in something so dense uses enormous energy. The more you fight, the faster you tire. And unlike water, molasses does not flow away easily once it surrounds you. It holds you in place. For some victims, the danger was immediate trauma from debris. For others, it was suffocation. Imagine trying to lift your arms in something that feels like wet cement. Imagine trying to shout for help while your mouth fills with something thick and sticky. You cannot dig yourself out. You cannot kick your legs freely. You are stuck in place, waiting for rescue that may or may not arrive in time. Even those who were not fully buried were still trapped. Rescuers rushed to the scene as quickly as they could. Police officers, firefighters, and ordinary citizens tried to pull people out. But stepping into the molasses was risky. It reached up to waist level in some areas. It sucked at boots and shoes. Some rescuers nearly became stuck themselves. Horses that had been caught in the flood struggled helplessly. Some had to be put down because they could not be freed. The smell of molasses mixed with destruction filled the air. It must have felt surreal. Instead of water flooding the streets, it was something sweet and brown, something that did not belong there. 21 people died as a result of the disaster. Many others were injured. Some suffered broken bones from being thrown by the wave. Others suffered crushing injuries. The youngest victim was just a child. Families were left in shock. The North End, a neighborhood filled with working-class immigrants, especially Italian families, was deeply affected. What makes the event so disturbing even today is the way molasses behaves. In water, you can float, you can swim. Even if you are caught in a current, there is at least some chance to move your limbs and push towards safety. In molasses, that is not the case. The density makes movement exhausting and slow. It pulls at you, it holds you. If you are not buried completely, you still face another danger. You cannot easily free yourself. You cannot simply walk out. Your legs sink, and every step feels like dragging hundreds of pounds. Rescuers cannot rush in quickly because they risk becoming trapped as well. So you wait. The thought of waiting like that is what makes many people uneasy when they learn about the flood. You are stuck. You are aware. You are surrounded by something that looks harmless but behaves like a trap. You cannot breathe properly. You cannot get out fast. You can only hope someone reaches you before it is too late. After the wave passed, cleanup was a massive challenge. The city brought in firefighters and workers who used salt water to try to wash the molasses away. It clung to everything: buildings, streets, tools, clothing. For weeks, the area remained sticky. People said that even years later, on hot summer days, you could still smell molasses in the neighborhood. The disaster led to one of the first major class action lawsuits in American history. Residents sued the company responsible for the tank, claiming it had been poorly built and improperly maintained. After years of legal battles, the company was found responsible and had to pay damages to victims and families. The flood also led to stronger building regulations. It showed what can happen when industrial structures are built without proper oversight. Safety standards improved partly because of tragedies like this. It was a painful lesson learned at a high cost. For many people today, the idea of a molasses flood taps into a very specific fear. It is not the fear of drowning in water. It is the fear of being trapped in something thick and unyielding, the fear of slow compression, the fear of knowing you cannot fight your way free. Unlike dramatic disasters with fire or explosions, this one was strangely quiet after the initial burst. Once the wave settled, it was just heavy stillness, thick syrup covering streets, people stuck where they had fallen. The horror was not loud. It was heavy and suffocating. When you imagine being caught in it, the mind focuses on the physical sensation. Your legs refusing to move, your chest tightening as the substance presses in, every breath becoming harder than the last, the instinct to struggle fighting against the reality that struggling only exhausts you. And if you manage to keep your head above it, you are still not safe. You are immobilized. You cannot reach solid ground. You must rely entirely on others to pull you free. Meanwhile, the cold air thickens the molasses around you. Time stretches. Minutes feel like hours. That is why the Great Molasses Flood continues to disturb people more than a century later. It was unexpected, it was preventable, and it was slow in a way that makes it psychologically terrifying. Today, there is a small marker in Boston that commemorates the event. Most tourists walk past it without realizing how catastrophic that day truly was. It is easy to dismiss the story because it sounds unusual, but for the families who lost loved ones and for those who were trapped in that heavy, suffocating wave, it was anything but strange. It was real, it was violent, and it changed the neighborhood forever. Even now, when people hear about it for the first time, they often react with disbelief. But once they picture the reality of being stuck in something you cannot swim in, cannot dig through, and cannot escape quickly, the fear becomes understandable. The molasses flood was not just a historical oddity. It was a reminder that danger does not always look dangerous. Sometimes it looks sweet, sometimes it moves slowly, but when it traps you, it can be just as deadly as any storm or fire. And that is what makes it linger in the imagination long after the last of the molasses was washed from the streets. I want to tell this carefully, because even now, when I think back on it, part of me questions how much of it was perception and how much of it was fear layered on top of a powerful experience. It was my first time taking mushrooms. I didn't ease into it. I took about 3/4 of an eighth, which for someone with no prior experience was probably more than I should have. At the time, I didn't fully understand how strong the effects could be, especially when you're new to psychedelics. We were in a familiar room, a place I had been in many times before. Same walls, same paint color, same group of friends. It was supposed to be a relaxed night, no chaos. Just a few people hanging out, talking, waiting for the effects to come on. At first, it was subtle. Colors seemed warmer, edges looked softer. The room felt slightly alive. Like it was breathing. I remember laughing more than usual. My thoughts felt stretched out but still connected. It was manageable. Then things started to shift in a way I wasn't prepared for. It felt like I kept blacking out in small bursts, not like falling asleep, but like losing a few seconds of continuity. One moment I'd be following a conversation, the next I'd feel like I had skipped ahead in time. I would come to and things would feel slightly different, like I had stepped into the same room but at a slightly different angle in reality. The first time I noticed something was off in a deeper way, it was the paint. I swear the color of the room changed. It wasn't dramatic, like bright red turning neon green. It was more subtle, like the tone shifted. The shade didn't match the version of the room I remembered walking into earlier that night. It looked like a different hue entirely. At first, I assumed it was just the lighting warping under the mushrooms. Psychedelics are known for altering color perception. That part, rationally, makes sense. But then I looked at the people. There were faces I recognized, but something about them felt different. Their posture, their energy, even the way they were talking. And in between these blackouts, it felt like the group composition changed. I remember blinking and suddenly feeling like someone was there who hadn't been there before. The conversations were what really unsettled me. They were talking about shared memories, about events involving me and them. But some of those stories didn't line up with my memory. They were referencing things I knew, but the details were slightly off. It felt like they were describing alternate versions of moments from my life. As I sat there listening, I had this creeping sense that I wasn't in the same version of events I had started in. And then it got worse. I heard myself speak, not in the way you normally participate in conversation. It felt like my body was talking without me fully deciding what to say. Words were coming out of my mouth about memories I didn't consciously remember. I was responding naturally, laughing, nodding, contributing, but inside, I felt like I was trapped behind my eyes. It's hard to explain unless you've experienced something like dissociation. It felt like I was sitting a few inches back from my own face, watching my body operate. I wasn't controlling it in the way I was used to. It felt automatic, detached. That was the moment the fear hit. Until then, it had been strange, but manageable. When I realized I felt separated from my own will, that's when panic started creeping in. I had this overwhelming thought, I've switched realities. It sounds dramatic now, but in that moment, it felt real. It felt like I had somehow slipped into a parallel version of my life, a place where the room was slightly different, where my friends had slightly different histories, where my own memories didn't fully match the environment I was in. And the worst part wasn't the strangeness. It was the loneliness, the thought that I had accidentally left my original reality and might never get back. That I would be stuck in this almost familiar world forever, knowing it wasn't quite right. That the people around me weren't exactly the same people I knew. It felt isolating in a way I've never experienced before or since. My heart was racing. I wanted to ask someone if they noticed something was off, but I was afraid of sounding completely unhinged. So I stayed quiet, trapped behind my own face, watching myself participate in conversations I didn't feel fully present in. The blackouts continued in waves. Each time I came back, something felt slightly adjusted, like tuning a radio dial and landing close to the right station but not perfectly aligned. Over time, as the peak of the mushrooms passed, things started settling. The room's color began looking more like I remembered. The faces felt more consistent. The energy shifted back towards something recognizable. The dissociation eased slowly. I started feeling more in control of my speech. My thoughts felt more directly connected to my actions again. By the time the effects wore off, everything looked normal. Everyone who had started the night with me was there. No new faces, no strange replacements. The paint was the same as always. The conversations, when I tried to recall them sober, lined up more logically. No one remembered discussing alternate versions of events. On paper, the explanation is simple. Psychedelics can heavily distort perception. They can amplify derealization and depersonalization. They can alter memory processing in real time. They can create the intense illusion that reality itself is shifting. From a neurological standpoint, what likely happened was that the mushrooms disrupted the brain networks, responsible for maintaining a stable sense of self and continuity. When that continuity falters, it can feel like reality itself is unstable. But here's the part that still lingers. Even though everything looked normal afterward, a small part of me has this quiet, irrational thought that maybe I didn't fully return to where I started. It's not something I actively believe on a daily basis. I function normally. Life continues, but occasionally, when something feels slightly off or when a memory doesn't line up perfectly, that night echoes in the back of my mind. What if I came back, almost to the same place, but not entirely? That thought is what scares me most. Not the visuals, not the dissociation, but the idea that reality might not be as fixed as it feels. Logically, I know that's the after effect of a very intense first psychedelic experience. The brain is incredibly powerful at constructing reality. When that construction is temporarily altered, it can leave a psychological imprint long after the chemical effects fade. What I experienced has a name in psychology: derealization and depersonalization. It's that sensation of being detached from yourself or your surroundings. Under the influence of psilocybin, it can become extreme. The brain regions that anchor identity and continuity can temporarily loosen their grip. But when you're inside it, it doesn't feel like brain chemistry. It feels cosmic. It feels like you've slipped sideways into something unknowable. Looking back now, I don't think I shifted realities. I think my perception fractured under a dose I wasn't prepared for. My mind filled in the gaps with a narrative that made sense in the moment. Still, that experience changed how I think about consciousness. It showed me how thin the line can be between feeling grounded and feeling completely unmoored. It showed me how quickly your sense of control can dissolve. And it taught me a deep respect for how powerful psychedelics can be, especially the first time. I haven't had an experience quite like that since, but I've never forgotten what it felt like to sit in a room that looked almost like mine. surrounded by people who were almost like my friends, speaking in a voice that sounded like mine and feeling utterly alone behind my own eyes. Even now, when everything feels stable and familiar, there's a tiny whisper in the back of my mind that asks, what if? I don't let that thought run my life, but I remember it. I was very young when this happened, maybe 4 or 5 years old, so a lot of my memories from that time are blurry and broken. But this night has always stayed sharp in my mind, like a picture that never fades, no matter how many years pass. My parents had just separated not long before, and everything in my life felt different and unstable. I was living with my mom in a small 2-bedroom apartment. It was nothing special, just a basic place, but at that age, it felt like my whole world. The apartment had a short hallway, and at the very end of it were the 2 bedrooms. My mom's room was directly across from mine. I technically had my own bedroom with my own bed and toys, but I almost never slept there when I stayed with her. I always felt safer sleeping in my mom's bed. After the separation, I think I needed that closeness more than ever, even if I didn't understand why at the time. It was summer, and I remember the air being warm and heavy. My mom liked to keep the window open at night to let in some air. The window in her room was directly behind the bed, right above the headboard. You could hear the night sounds through it, like distant cars, insects, and sometimes people talking far away. The apartment was on the first floor, so the window wasn't very high off the ground. That night started like any other. I fell asleep next to my mom, listening to the familiar sounds of her breathing. Our cat was usually curled up with us too. He was very attached to my mom and almost always slept at the foot of the bed or tucked against her legs. That detail matters because what happened later didn't make sense without it. At some point in the night, I woke up suddenly. I don't remember hearing a noise that woke me. It was more like that strange feeling kids sometimes get when they wake up for no clear reason and just know something is different. The room was dark, lit only by faint light coming in through the window. My mom was still asleep beside me. I sat up in bed and looked toward the doorway. My mom's bedroom door was open like it usually was, and from where I sat, I could see part of the hallway and into my own bedroom across the hall. That's when I noticed our cat. He was sitting in the doorway of my mom's room, right in the frame. He wasn't lying down or relaxed like usual. He was sitting upright, stiff, and staring straight ahead. That alone felt wrong to me, even at that age. Our cat was never like that in the middle of the night. He should have been in bed with us. I watched him for a moment, confused. Then he stood up and slowly walked across the hallway into my bedroom. Before disappearing inside, he turned his head back toward me and let out a single meow. It wasn't a normal, playful sound. It was sharp and loud, almost urgent. That sound made my stomach tighten in a way I couldn't explain. I remember feeling scared, but I didn't fully understand why. I just knew something wasn't right. I turned and shook my mom, telling her the cat was acting weird. She stirred and started to wake up, still half asleep. It took only a few seconds for her to open her eyes and ask me what was wrong. Those 3 or 4 seconds are burned into my memory. As she woke up, we both turned our heads back toward the doorway at almost the exact same time. The cat was no longer there. Instead, standing in the doorway of my bedroom was a man. He was partially in shadow, but there was enough light for me to see his shape clearly. He was tall, much taller than my mom, and he was standing just inside my bedroom near the door. He wasn't facing us directly. His body was angled as if he had just turned and was moving away, like he had been inside my room and was now leaving it. I don't remember his face clearly. What I remember most is the shape of him, the stillness for that brief moment, and the feeling that came with it. It was pure fear, sharp and instant. Even as a small child, I knew without being told that this person was not supposed to be there. There was no yelling, no words spoken. Everything happened very fast. My mom reacted in a way that still amazes me when I think about it now. She didn't freeze. She didn't hesitate. She didn't scream first. She moved. In one quick motion, she grabbed me, lifted me up, and ran straight toward the window behind the bed. Before I could even fully process what was happening, she pushed me out through the screen window. The screen popped out easily, and suddenly I was falling. Because the apartment was on the first floor, the drop wasn't very far, maybe about 3 feet. I landed on the grass outside. I wasn't hurt, just shocked and terrified. Almost immediately, my mom came out after me through the same window. As soon as we were outside, she started screaming. I started screaming too, more from fear than understanding. The night air felt cold compared to the apartment, and the sounds of our screams felt loud and unreal. Lights began turning on in nearby apartments. Someone yelled, asking what was wrong. Someone else called 911. We stayed outside, clinging to each other until the police arrived. I remember the flashing lights, red and blue, reflecting off the building and the grass. I remember officers asking questions, my mom trying to explain what she saw, her voice shaking but firm. The police searched the apartment carefully. They checked all the rooms, the closets, the bathroom, everything. They didn't find anyone. There were no obvious signs of forced entry, no broken locks, no shattered glass. The only thing they noticed was that the front door was unlocked. This confused everyone. My mom kept insisting that she had locked the door before going to bed. Not just locked it, but locked it properly. The deadbolt was supposed to be engaged, and the chain lock too. She was very careful about things like that, especially living alone with a small child. The police suggested that the man must have left through the front door while we were escaping through the window. Since there were no signs of a break-in, they couldn't do much else. They took a report, reassured us as best they could, and eventually left. For days after that, my mom barely slept. We stayed with relatives for a short time because she didn't feel safe going back right away. When we finally did return to the apartment, everything felt wrong to me. The hallway felt darker. My bedroom didn't feel like my room anymore. Even during the day, I avoided going in there alone. About a week later, something else happened that made everything even more unsettling. My mom was cleaning the kitchen one afternoon. In the kitchen, there was a small closet that held the water heater. It wasn't a place we opened often. While cleaning, she decided to open it to wipe things down. When she did, she noticed something that definitely didn't belong there. Inside the closet, tucked near the water heater, was a notebook. Along with it were a pair of gloves and several gum wrappers. None of those things belonged to us. The notebook had writing inside it. There were names written on some pages and drawings on others. I don't know what the drawings were of exactly because my mom never showed them to me, but I remember her face when she found it. The color drained from it completely. She called the police again right away. When they came, they looked at everything carefully. The notebook, the gloves, the wrappers. They asked questions, but again, there wasn't much they could do. They couldn't say for sure who the man was or how long he had been there. Their best guess was the most disturbing one. They believed that someone may have been inside our apartment for some time, hiding and waiting until we were asleep. The idea that someone could have been in our home while we were there, watching, waiting, is something that still makes my skin crawl even now. At 4 or 5 years old, I didn't fully understand what that meant. I just knew it was bad, and it made the world feel less safe. We moved not long after that. I don't remember exactly how soon, but we didn't stay there much longer. My mom never talked much about it as I got older, maybe because she didn't want to scare me more than I already was. But I could tell that it affected her deeply. Even now, decades later, I still think about that night sometimes. I think about how quietly it all happened, how close we were to something much worse. I think about the cat sitting in the doorway, acting in a way that probably saved our lives. And I think about my mom, reacting instantly without hesitation, doing whatever it took to protect me. The scariest part isn't just that there was a stranger in our home. It's the unanswered questions. How long had he been there? How did he get in if the door really was locked? What was he doing in my bedroom, and what would have happened if I hadn't woken up when I did? Those are questions that will probably never have answers, but the memory remains, clear and heavy, a reminder that sometimes the most terrifying things happen quietly, in places that are supposed to be safe, while you're asleep just a few feet away. In the spring of 2014, two young women from the Netherlands set out on what was supposed to be a life-changing adventure. They were in their early 20s, full of energy and curiosity, and excited to explore the world beyond Europe. Their names were Chris Kremers and Lisanne Froon. Like many travelers their age, they had saved money, planned carefully, and researched the places they wanted to see. South America felt vibrant and full of promise. Their destination was Panama, a country known for its rainforests, mountains, and welcoming communities. They arrived in early 2014 and spent time volunteering and exploring the region around Boquete, a small mountain town popular with backpackers. Boquete is known for its cool climate, coffee farms, and hiking trails. It feels peaceful, tucked into the highlands. It didn't seem like a dangerous place. The two young women reportedly researched the area before setting out. They were not reckless thrill seekers. They were careful, educated travelers. On April 1st, 2014, they decided to hike a well-known trail called the Pianista Trail. The trail begins gently and climbs into the mountains, eventually leading toward more remote jungle terrain. It was not considered extreme or highly dangerous, especially at the beginning. Many tourists walked at least part of it each year. They left with a small backpack, cameras, and at least one phone. It was meant to be a day hike. They did not plan to disappear. When they failed to return, concern grew quickly. Days passed with no contact. Search efforts began. Authorities and volunteers combed the jungle, calling their names. They hoping to find some sign that they had simply gotten lost and were waiting to be rescued. Weeks later, a breakthrough came. A local woman found a backpack near a riverbank. Inside were personal belongings, a camera, phones, sunglasses, and other items. The backpack appeared to be in relatively good condition, not heavily damaged by the elements. That detail alone sparked questions. How had it remained intact in a rainforest environment known for heavy rain and flooding? When investigators examined the phones, they discovered something unsettling. After the girls' last known daytime photos, pictures taken along the trail, there were attempts to call emergency numbers. In Panama, the emergency number is 911. Repeated attempts had been made over several days, thus suggesting that at least one of the women had been alive for some time after they went missing. At certain points, the phone was turned on but not unlocked successfully. Investigators later noted that incorrect PIN codes were entered multiple times. That detail led to speculation. Was someone else trying to access the phone? Or was one of the girls too weak or injured to enter the correct code? The data did not offer clear answers, only more uncertainty. Even more disturbing were the photographs taken at night. Dozens of images were captured in darkness. Many showed little more than black space, flashes of vegetation, or strange angles. Some appeared to show parts of the forest floor, rocks, or tree branches. A few images hinted at personal items placed on stones, possibly as markers or signals. It remains unclear whether these photos were attempts to use the flash as a light source, a signal for rescuers, or something else entirely. The timeline suggested that after the first emergency calls, there were days of silence, then occasional attempts to power on the phone. That pattern created a haunting picture. 2 young women lost in dense jungle terrain, possibly injured trying to survive. Months later, human remains were discovered. One of the first pieces found was a foot still inside a boot. DNA testing confirmed it belonged to Lisanne Froon. The discovery of a severed foot shocked everyone following the case. It forced investigators to confront the grim reality that survival was unlikely. Over time, additional remains were located. Scattered bones were found in different areas of the forest. Some were described as having been bleached, raising further questions. In tropical climates, natural decomposition, river movement, sun exposure, and animal activity can all affect how remains appear. However, the condition of the bones fueled speculation and fear. For many people in the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, and across Europe, the case became deeply unsettling. It combined elements of mystery, isolation, and unanswered questions. 2 young women vanished on what should have been a straightforward hike. Their belongings were found. Their phone records showed attempts to seek help. Their remains were scattered. There have been multiple theories over the years. One possibility is that they became lost beyond the maintained part of the trail and entered more dangerous jungle terrain. The region beyond the continental divide becomes far more rugged and less traveled. A wrong turn can lead into steep ravines, slippery rocks, and fast-moving rivers. Injuries in such terrain can quickly become life-threatening. Another theory suggests foul play. Some believe that someone may have encountered them after they ventured deeper into the forest. Supporters of this theory point to the unusual phone activity and the scattered nature of the remains. However, official investigations in Panama concluded that there was no clear evidence of homicide. The prevailing explanation remains that they likely became lost and succumbed to exposure, injury, or natural hazards. The jungle is unforgiving. Dense canopy blocks sunlight, trails can disappear quickly, rivers swell after rainfall, even experienced hikers can become disoriented. When you are injured or dehydrated, decision-making becomes harder. Panic can set in. The repeated emergency calls in the first days suggest that they understood they were in trouble. One of the most haunting aspects of the case is the night photographs. Some people believe they were taken as a way to create light in total darkness. Others think they might have been attempts to document their surroundings. Without context, the images remain eerie. They show fragments of a place that feels isolated and silent. The discovery of bones described as bleached also sparked intense online discussion. In tropical climates, bones can appear lighter after exposure to sun, water, and natural processes. Rivers can carry remains downstream and scatter them over time. Animals can disturb and relocate bones. While the word bleached sounds sinister, the environmental factors can produce similar effects. Despite years of speculation, no definitive evidence has emerged to confirm a criminal act. At the same time, the lack of a complete explanation leaves room for doubt in the minds of many. That uncertainty is what keeps the case alive in online discussions and true crime communities. For families and friends, however, the mystery is not entertainment. It is a permanent loss. 2 daughters left home for an adventure and never returned. Their final days were likely filled with fear and confusion. The emergency call attempts suggest that they were trying desperately to survive. This case resonates strongly with travelers around the world. Many people have hiked unfamiliar trails or explored remote areas. The idea that a simple day hike can turn into a life-and-death situation is sobering. It reminds us how quickly nature can shift from beautiful to dangerous. It also highlights the importance of preparation, informing others of plans, carrying emergency supplies, understanding terrain, and recognizing limits. Even then, unpredictable events can occur. A slip on wet rock, a twisted ankle, a wrong turn. Small moments can change everything. The disappearance of Chris Kremers and Lisanne Froon remains one of the most unsettling travel mysteries of the past decade. Whether the truth lies in tragic misadventure or something more sinister, what stands out most is the human element. Two young women stepped onto a trail under blue skies, likely laughing and taking photos, unaware that it would be their last recorded day. For many people, the images of that backpack, the unanswered emergency calls, and the scattered bones create a sense of unease that lingers. Not because of sensational details, but because of how ordinary the beginning of the story was. It started like countless other backpacking trips, and that is what makes it so haunting. A few years ago, I was working on a renovation project in an old farmhouse that dated back to the late 1800s. It sat alone on a stretch of land that felt like it hadn't changed much in over a century. The paint was peeling, the porch sagged slightly at one end, and the windows had that wavy look old glass gets with age. You could almost feel the weight of time pressing down on the place. Houses like that carry stories in their walls, whether anyone remembers them or not. The interior had the kind of layout you'd expect from that era. A narrow staircase led up from the living room. The kitchen was small but solidly built, with thick wooden cabinets and wide plank floors that creaked with every step. The living room connected openly to the kitchen, separated only by a wide doorway without a door. Even during the day, the house felt dim because the trees outside blocked much of the sunlight. Dust hung in the air whenever we disturbed old boards or insulation. It had been a long day of work. My co-worker and I were finishing up around dusk, the kind of tired where your shoulders ache and your mind is already halfway home. We were cleaning tools, stacking supplies, and getting ready to lock up. His phone was sitting on the kitchen countertop near the edge, but not dangerously so. It had been there for hours. We both had seen it multiple times throughout the day. The house was quiet in that heavy way old houses can be. Not silent exactly, but filled with small settling sounds. Wood expanding and contracting. Faint pops in the walls, the occasional rustle from outside. None of that felt unusual. We'd been there long enough that those noises had become background. I was standing in the doorway between the kitchen and living room when it happened. My co-worker was a few feet behind me, grabbing his jacket. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement from the counter. At first, I assumed he had reached for his phone without me noticing. But when I turned fully, I saw something that didn't make sense. The phone lifted. It didn't slide. It didn't tip. It rose off the countertop. I remember thinking there must be some explanation, that maybe it had been closer to the edge and was falling. But it wasn't falling. It was suspended, several inches above the counter, moving horizontally into the living room. It traveled smoothly, not tumbling end over end like a dropped object. It moved level, as if held in someone's hand. My co-worker froze. I could see in his face that he was seeing the same thing I was. The phone continued across the open space, about 5 feet into the living room. It didn't wobble. It didn't drop. It looked exactly like someone walking while holding it at chest height, except there was no one there. We both stood completely still. Neither of us spoke. The air felt thick, like the room had suddenly shrunk around us. Then, just as suddenly, the phone jerked forward. The movement changed from steady to sharp. It accelerated in a way that looked deliberate, like someone had drawn their arm back and thrown it. It flew forward and hit the far wall with a loud crack before dropping to the floor. The sound snapped us out of whatever frozen state we were in. We looked at each other in disbelief. I remember saying something like, "Did you just see that?" Which felt ridiculous because obviously he had. His face had gone pale. There was no joking, no immediate attempt to laugh it off. We both knew what we had seen. He slowly walked over and picked up his phone. The case had a small crack in it from where it hit the wall. The screen, somehow, was still intact. He turned it over in his hands like it might offer an explanation. We tried to rationalize it immediately. Maybe it had been knocked by something. Maybe there was a slope on the counter. But even as we said those things out loud, we both knew they didn't fit. Phones don't float. They don't glide through the air steadily for several feet. They don't change direction mid-air and accelerate like that without some force behind them. There were no wires attached, no shelves above it, no strong draft. The windows were closed. The house had been still all evening. The silence after the crash felt heavier than before. We both became very aware of how alone we were. The farmhouse was empty. We were the only two people inside. We had checked every room earlier in the day. No one else had keys. The property was isolated, far from neighbors. We gathered our things faster than usual. Neither of us wanted to stay any longer than necessary. As we moved toward the front door, we kept talking about what had just happened, trying to dissect it in real time. Maybe it vibrated off the counter, he suggested. It didn't fall, I replied. It floated. Saying that word out loud made it feel even stranger. We reached the doorway and stepped onto the old wooden porch. The evening air felt cooler than before, though that might have just been the adrenaline wearing off. As I pulled the door shut behind us, that's when we heard it. Voices. They were coming from upstairs. Not loud shouting, not one clear voice. It sounded like a small group of people talking over each other in low conversation. The kind of murmur you'd hear at a family gathering when several people are chatting in the same room. We both froze again. The staircase inside led directly up from the living room to a narrow hallway and 2 bedrooms. We had been up there earlier that afternoon installing trim. No one had been there. No one could have entered without us seeing them. The voices didn't form clear words. It was more like the rhythm of speech. Rising and falling tones, pauses, the sound of multiple people present. It lasted maybe 10 seconds. Long enough for us to look at each other and confirm we were both hearing it. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He nodded slowly. The realization that we had locked the house earlier in the day didn't matter. If someone had been inside, we would have seen them. There was only one staircase, no back exit from the upstairs. The windows were too small to climb through. The talking stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Not fading, not trailing off, just gone. The silence afterward felt unnatural, the kind that makes your ears ring because they're straining for something more. We didn't go back inside to check. That's something I still think about. In theory, we could have reopened the door, walked upstairs, and looked around, but neither of us suggested it. The instinct was to leave. We walked to our trucks without speaking much. The gravel crunched under our boots, loud in the quiet countryside. The farmhouse stood behind us, dark against the fading sky. From the outside, it looked completely normal, just an old building waiting for renovation. On the drive home, I replayed everything in my head. I tried to find a physical explanation for the phone. Maybe there had been a tremor. Maybe something structural had shifted and launched it. But none of that accounted for the smooth horizontal movement. None of it explained the acceleration. The voices were harder to dismiss. Old houses carry sound strangely. Wind can travel through gaps in ways that mimic speech. Pipes can echo. Animals in the attic can create surprising noises. But this hadn't been scratching or banging. It had been conversation, multiple tones overlapping in a way that felt human. In the days that followed, we returned to the house. Work still needed to be done. We didn't mention the incident to the property owner. It felt too unbelievable. Instead, we went back to sanding floors and replacing fixtures. Nothing else like that happened again. But the atmosphere felt different after that evening. Every creak carried more weight. Every shadow seemed deeper. We were more aware of being observed, even if that awareness came only from our own minds. I've worked in plenty of old homes since then. Farmhouses, Victorians, abandoned barns. They all have character. They all have quirks. But I have never seen an object move like that again. To this day, I can't explain it. I don't jump to conclusions. I don't claim to know what it was. Maybe there is some rare physical phenomenon that could cause a phone to lift and travel across a room. Maybe there's a detail we missed in the shock of the moment. But what stays with me isn't just the phone. It's the shared look between us. The fact that we both saw it. The fact that we both heard the voices upstairs at the same time. That farmhouse has probably stood for well over a century. Families lived there. Children grew up there. Arguments happened in those rooms. Laughter too. Houses absorb life over time. Whether that means anything beyond memory, I don't know. All I know is that one evening, in the quiet of an old kitchen, we watched a phone lift into the air as if carried by unseen hands. And as we stepped outside, something upstairs sounded very much like it was still talking. A few years ago, something happened to me that I still can't fully explain. And even now, thinking about it makes my chest feel tight. It wasn't violent. Nothing actually touched me. But it was one of the most unsettling experiences I've ever had. Mostly because of how strange and quiet it was. It didn't feel like a prank, and it didn't feel like something normal that my brain misunderstood. It felt wrong in a way that's hard to describe. I was home alone that night. It was already dark outside, the kind of dark where the neighborhood feels empty and still. I was sitting in the living room watching TV, not really paying attention to what was on. It was more background noise than anything else, something to fill the silence. The house was quiet otherwise. No music, no movement, no one else home. Being alone at night has always made me a little more alert than usual. I think a lot of people are like that. You listen more closely to sounds. You notice creaks and small noises that you might ignore during the day. Still, I wasn't scared at that point. I was relaxed, just passing time. Then the doorbell rang. The sound cut through the house sharply, louder than it normally felt. I remember my heart jumping a little when I heard it. I've always been cautious about answering the door, especially at night, and especially when I'm alone. There was no reason for anyone to be stopping by. I wasn't expecting a delivery. No friends had mentioned coming over. Nothing made sense about it. I muted the TV and sat still for a moment, listening. I didn't hear any voices outside. No knocking followed the doorbell. Just silence. I decided to check, but carefully. I walked toward the front door slowly, making sure not to turn on any lights. I didn't want whoever was outside to know for sure that someone was home. I've always been careful about that. The porch light stayed off, and the inside lights near the door stayed off too. The house remained dark. I stepped up to the door and leaned toward the peephole. At first, it was hard to see anything. The porch light was off, and the street light didn't reach all the way to my front door. The area directly outside was mostly shadow, but after a second or two, my eyes adjusted enough to make something out. That's when I saw it. At the center of my view was a small figure, not tall, not adult-sized. It was low to the ground, maybe around 3 to 4 feet tall, but calling it a figure feels strange, because it didn't look fully solid or fully shaped like a person. It was more like a dark, opaque shape, almost like a shadow that was thicker than a shadow should be. I couldn't make out a face. I couldn't see clothing. I couldn't even tell for sure if it had legs in the way a person does. What I could see was movement. It was moving in a way that made my skin crawl instantly. The shape was dipping down slightly and then rising back up over and over again. At the same time, parts of it that looked like arms were moving outward and upward, then slowly back down. The motion reminded me of a person spreading their arms like wings, gracefully and deliberately, not jerky or rushed, almost like a dance, almost like it was performing. The movement was smooth, too smooth. It wasn't frantic, it wasn't aggressive. That somehow made it worse. It felt intentional, like whatever it was knew it was being watched, or at least knew it was there for a reason. I remember thinking that it didn't look like a child. It didn't look like an animal either. Animals don't move like that. People don't move like that either, at least not naturally. And if it were a person crouching or messing around, I should have been able to see some detail. Clothes, skin, a face catching light. But this thing stayed dark, darker than the night around it. Even though it was hard to see, it stood out clearly against the background, like it absorbed light instead of reflecting it. I stood there staring through the peephole, frozen. My breathing slowed down without me realizing it, like my body was trying not to make noise, even though there was no way it could hear me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. After a few seconds, the fear became too much. I pulled my face away from the peephole quickly, like I had burned myself. I took a step back from the door, my hands shaking slightly. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. I told myself it had to be something normal, a trick of the light, a shadow from a passing car, someone crouching down and messing around for some stupid reason, but none of those explanations fit. I stood there in the dark hallway staring at the door, listening. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't hear breathing. I didn't hear anything at all. The house felt heavy, like the air had thickened. Part of me wanted to run back to the living room and pretend none of this happened. Another part of me needed to know if it was still there. Not knowing felt worse than checking again. After a few moments, I forced myself to step back up to the door. Very slowly, I leaned forward and looked through the peephole again. The porch was empty. There was nothing there. No shape, no movement, no sign that anyone or anything had been standing there just seconds before. The space outside my door looked completely normal as a dark, empty porch can look at night. I kept staring, expecting something to move, expecting the shape to reappear, but it didn't. I stayed there longer than I probably should have, my eye glued to the peephole, scanning every inch of the view. Still nothing. No footsteps walking away, no shadow shifting, nothing. Eventually, I stepped back again. Relief washed over me, but it didn't last long. It was mixed with confusion and lingering fear. If it had been a person, where did they go so fast? I would have heard footsteps running away. I would have seen movement, even in the dark. If it had been a prank, someone would have laughed or knocked again or done something to get a reaction. None of that happened. The doorbell didn't ring again. There was no knocking, no sound at all. I locked the door, even though it was already locked. Then I checked the other doors and windows, making sure everything was secure. Every small noise after that made me jump. The TV felt too loud, then too quiet. The house felt unfamiliar, like it wasn't fully mine anymore. I didn't open the door. I didn't go outside to check. There was no way I was stepping out into the dark after seeing that. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shape moving in that slow, almost graceful way, dipping, raising its arms like it was doing something just for me to see, and then leaving the moment I looked away. To this day, I still don't know what it was. I've tried to explain it logically. I've gone over it again and again in my head. Maybe it was a person wearing dark clothing and crouching. Maybe it was a trick of my tired eyes adjusting to darkness. Maybe my brain filled in gaps and created something that wasn't really there. But the memory doesn't feel like imagination. It feels solid, clear, real. What bothers me the most is how deliberate it felt. The movement wasn't random. It wasn't chaotic. It was slow, controlled, almost calm. Like whatever it was had time. Like it wasn't in a hurry. Like it knew exactly where it was and why. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had turned on the porch light. Would it have vanished instantly? Would it have revealed itself as something normal? Or would I have seen it more clearly in a way I wouldn't have been able to forget? I'm not sure which answer scares me more. Even now, years later, I still hesitate when the doorbell rings at night. I still avoid turning on the porch light right away. And sometimes, when I'm standing at the door, listening, I think about that small, dark shape and the way it moved. And I get that same cold feeling all over again. Whatever it was, it stood right outside my door. It rang my doorbell. It waited long enough for me to look, and then it was gone. This happened years ago, when my ex-wife and I were still married. And it's one of those moments in my life that still makes me stop and think whenever it crosses my mind. It wasn't loud or dramatic when it happened. There was no sudden shock at first. It started quietly, with a phone call that didn't make sense at the time, and only later did its meaning sink in. My ex-wife worked the night shift back then. Because of that, our daily routines were completely opposite. I worked during the day, and she slept. We were used to barely talking while I was at work, unless something important came up. She almost never called me during the day. If my phone rang and it was her, I knew immediately that something was off. That's why I remember this call so clearly. I was at work, going through a normal day when my phone rang. I looked at the screen and saw her name. My first thought was that something bad must have happened. I stepped away to answer it, already feeling uneasy before she even spoke. Her voice sounded strange, not panicked, not crying, but unsettled, like she was trying to explain something she didn't fully understand herself. She told me she needed me to do something right away. She said I needed to call my friend Danny and make sure he and his family were okay. At first, I thought I misheard her. I asked her why. I told her I was at work and asked what was going on. She hesitated, then said something that caught me completely off guard. She told me she had just woken up from a dream, but she couldn't remember what the dream was about. She didn't see anything clearly. She didn't remember images or details. All she knew was that when she woke up, she felt this overwhelming sense that something was wrong with Danny and his family. She said it wasn't like a normal dream. It wasn't just a bad feeling that faded away. It stayed with her. She felt anxious and restless, like she couldn't go back to sleep. And the strongest thought she had was that I needed to call Danny. I didn't know what to say at first. I've always been a practical person. I believe in logic. I believe in explanations that make sense. Dreams don't usually mean much to me, but something about the way she sounded made me pause. She wasn't laughing it off. She wasn't acting dramatic. She sounded genuinely disturbed, like she was listening to something inside her that she didn't understand but couldn't ignore. Still, I tried to be reasonable. I told her that Danny was probably fine, that dreams can feel intense but don't always mean anything. She didn't argue. She didn't try to convince me with emotion. She just repeated herself calmly and firmly, saying she really felt I should call him. So I did. I stepped outside and called Danny. He answered like normal, his voice casual and relaxed. I asked him how he was doing. I asked how his family was. He told me everything was fine. Nothing out of the ordinary. Kids were okay. Life was normal. I felt a little foolish, to be honest. I explained why I was calling. I told him my wife had a strange dream and felt worried about him. He chuckled lightly, not in a cruel way, just amused. He said to thank her for the concern, but assured me that everyone was okay. There was no tension in his voice, no hint of anything wrong. We talked for a few minutes about regular stuff. Work, life, nothing important. Then we hung up. I immediately called my wife back and told her what Danny said. I told her he was fine. His family was fine. Everything was okay. I expected her to relax after hearing that, but she didn't. She went quiet for a moment. Then she said she didn't feel relieved at all. She said something still felt wrong. She couldn't explain it. She couldn't point to anything specific. She just had this deep sense of unease that wouldn't go away. I remember telling her not to worry. I told her that I had talked to him directly and there was nothing wrong. I tried to comfort her, but I also remember feeling a little irritated inside. Not at her exactly, but at the situation. I wanted things to make sense. I wanted the feeling to go away so we could both move on. Eventually, the conversation ended. I went back to work. She tried to go back to sleep. For a while, everything seemed normal again. Later that day, I got another call. This time, it wasn't my wife. It was Danny. His voice was completely different from the one I had heard earlier. He sounded broken. He told me that his uncle had just called him from Florida. The call came less than half an hour after I had spoken to Danny earlier that day. His uncle told him that Danny's son had hanged himself. I remember feeling like the ground dropped out from under me. I couldn't process the words at first. I asked him to repeat it. I didn't want to believe what I was hearing, but there was no misunderstanding. His son was gone. It had already happened before I even made that first phone call. Danny was devastated. There was nothing I could say that would help. I listened while he talked through shock, disbelief, and pain. The kind of pain that doesn't sound real when you hear it through a phone. After the call ended, I just sat there in silence. The first thought that hit me wasn't about logic or explanations. It was my wife. She had called me before anyone knew, before Danny had been told, before the official phone calls went out, before reality caught up with what had already happened. I called her immediately. When I told her what had happened, she broke down, not because she felt proud or validated, but because the feeling she had that morning suddenly made horrible sense. She said she knew it, not in a clear way, not with images or facts, but in that deep, instinctive way that doesn't need explanation. She hadn't seen anything specific in her dream. She hadn't seen Danny's son. She hadn't seen what happened. She had only felt that something terrible had occurred and that it was connected to Danny. That's what unsettled me the most. If she had described a detailed dream, I might have dismissed it as coincidence, but she didn't remember the dream at all, just the feeling it left behind, the urgency, the need to act. For a long time after that, I tried to explain it away. I told myself it was coincidence, that bad things happen all the time and sometimes timing lines up in disturbing ways. I tried to tell myself that she worried about people often and this time it just happened to match something real. But no matter how I tried to frame it, it never sat right. She didn't worry about Danny all the time. She didn't randomly ask me to call friends and check on them. This was out of character for her. The timing was too precise. The urgency was too strong, and the fact that the event had already happened, but the news hadn't reached anyone yet, made it even harder to ignore. After that day, I started paying more attention to the strange things she experienced. She had moments like that occasionally, sudden feelings, intense emotions tied to people she hadn't thought about in years. Sometimes nothing came of them, sometimes something did. She didn't claim to know why it happened. She never said she had special abilities. In fact, she was uncomfortable talking about it. It scared her more than anything. She didn't like the idea of knowing things she couldn't explain. As for me, it changed how I see certain things. I'm still a rational person. I still look for explanations. But that experience taught me that not everything fits neatly into categories we understand. Some things exist in the space between logic and instinct, between coincidence and meaning. What haunts me most isn't just that she sensed something terrible had happened. It's that she felt it strongly enough to wake up, to call me, and to insist that I check on someone she barely interacted with. And she was right. Danny's life was changed forever that day. His family was shattered, and my wife's strange, half-remembered dream became something I've never been able to forget. Even now, years later, when I think about that phone call at work, I still get that same uneasy feeling. The feeling that sometimes, somehow, people can sense things they shouldn't be able to. That grief can echo outward before the words are spoken. That some moments arrive quietly, disguised as nothing more than a strange feeling you can't shake. And by the time the truth catches up, it's already too late. There's an abandoned house right next to mine, and it's been that way for as long as I can remember. The previous owner moved out to California about 25 years ago and, for reasons no one around here really understands, never sold the place. It's just been sitting there, slowly decaying, like time forgot it but never fully let it go. Growing up, it was always just there, quiet, empty, a little unsettling but familiar enough that you stop questioning it. Over the years, people in the neighborhood speculated about it. Some said the owner left in a hurry. Others said he planned to come back and never did. A few claimed there were legal issues or that the house was tied up in some kind of dispute. But no one really knew. No one ever saw anyone go in or out. The lawn grew wild, the paint peeled, the windows clouded over with dust and grime. It became one of those places you don't really look at directly, even though it's right there. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. One evening, I decided I was finally going to check it out. I told myself I was just exploring. I wasn't going to break anything, wasn't going to take anything. I just wanted to see what was inside. I grabbed a flashlight, put on gloves, and walked over, while it was still light enough outside that I didn't feel completely stupid doing it. One of the basement windows was already cracked open, probably from years of weather and neglect. I pushed it the rest of the way open and climbed inside. The smell hit me immediately. Not rotten exactly, but old, damp, like dust, mildew, and time all mixed together. And the kind of smell that makes you feel like you shouldn't be breathing too deeply. I decided to start in the basement. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness as I stepped down. The basement was larger than I expected, and almost everything down there was still intact. That alone felt strange. It wasn't empty, it wasn't stripped. It felt preserved, like someone had just stopped living there one day and never came back. The first thing I noticed was a grand piano. It sat against one wall, covered in a thin layer of dust, but otherwise surprisingly well kept. I couldn't believe it had been left behind. I walked over and gently pressed a few keys. It still played. The sound echoed strangely in the basement, haunting and warped. Every note was horribly out of tune, but the fact that it made sound at all sent chills down my spine. Now, it felt like the house responding to my presence. As I moved around, I started finding more things. Old instruments leaned against the walls, guitars with strings rusted but intact, brass instruments tucked into corners. It looked like music had once been a huge part of someone's life down there. It didn't feel random. It felt intentional, like someone had poured their heart into that space. There were boxes, too. Inside them were old papers, photographs, and items from World War II, medals, uniform pieces, letters yellowed with age, stuff you'd expect a family to treasure, not abandon. I remember standing there, holding one of those items, thinking that no one just leaves this behind unless something really serious happened. Then I found what looked like a signed Elvis poster. At first, I thought it had to be fake. But the more I looked at it, the more real it seemed. It was framed, though the glass was cracked. The signature was bold and clear. Whether it was authentic or not, it clearly meant something to whoever owned it. It wasn't something you'd casually forget in a basement and never come back for. There were other personal things, too. A broken wedding picture frame caught my attention. The glass was shattered, but the photo inside was still visible. A couple smiling, frozen in a happier moment. Seeing that felt intrusive, like I was stepping into someone else's memories without permission. The basement felt like a story frozen in time. Every object felt connected, like you could almost piece together a life from what was left behind. A musician, a veteran, a husband, someone who had built a whole world in that house. Eventually, I made my way upstairs. The main floor was even more unsettling because it felt less like storage and more like someone had just stepped out and never returned. There was an unmade bed in one of the rooms. The sheets were stiff with age, but still rumpled, like someone had slept in them recently, even though I knew that wasn't possible. In the kitchen, I opened the fridge. That was a mistake. Inside were containers of food that had long since molded into unrecognizable shapes. The smell was awful, thick and sour. On the stovetop were pots and pans with food still inside, frozen solid from years of neglect and cold. Half-empty beer bottles sat on the counter, their contents turned cloudy and solid. It looked like someone had been in the middle of living their life and then just stopped. The lights were still on. That part really messed with me. Switches flipped up, bulbs long dead but still in the on position. It felt like a small detail, but it made the whole place feel wrong, like the act of leaving had never been completed, like something interrupted it. I kept telling myself there was a logical explanation. Maybe the owner planned to come back the next day. Maybe there was an emergency. Maybe they were forced to leave suddenly. But none of those explanations fully fit. As I moved through the house, the silence felt heavier, not peaceful, expectant. Every creak of the floorboard sounded louder than it should have. My flashlight beam jumped with every small movement of my hand. I became painfully aware of how alone I was. Then I started up the stairs. The staircase groaned under my weight, the sound echoing through the empty house. I was halfway up when I heard it, crying. At first, I thought my brain was playing tricks on me. The house made noises, old houses always do. Pipes shift, wood settles, wind finds its way through cracks. I stopped and listened, holding my breath. The sound came again. It wasn't loud, it wasn't dramatic, it was quiet, steady, and unmistakably human. Crying, coming from one of the side rooms upstairs. That was the moment everything inside me screamed that I had made a mistake. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. The flashlight shook in my hand, casting erratic shadows along the walls. I stood there, frozen, trying to decide if I should run or investigate. Every horror story I'd ever heard flooded my mind at once. I didn't want to believe it was real. Yet I didn't want to believe there was someone else in that house. And I definitely didn't want to believe that something had been there the whole time, surrounded by all those frozen remnants of a life that never moved on. The crying continued. I didn't wait to hear more. I turned around and got out of there as fast as I could, without tripping down the stairs. I don't remember every step clearly. I just remember adrenaline and fear taking over. I ran back the way I came, climbed out through the basement window, and didn't look back. I haven't been back since. Even now, thinking about it makes my skin crawl. I don't know what I heard. I don't know if it was someone living there secretly or something else entirely. I don't know if the crying was real or if my mind filled in the blanks after seeing so many deeply personal, abandoned things. What bothers me most is how complete everything felt. The house wasn't empty, it was paused. Like whatever happened there never reached a conclusion. Like the emotions tied to that place never left. Sometimes when I'm at home at night, I look at that house sitting next to mine. Dark, silent, windows staring back like empty eyes. And I think about that piano still down there, slowly going further out of tune. The wedding photos shattered but still intact. The lights left on. And somewhere upstairs, in a room I never saw, something crying. I don't know what happened in that house, but I know I don't want to find out. This happened in the late 80s or early 90s, back when I was around 6 or 7 years old. Some details from that time are fuzzy, like they tend to be when you're that young. But this night has stayed clear in my mind in a way that almost feels unfair. It's one of those memories that never softened with age. If anything, it feels sharper now because I understand what could have happened. I was at home with my sister that night. She was about 14 or 15 at the time. We grew up in a small town in Texas, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else, where people wave when they pass you on the road because they know who you are, or at least who your parents are. It felt safe in that way small towns often do. There wasn't much crime, and when something bad happened, everyone heard about it fast. My parents trusted my sister to babysit me pretty often. Because of the age gap, we actually got along really well. She wasn't annoyed by me, and I wasn't scared of her, the way little kids sometimes are with older siblings. I liked hanging out with her. That night felt normal, just another evening with my sister watching TV while our parents were out. It was winter, and even though people don't always think of Texas as cold, the desert gets surprisingly cold at night. By around 8 in the evening, it was already dark outside. Not just dim, but pitch black. The kind of dark where you can't see anything unless there's a light on. We were sitting in the common room because that's where the TV was. The house wasn't huge, but the common room was the biggest space, and it had a layout that mattered a lot that night. The one whole wall facing the backyard was made up of floor-to-ceiling windows, with a large glass door in the middle that led outside. If the backyard light wasn't on, all you could see through those windows was blackness. Just your own reflection faintly bouncing back at you. The front door was on the opposite side of the room. It was a solid door, so you couldn't see through it, but it had a glass storm door on the outside. That meant someone could open the storm door and still be blocked by the main door. At the time, that detail never meant anything to me. Later, it meant everything. We were watching one of those one-hour news shows, 60 Minutes, 48 Hours, Hard Copy, something like that. Those shows that dive deep into crimes and awful things, telling the story slowly and dramatically. Even as a kid, I remember those shows being unsettling. They felt heavier than regular TV, more serious. This episode was about a manhunt. The story they were telling was already scary on its own. A quiet guy, the kind no one ever suspects, had snapped. He broke into his neighbor's house, brutally attacked them, and kidnapped their young daughter. The show was going through the details, showing pictures of the neighborhood, talking about how no one saw it coming. They were explaining that the man was still on the run, that police were searching for him. Even at 6 or 7, I could feel the tension in the room. I didn't fully understand everything they were saying, but I understood enough to know it was bad. I remember sitting close to my sister, feeling uneasy, but also feeling safe because she was there. About 45 minutes into the show, they were still talking about the manhunt. The TV was the main light source in the room, flickering blue and white across the walls. The kitchen light was on down the hall, but that was it. The rest of the house was dark. Then it happened. Out of nowhere, there was a loud, violent banging on the front door. Not a knock, not a tap. Someone slammed into it hard. Bam, bam, bam. The sound filled the house. It was so sudden and so loud that both of us jumped up at the same time and screamed. I don't even remember deciding to scream. It just happened. Pure instinct. My heart felt like it was trying to break out of my chest. After that, there was dead silence. The banging stopped completely. No footsteps, no voices, just the TV still playing and our breathing, loud and shaky. For a moment, my brain tried to make sense of it. I was a kid. And even then, I wanted it to be something explainable. We stood there frozen, listening. My sister started trying to calm herself down. She whispered that it was probably nothing. Maybe something on the porch had blown into the door. We had planters out there. There was a rocking chair, too. West Texas winds can be brutal, and things get knocked around all the time. That explanation felt thin, but we wanted to believe it. We stayed there, holding on to each other, waiting. A minute passed, maybe two. Nothing happened. The silence stretched out, and slowly the rush of adrenaline started to fade, just enough for us to think again. Just as we were about to convince ourselves everything was fine, we heard it. The storm door closed, not slammed by the wind, closed. There is a very specific sound a storm door makes when someone opens it and then lets it shut. It's not violent, it's controlled. And to be able to bang on the front door the way someone had, the storm door would have had to be open. That realization hit both of us at the same time. Someone had opened the storm door, which meant someone had been standing on our porch. We didn't scream this time. We couldn't. Fear locked us in place. We were both on the floor now, frozen where we had dropped after the initial scare. I remember my sister's face going pale in the dim light. I remember her eyes darting between me and the front door. She crawled over to the TV. She didn't stand up. She stayed low, moving slowly like she was afraid sudden movement would draw attention. The TV was old, one of those big box ones with a metal dial. When she reached it, she turned it off. The dial made a solid mechanical thunk as it clicked into place. That sound felt impossibly loud in the silence that followed. Now the room was dimly lit only by the kitchen light down the hall. Shadows stretched across the walls. The windows to the backyard were just black mirrors reflecting faint shapes of us sitting on the floor. I don't know how long we sat there after that. Time didn't feel normal. It could have been seconds or minutes. I just remember the feeling of being trapped inside my own body. I was aware of my breathing, of my heartbeat, of how cold the floor felt under my legs. My sister was crouched near the TV. We kept making eye contact, then looking back at the front door. Neither of us spoke. It felt like speaking would somehow make things worse. Then I turned around. I don't know why I did. Maybe some part of me sensed something. Maybe it was just a child's instinct. But I turned on my knees to look at the back wall of windows and the glass door. That's when we heard it. The back door knob turned. I saw it happen. The metal knob rotated slightly. It was locked, but not deadbolted. The door rattled softly like someone was gently testing it, checking to see if it would open. Neither of us made a sound. I don't think either of us even breathed. Then the gentle rattling stopped. For a split second, I thought maybe that was it. Maybe whoever it was would leave. And then all hell broke loose. Bam, 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 bam. The back door was yanked violently back and forth. Someone was trying to force it open. The sound was deafening. The entire wall of windows shook. I could see my reflection in the glass warping with every jerk of the door, going fuzzy and clear and fuzzy again. It didn't feel like someone trying a door anymore. It felt like someone desperate, angry, determined. That's when my sister lost it. She screamed, loud and raw and terrified. It wasn't a controlled scream. It was pure panic. Hearing her scream snapped something in me, but instead of helping me move, it made me feel even smaller. I stayed frozen on the floor, shaking so hard my teeth hurt. My sister grabbed me. She didn't ask me to move. She didn't wait for me to react. She hauled me up and dragged me down the hall toward her bedroom. I remember stumbling, barely able to keep my feet under me. She slammed her bedroom door shut and immediately started shoving things in front of it. Her mattress, her desk chair, anything she could move. She was crying and yelling at the same time, but she didn't stop moving. Somehow, in the middle of all that, she remembered the phone. It was one of those old portable phones, beige plastic, heavy, with a long metal antenna. She grabbed it and tried to call the sheriff. In her panic, she couldn't remember the number. We didn't have speed dial the way people do now. She was shaking so badly her fingers slipped on the buttons. She hit redial. The phone rang and someone answered. It was one of her friends. She started yelling into the phone, her words coming out broken and rushed. She told them someone was trying to get into our house and that they needed to get there right now. I remember her swearing, which stuck out to me more than anything else. She didn't swear often, and hearing it made everything feel even more serious and real. I curled up on the floor near the bed. I couldn't stop shaking. My whole body felt like it was vibrating. I remember staring at the door, expecting it to burst open at any second. After what felt like forever, we saw headlights through the window. My sister's friend had come, along with her parents. Their car pulled into the driveway, lights washing over the front of the house. We didn't hear anything else from outside after that. No more banging, no more rattling. When it was finally safe to come out, the house felt different, like something had been taken from it. The sheriff came. Our parents came home. Everyone searched the house and the yard. They didn't find anyone. There were a couple of scuff marks near the bottom of the back door, but no one could say for sure if they were new or had been there before. We never found out who was at the door. We never found out why. Nothing like that ever happened again, not to me and not to my sister. But that night changed something in both of us. It taught us how thin the line between safety and danger really is, how quickly normal can turn into terrifying. To this day, I don't forget to lock a door, and every time I hear a sudden bang in the night, part of me is right back on that cold floor staring at a glass door shaking under someone else's hands, knowing that if it broke, there would be nothing left between us and whatever was trying to get in. I was 11 years old when this happened, and even now, decades later, it still flashes into my mind without warning. It's not a long story in terms of what actually happened, but the fear packed into those few moments stretched time in a way I didn't know was possible back then. At that age, you feel invincible and stupid at the same time, and I learned very quickly how dangerous that combination can be. It was a normal day. Nothing about it stood out. I was riding my bike around the neighborhood like I had done 100 times before. I knew the streets well. I knew which corners were usually quiet, which ones had more traffic, and which ones I could cut through quickly without thinking too much. I had that careless confidence kids get when they've done something often enough, without consequences. I was riding fast, not because I was in a hurry, but because riding fast felt good. The wind in my face, the sound of the tires on the pavement, the feeling that I was in control of something. I wasn't thinking about cars. I wasn't thinking about danger. I was thinking about nothing at all. That's when I rode straight out in front of a car. I didn't see it until the last second. One moment the road looked clear, and the next moment there was a car right there, close enough that I could see the front grille and the headlights in detail. The driver slammed on the horn, and the sound exploded around me. It was loud, aggressive, and terrifying in a way that only a car horn can be when you're right in front of it. My heart jumped straight into my throat. I wobbled on the bike, but managed not to crash. I kept riding for a few feet, then slowed down. Adrenaline flooding my body, I knew I had messed up. I knew it was my fault. But instead of feeling embarrassed or apologetic, something else kicked in. Anger, not the justified kind, the stupid kind, the kind that comes from fear mixed with pride. I was scared, and instead of dealing with that feeling, I reacted the worst way possible. I turned around and flipped the car off. Even now, thinking about it makes my stomach tighten. I was 11 years old, on a bike, flipping off a grown adult in a car. I didn't think about consequences. I didn't think about who they were or what kind of person they might be. I just reacted. The car screeched to a stop. The sound of the tires was sharp and violent, like they were tearing into the pavement. Everything went quiet after that, in a way that felt unnatural. The engine was still running, but it sounded distant, like it was underwater. I stopped pedaling and put one foot down on the ground, suddenly very aware of how small I was. The driver's door opened. A huge guy stepped out of the car. When I say huge, I mean huge in the way an 11-year-old understands size. He was tall, broad, and thick through the shoulders. He filled the space beside the car effortlessly, like he belonged there and the rest of the world should move around him. He didn't rush. He didn't yell. He didn't say anything at all. That scared me more than if he had. He walked calmly toward the back of the car. My mind started racing. Every warning my parents had ever given me, every story I had ever heard about road rage, suddenly crashed into my head all at once. I wanted to move. I wanted to get back on my bike and ride away as fast as I could. But my body didn't listen. I was frozen. Then the passenger door opened. A woman got out of the car. I assumed she was his girlfriend or partner, but I don't really know. What I do know is that she was crying, not quietly, not just tearing up. She was crying hard, like she was already in the middle of a breakdown before she even stepped out. She started screaming at him. Her voice cracked as she begged him not to do it. She kept saying his name over and over, telling him to stop, telling him not to open the trunk, telling him it wasn't worth it. Her words came out fast and desperate, like she was trying to outrun something terrible she knew was about to happen. "Don't open the trunk." She said it again and again. That phrase burned itself into my brain. I didn't know what was in the trunk. I still don't. But the way she reacted made my blood run cold. This wasn't someone calming down an angry driver. This was someone genuinely afraid of what he might do if he followed through. I remember the look on his face when he reached the trunk. He didn't look angry anymore. He didn't look emotional at all. He looked focused, like he had made a decision and was halfway through carrying it out. He put his hand on the trunk, and for a split second, I was sure he was going to open it. In that moment, my entire life narrowed down to a single thought. I am about to die over something unbelievably stupid. I thought about my parents. I thought about how mad they would have been if they knew what I had just done. I thought about how unfair it would be to die because I flipped someone off when I was supposed to be watching the road. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I couldn't. My mouth was dry. My hands were locked around the handlebars, and my legs felt like they didn't belong to me anymore. I don't even remember breathing. The woman kept screaming. Her voice was desperate now, almost hysterical. She moved toward him, hands out, like she was afraid to touch him, but also afraid not to. She kept saying his name and shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. Something changed. I don't know if it was her voice, or the reality of what he was about to do finally sinking in, or maybe something else entirely. But he stopped. He stood there for a moment, hands still on the trunk, like he was arguing with himself. Then he turned around. He walked back to the driver's side without looking at me. He didn't say a word. He got into the car, slammed the door shut, and the woman scrambled back into the passenger seat. The car roared to life and sped off, tires squealing as it disappeared down the road. Just like that, it was over. I stood there for a long moment after they were gone, still frozen, staring at the empty street. Everything felt unreal. The world looked the same, but I didn't feel the same inside it. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold onto my bike. Eventually, my legs started working again. I got on my bike and rode home as fast as I could, not caring how tired my legs felt or how much my chest burned. I didn't look back. I didn't slow down until I was safe. When I got home, I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't want to get in trouble. I didn't want to think about it any more than I already had to. I went to my room and sat there, trying to calm down, replaying the moment over and over in my head. What was in the trunk? That question has followed me ever since. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just tools. Maybe it was something harmless that only seemed scary because of the situation. But the woman's reaction tells a different story. You don't beg someone like that over nothing. You don't scream and cry like your life depends on it unless you believe something truly terrible is about to happen. I'll never know what was in that trunk. And honestly, I'm grateful for that. Because whatever it was, the important thing is that it stayed there, closed, unused. The choice not to open that trunk was the difference between a terrifying memory and something far worse. That experience changed me in ways I didn't understand at the time. It taught me how quickly things can escalate, how fragile safety really is, how one stupid, impulsive gesture can put you in the path of someone else's anger in a way you can't control. It also taught me something else. You never know who you're dealing with. People carry things with them. Anger, violence, regret. Sometimes those things are metaphorical. Sometimes they're sitting in the trunk of a car, waiting for the wrong moment. I was lucky that day, incredibly lucky. I walked away with nothing but fear and a hard lesson learned. I never flipped someone off in traffic again. I became a lot more careful, not just on a bike, but in how I treated strangers. Because I learned at 11 years old that the world doesn't always give warnings. Sometimes it just gives you a choice. And sometimes that choice belongs to someone else entirely. And sometimes survival comes down to a single decision, not to open a trunk. I have a lot of stories that scare me, but this is the one that still sits the deepest. Even telling it feels risky, like I'm opening a door inside my own head that I usually keep locked. I don't know how other people react to things like this because no one else lives inside my brain. All I know is that what I've experienced feels real enough to still haunt me years later. Shortly after I graduated from high school, my life split into a before and an after. One morning I woke up like any other day. There was nothing unusual about the start of it. No sense of dread, no warning. I walked out of my bedroom toward the living room, still half asleep, still thinking about normal things. And then I saw my father. He was dead. He was lying there in the living room, and for a moment, my brain refused to accept what my eyes were seeing. I remember thinking he must be asleep or sick or passed out, anything other than what it actually was. I rushed to him and tried to give him CPR, my hands shaking, my thoughts scattered and panicked. But it was already too late. He had been gone before I even came out of my room. That moment rewired me. People talk about trauma like it's an emotional scar, something you remember and feel sad about. But this was different. It wasn't just a memory. It was like my brain got stuck on that morning and refused to move forward. I developed PTSD almost immediately, though I didn't have a name for it at the time. All I knew was that I was breaking. The nightmares started not long after. They were always the same at first. In the dream, I would be walking toward the living room, just like that morning. Everything would feel normal for a few seconds. Then I would realize where I was going. I would suddenly understand what I was about to see. That realization was the worst part. The dread would hit me like a wave, and I would start screaming before I even reached the living room. Then I would wake up screaming. This didn't happen once or twice. It happened constantly, night after night, sometimes multiple times a night. I would wake up drenched in sweat, my throat raw from screaming, my heart pounding like I had been running for my life. For about a year, I wasn't a functioning human being. That's not an exaggeration. I couldn't think straight. I couldn't relax. I couldn't sleep. I became terrified of sleep. Sleep meant the dream. The dream meant reliving that morning. so I started staying awake as long as I possibly could. I would go days without sleeping, pushing myself past exhaustion because being awake felt safer than closing my eyes. When I did finally pass out, the nightmares were waiting for me. My girlfriend at the time, who is now my wife, saw me fall apart in ways I barely remember myself. One day, in the middle of the day, something finally snapped. According to her, I suddenly tensed up like I was having a seizure. My entire body locked. I wasn't shaking, but I was rigid, unmoving, completely gone. This lasted for about an hour. Inside my mind, I was trapped. I was reliving that morning over and over again, walking toward the living room, feeling the dread rise, knowing what was there. But this time something was different. Instead of waking up when I started screaming, I stayed there, over and over. I would stop myself just before entering the living room, releasing this raw, primal scream. My wife later told me that I was screaming like that in real life too, not words, just sound, pure terror ripping out of me. This loop kept repeating in my head until something finally gave way. At some point, I stopped fighting it. I let myself go into the living room. I let myself see my father's dead body again, fully, without waking up or pulling away. I stood there in my mind and faced it. When I finally came out of that episode, something had changed. The nightmares stopped, just like that. After nearly a year of constant torment, they were gone. I could sleep again. I could exist again. I didn't understand why it worked, but I was grateful. I thought maybe that chapter of my life was over, that my mind had finally processed what happened. I was wrong. Years later, in 2005, I joined the army and found myself in Iraq. Life there was a different kind of stress, a different kind of fear. It wasn't abstract. It was constant and real and waiting for you around every corner. I was leading a convoy one day when we got intel that terrorists were sending children out in front of convoys. The idea was to force vehicles to stop or slow down, making them vulnerable to ambush. We were given clear orders: do not stop, run over anyone who gets in the way. Those orders sat heavy in my chest, but I understood why they existed. Still, understanding doesn't make it easier. As we were driving, I saw a kid run out into the road about 300 meters ahead of my vehicle. He was small, too small to be a threat on his own. My brain froze. Everything slowed down. I knew what I was supposed to do. I knew the orders. I knew the danger of stopping, but all I could see was a child in front of me. For a split second, I couldn't move. My truck chief started screaming at me to floor it. His voice cut through my paralysis. I pressed the accelerator, my heart slamming against my ribs, my stomach turning. At the last second, the kid dodged out of the way. He disappeared off the road, and we kept moving. I didn't say a word. When we reached the next FOB, I tried to get some sleep. I was exhausted, but my mind wouldn't let go of what had happened. I kept thinking about the decision I almost had to make, about how close I came to killing a child, about how easily things could have gone differently. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I fell asleep. That's when the nightmare came back. In the dream, I was driving again. Same road, same situation. The kid ran out in front of me. This time, I didn't freeze. I ran him over. I felt the impact. I felt the truck roll over something that should never be under it. The horror of it washed over me, heavy and sickening. Then I stopped. I got out of the vehicle, my legs feeling numb, my head buzzing. I walked toward the back of the truck to check the body. As I moved, a familiar feeling crept in. That old dread, the same one I used to feel in my nightmares years earlier. Somewhere in my mind, I recognized it. I told myself it wasn't the same. I tried to reassure myself that this was different, that I wasn't walking into my father's living room, that this was a different nightmare, a different horror. I kept walking. As I rounded the back of the truck, I saw my father. His dead body was there, just like that morning years ago. Something inside me broke completely. I went straight into that same primal screaming, raw and uncontrollable. But this time, I didn't just wake up in bed. I woke up running. I mean, full sprint. My body was moving before my brain caught up. I was screaming as I ran, disoriented, terrified, not even knowing where I was. When I finally became aware of my surroundings, I realized I was in a part of the FOB I didn't recognize. I had run out of wherever I was sleeping and into somewhere else entirely. People were staring. Someone grabbed me. Someone else was yelling my name. I don't remember all of it clearly. Just fragments, confusion, embarrassment, fear. Thankfully, I haven't had nightmares like that since. But that doesn't mean I'm free. What scares me now isn't the dreams themselves. It's my own mind. It's knowing what it's capable of doing to me. It's knowing that trauma doesn't just disappear, that it can lie dormant for years and then resurface in ways you never expect, blending memories together, twisting them, turning them into something new and horrifying. I live with a constant low-level fear of myself, of what might be buried in my head, of what might come back if the wrong wire gets crossed again. I don't trust my own brain the way I think most people do. I function. I live my life. I love my wife. I do my best to be normal. But there's always that awareness in the background that I've been to places in my own mind that I never want to return to. And the scariest part is knowing that I didn't choose to go there in the first place. It just happened. I've told this story before in another place, but it still stands as one of the strangest and most unsettling things that has ever happened to me and my wife. It's not loud or violent or dramatic in the way some scary stories are. It's quiet, personal, and that somehow makes it worse. My mother-in-law was an incredible woman. She was funny, warm, and had a personality that filled a room without ever trying. My wife was extremely close to her. They talked constantly, laughed constantly, shared everything. When she passed away, it hit my wife hard in a way that never fully went away. What made it even harder was the timing. She died when our son was only about 4 months old. He never really got the chance to know her in any meaningful way. Years passed. By then, we were living in an old craftsman house in Pasadena, California. The house dated back to the 1930s. It had all the usual things old houses have. Hardwood floors that creaked in certain spots, doors that didn't quite line up right, a layout that felt cozy but also a little strange, like it had grown and changed over time instead of being planned all at once. Our son was about 3 years old at this point. One night I was giving him a bath. Everything was normal. The water was warm. He was playing with his toys, splashing, doing what 3-year-olds do. I was sitting there watching him, half paying attention, half lost in my own thoughts. Then I noticed he was staring over my shoulder, not in a random way, not like when kids look around because they're bored. He was focused. His eyes were locked on something behind me. And he had that look kids get when they're listening or watching something very specific. A few seconds passed. Then he asked me a question that stopped me cold. He asked why Grandma calls Mommy a funny name. There was a long pause where my brain just didn't respond. At first, I thought he meant my mom. That would have made sense. So I asked him what he meant, already halfway dismissing it as kid nonsense. Then he said the name. He said my wife's nickname, the nickname her mother used to call her since she was a baby. I felt my stomach drop. This wasn't a nickname my wife and I ever used, not even once. It wasn't something we said jokingly. It wasn't something friends used. It was deeply personal. It was something only her mother called her, and she had been gone since before our son could even talk. I asked him where he heard that name. Without hesitation, he said, "The farmer told me." I remember blinking, trying to process that. I asked him who the farmer was. He said it was his friend. That was the end of the conversation. He went back to playing in the bath like nothing unusual had been said. I finished bathing him, but my mind was racing the entire time. Later that night, I told my wife what happened. As soon as I said the nickname out loud, she broke down. She started crying hard. Not fear at first, but emotion. That nickname was her mother. Hearing that our son knew it, somehow, from nowhere, hit her in a place she wasn't prepared for. We talked it through. We tried to be logical. There was no possible way he could have known that name. No videos, no recordings, no stories where it was mentioned. Nothing. We both knew that, and all we could really do was sit there and marvel at it, unsettled but not panicking. At that point it was strange, but it didn't feel threatening. That changed the next weekend. My wife worked retail at the time, so she worked weekends. I worked Monday through Friday, which meant I was home alone with our son that Saturday. He was in his room playing while I was in another part of the house. Then I started hearing him talk. At first, I didn't think much of it. Kids talk to themselves all the time. But as I listened more closely, it didn't sound like pretend play. It sounded like a conversation. He was responding to something. He was saying things like, yes, no, and I don't know that. Then I heard him laugh. That laugh is what made me get up. I walked into his room and asked him what he was doing. He said he was playing. I asked him who he was playing with. He said, the farmer. At that moment, I felt a chill crawl up my back. My mind immediately jumped to every horror movie and possession story I'd ever seen, whether I wanted it to or not. I tried to stay calm and asked him where the farmer was. He looked around the room and said the farmer left when I came in. That was the moment I felt truly unsettled. There was no imaginary friend explanation that felt right anymore. Not with the nickname, not with the timing, not with the way he spoke about it so casually. When my wife got home, I told her everything. By then, she wasn't just emotional, she was disturbed. We talked about what to do, but honestly, we had no idea. We agreed that if it kept happening, we would figure something out. Until then, we decided not to make a big deal out of it in front of him. A few days later, in the middle of the night, we heard our son talking again. This time, both of us heard it. He wasn't playing, he wasn't laughing. His voice was calm, almost serious. He said, "Grandma says you and I can't be friends anymore." My wife and I sat straight up in bed. We got out of bed and went into his room together. He was sitting up in his bed, awake but calm. Not scared, not crying, just sitting there like he had just finished a normal conversation. I asked him if he was okay. He said yes. I asked him what he meant. He said Grandma told him he couldn't play with the farmer anymore. That was it. After that night, the farmer was never mentioned again. Not once, not in passing, not years later, nothing. Our son is 13 now. He doesn't remember any of this. We've asked him casually before, carefully, without pushing. He has no memory of the farmer, no memory of the nickname, no memory of talking to anyone in his room. But my wife and I remember. We remember every word, every moment, every cold, unsettled feeling that came with it. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was grief bleeding through somehow. I don't know if kids are open to things adults aren't. I don't know if it was coincidence layered on coincidence in a way that feels impossible. All I know is this: there was no way for him to know that nickname. There was no way for him to invent that connection. And whatever the farmer was, it left when Grandma told him to. That's the part that still stays with me, not fear, authority, like something else stepped in and put an end to it. And just like that, it was over. My grandmother lives in a house that feels like it belongs to another time entirely. It was built in the late 1700s. and you can feel that age the moment you step onto the property. The walls are thick, the floors uneven, the air always a little cooler inside no matter the season. The house sits between two graveyards, one on each side, so close that some of the old stones can be seen through the trees if you stand in the right place. It's the kind of place people either find charming or deeply unsettling. For me, it had always just been normal. I grew up visiting it, so I was used to the quiet, the history, and the graves that surrounded it. A few days ago, a friend of mine came to visit. I hadn't seen him in months. He'd been away at a drug treatment program, and this was the first time we'd really had a chance to talk since he got back. He seemed different in a way that was hard to pin down. Healthier, maybe, calmer, but also more intense in some strange way. We were walking together along the old cobblestone driveway that leads up to my grandmother's house. Those stones have been there longer than anyone alive today, uneven and worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, wagon wheels, and weather. As we walked, he started talking about his experience while he was away. Not the program itself, but what he described as a kind of awakening. He said he felt tuned in now. Not religious, he was clear about that. He wasn't talking about God or faith or anything like that. He was talking about awareness, about sensing things he said he never noticed before, energy, presence, connections. He talked about feeling like there was more going on around us than most people realize, and that being sober had opened something up in his mind. Normally, I might have brushed that kind of talk off, but the way he spoke about it didn't feel forced or dramatic. He wasn't trying to convince me of anything. He was just explaining how he felt. Given everything he'd been through, it didn't seem impossible that something in his perception had shifted. So I listened. I didn't argue. I didn't tease him. I believed that whatever he was experiencing felt real to him. As we were talking, my cat came trotting over from the yard. She's usually friendly, but not clingy. She'll rub against your leg once or twice, then wander off to do her own thing. This time was different. She walked straight up to me and started rubbing against my leg over and over again, hard, pressing her whole body into me, tail flicking, weaving back and forth around my ankles. At first, I absent-mindedly scratched her head and kept talking, but she wouldn't stop. She kept circling me, rubbing, almost nudging me in a specific direction. Every time I paused or tried to stand still, she would turn around, walk back to me, and press herself against my leg again like she was insisting on something. After a minute or two, I realized this wasn't normal behavior for her. I mentioned it to my friend, half jokingly, and started paying closer attention. When I took a few steps forward, she moved ahead of me. When I stopped, she stopped, turned, and came back to rub against my leg again until I started walking. That's when I noticed where she was leading me. Toward the graveyard. One of the two graveyards sits just off the driveway, partially hidden by old trees and overgrown grass. I'd walked past it hundreds of times without thinking much about it. But this time, following my cat step by step, it suddenly felt different, more intentional. I followed her, my friend walking beside me now, quiet. Every time I slowed down or hesitated, she turned around and nudged me again, weaving around my legs until I moved forward. There was no randomness to it. She knew exactly where she was going. When we reached the edge of the graveyard, she didn't hesitate at all. She walked straight in, weaving between the old stones like she'd done it 1,000 times before. Then she jumped. She leapt up onto a gravestone, not the flat kind. One of the older, upright stones with a narrow top. She balanced herself on the slender head of it with ease, her paws perfectly placed, tail steady. It looked uncomfortable, almost impossible, but she stayed there like it was exactly where she wanted to be. When I walked up and reached for her, she hissed. That alone shocked me. She almost never hisses. She's gentle, patient, and tolerant. But this time the sound was sharp and warning. When I tried again, she hissed louder and pulled back, digging her claws slightly into the stone to keep her balance. My friend tried next, slowly, carefully. Same reaction. Hissing, tense, defensive. She wasn't scared, she was protective. We stepped back and looked at the gravestone she was standing on. Really looked at it. The name, the dates, the worn lettering. That's when it clicked. The person buried there had lived in my grandmother's house. Not just nearby. In that house. The same one looming behind us, quiet and ancient. The realization sent a strange chill through me. I'd known, in a general way, that people buried in those graveyards had once lived in the surrounding homes. But seeing it laid out so plainly, with my cat standing guard on that specific grave, made it feel suddenly personal. My friend didn't say anything for a long moment. He just stared at the cat, then at the gravestone, then back at the house. Eventually he took out his phone and snapped a picture. The cat stayed perfectly still the entire time, eyes alert, body tense, like she was exactly where she needed to be. After a while, she finally jumped down on her own. No hissing, no resistance. She walked away calmly, like her job was done. When I called her, she ignored me and wandered back toward the house without looking back. We stood there in silence for a bit after that. I didn't know what to say. Neither did he. The conversation about spirituality felt irrelevant now, almost trivial compared to what had just happened. My friend finally broke the silence by saying, very quietly, that some places remember the people who lived there, and sometimes animals notice. I don't know what I believe. I don't know if my cat sensed something real or if it was all coincidence layered on top of an already eerie setting. I don't know if my friend's so-called awakening had anything to do with it, or if it was just strange timing. All I know is this: my cat led me directly to a specific grave. She refused to move from it. She reacted in a way I had never seen before. Yeah, and that grave belonged to someone who once lived under the same roof as my grandmother. I still think about that image sometimes. My cat balanced on that narrow stone, framed by centuries-old graves, the house watching silently from behind us. It didn't feel aggressive. It didn't feel threatening. It felt deliberate, and that's what unsettles me the most. I remember this happening so clearly because it was one of those moments that felt completely normal right up until it suddenly wasn't. Nothing dramatic had been going on before it happened. No build-up, no warning, just a quiet evening that turned unsettling in a matter of seconds. I had just gotten home from work and went straight up to my room on the second floor. I was tired in that dull, end-of-the-day way, the kind where you just want to sit down and exist for a bit without thinking. My room felt quiet and familiar. Downstairs, my little brother was in the living room watching TV, the sound drifting faintly up through the house. Everything felt routine. Our dog was lying in the hallway right outside my bedroom door. She was stretched out on the carpet, asleep, completely relaxed. That was normal for her. She liked to park herself there like she was guarding the hallway. The house felt settled, like everyone was exactly where they were supposed to be. Then, without any warning at all, the dog exploded into noise. She jumped up so fast it startled me. Her nails clacked loudly against the floor as she started bouncing around the hallway. She was barking, but not in a straight, aggressive way. It was mixed with howling, pacing, spinning, tail going crazy. It sounded like total chaos, like she was reacting to something exciting and important at the same time. At first, I thought maybe my brother had come upstairs and surprised her, or maybe someone had come in the house and she was greeting them. I started to get up from my bed to see what was going on, and that's when I heard it. A man's voice, clear as day from the hallway, right outside my door. "Ah, that's a good girl." It wasn't muffled. It wasn't distant. It sounded casual and familiar, like someone talking to a dog they knew well. My first reaction wasn't fear, it was confusion mixed with assumption. I immediately thought it must be my dad's friend, our roommate. Sometimes he came home earlier than expected, so without really thinking about it, I called out, "Oh, you're home early." As I opened my bedroom door and stepped into the hallway, the feeling shifted instantly. There was no one there. The hallway was completely empty, no footsteps, no movement, just the dog standing near the far end of the hall, tail wagging hard, staring intently at absolutely nothing. Her body language was happy and alert, like someone she recognized was standing right in front of her. I froze for a second, trying to process what I was seeing. I looked down the hallway. I checked the bathroom door, the stairs, every spot where a person could possibly be standing. There was nothing. No sound, no shadows, no sign that anyone had been there at all. Before I could even say anything, my little brother came upstairs, annoyed and half yelling. He asked why I got his dog all worked up. He sounded irritated, like I had done something on purpose. I told him I didn't do anything, that the dog just went crazy on her own. That's when he stopped and looked at me strange. He said he heard the same voice. He told me that from downstairs, over the TV noise, he clearly heard a man say something to the dog. He thought it was me talking to her, or the roommate coming home. That's why he hadn't thought much of it until the barking got louder and louder. That was the moment the fear really set in. If it had just been me, I could have brushed it off. I could have told myself I was tired, maybe I imagined it. Maybe my brain filled in a sound that wasn't there. But my brother hearing it too made that impossible to ignore. We both stood there in the hallway, the dog still wagging her tail and staring into empty space, like she was waiting for more attention. We decided to check the house. We didn't have real weapons, just what we could grab quickly. I took my butterfly knife. My brother grabbed his BB gun. It felt ridiculous and serious at the same time. We were both trying to act calm, but there was a tight, uneasy energy between us. We checked every room, upstairs first, closets, bathroom, spare room, nothing. No doors open that shouldn't have been, no windows disturbed. Everything exactly as it should be. Then we went downstairs. Living room, kitchen, laundry room. We checked behind furniture, doors, corners. Still nothing. No signs of anyone having come in or moved through the house. No footsteps, no noises, no explanation. The front and back doors were locked. Windows were closed. There was no logical way someone could have been there without us seeing or hearing them leave. Eventually, the house went quiet again. The dog settled down like nothing had happened. She lay back down in the hallway and fell asleep, completely at peace. That part bothered me the most. There was no lingering tension from her, no alertness, just calm, like she had gotten exactly what she wanted. We didn't talk much about it after that. What was there to say? There was no answer that made sense. We just kind of went back to our routines. But the feeling lingered. Even now, thinking about it years later, it still gives me chills. It wasn't a shadow, it wasn't a sound in the distance. It was a clear human voice reacting to a real animal in real time. And the dog reacted back, like someone was truly there with her. I've replayed that moment in my head so many times, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe a neighbor's voice somehow carried into the house, in a way that lined up perfectly with the dog's behavior. Maybe sound traveled strangely through the walls. Maybe exhaustion played tricks on us both. But none of those explanations fully sit right. What stays with me is how natural it all felt for those few seconds, how normal the voice sounded, how normal my response was. Yeah, and how wrong everything felt the moment I stepped into that hallway and realized there was no one there at all. To this day, when I hear unexplained noises in a quiet house, my mind goes back to that hallway, to the dog wagging her tail at empty space, to a voice that shouldn't have existed, and that feeling still hasn't gone away. This is something my aunt went through, and even though it didn't happen to me directly, hearing her tell it left a deep mark on me. The way she described it was calm on the surface, but you could hear it in her voice that it was the most terrifying moment of her life. It wasn't dramatic or loud at first. It started quietly, in a way that felt almost ordinary, which somehow made it even worse. It was winter, and my aunt was home alone. The house was quiet in that deep winter way where snow outside seems to swallow sound and everything feels muffled. Her husband, my uncle, wasn't supposed to be home for several hours. She knew his schedule well. There was no reason for anyone else to be there, and she wasn't expecting visitors. She was upstairs when she heard it, the sound of the front door opening, not a knock, not wind. The unmistakable sound of a door being opened, followed by footsteps moving into the hallway. Heavy footsteps, the kind that come from boots carrying snow. She froze for a moment, standing still, listening. Her first thought wasn't panic, it was confusion. She assumed maybe her husband had come home early, even though she knew that didn't make sense. She called out his name. No answer. That's when the unease started to creep in. The house didn't feel empty anymore. It felt occupied, like someone else was sharing the space with her. She stood there for a few seconds, debating what to do. She didn't hear any more movement, but that somehow made it worse, not better. Trying to stay calm, she went downstairs to check. She moved slowly, listening to every sound, every small creak of the floor beneath her feet. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, the hallway was empty. The front door was closed. Nothing looked out of place at first glance. No one was standing there. No one was calling out. It was silent again. She could have told herself she imagined it and gone back upstairs. A lot of people probably would have. But something didn't feel right, and she trusted that feeling enough to keep looking. She went to the front door and opened it. Outside, the ground was covered in fresh snow. Clean, untouched snow, the kind that shows every detail. Right away, she saw footprints. Clear footprints leading straight up to the front door. They were deep and obvious, not old or faded. Someone had definitely walked up to the house, but there were no footprints leading away. That's when her stomach dropped. She stood there staring at the snow, trying to understand what she was seeing. The footprints ended at the door. Whoever made them had gone inside, but there was no trail showing that they had left. The cold air hit her face, and suddenly the house behind her didn't feel safe anymore. She closed the door slowly and turned back into the hallway. That's when she noticed the shoes. They were sitting there like they belonged, placed neatly near the entrance. But she knew immediately they weren't hers, and they weren't her husband's. They were worn, dirty, and unfamiliar. Large shoes, men's shoes, shoes that didn't belong in her home. Fear hit her all at once. This wasn't imagination. This wasn't a misunderstanding. Someone was inside the house with her, and she had no idea where they were. She didn't yell. She didn't investigate further. She didn't call out. She ran. She ran back upstairs as fast as she could, locked herself in a room and called the police. Her hands were shaking so badly that she struggled to hold the phone steady. She told the dispatcher there was someone in her house, that she was alone and that she was terrified. While she waited, every sound felt amplified. The creak of the house settling, the hum of appliances, her own breathing. She was convinced at any moment she would hear footsteps on the stairs or a door opening. Those minutes felt endless. When the police arrived, she stayed upstairs while they searched the house. She could hear them moving around, opening doors, checking rooms. They took it seriously right away, especially after seeing the footprints in the snow and the unfamiliar shoes by the door. They searched everywhere, and they found him. A homeless man was hiding in a storage room inside the house. He had managed to get in and was staying out of sight. What made the situation even more horrifying was what he was holding: my uncle's shotgun. The police secured him quickly, and thankfully, no one was hurt. The man hadn't found the ammunition. It was stored somewhere else, hidden in a different location. If he had found it, the outcome could have been very different. That thought alone still makes my chest feel tight. The man was arrested and taken away, but the damage was already done. Even after he was gone, the house didn't feel the same. The sense of safety that comes with being alone in your own home was shattered in a single afternoon. My aunt later said that what scared her the most wasn't just that someone was inside the house. It was how quietly it happened, how easily he got in, how normal everything felt until it suddenly wasn't. The fact that if she hadn't gone to check the door, she might have stayed upstairs, completely unaware that someone was hiding below her. She still remembers the shoes in the hallway more than anything else. That small detail made it real. Shoes mean intention. Shoes mean someone made themselves comfortable enough to settle in, even briefly, in a place that wasn't theirs. To this day, she says it's the scariest thing she has ever experienced. Not because of violence, not because of a confrontation, but because of how close she was to something truly terrible without knowing it. Because danger was already inside her home, quiet and patient, while she was just going about her day. Stories like this stay with you. They change how you see the world. They remind you that sometimes the most frightening moments don't announce themselves. They slip in silently, leaving nothing behind but footprints in the snow that stop at your door and the terrifying realization that someone came in and never left. When I was a kid, somewhere between 8 and 11 years old, my sister used to babysit me whenever our parents went out. She was about 7 years older than me, which meant she was old enough to feel grown up and fearless, and I was young enough to think she could handle anything. We got along well, mostly because she tolerated me, and I thought everything she did was interesting. At that time, she smoked a lot. My parents were strict about it and made her smoke outside, never in the house. So whenever she went out for a cigarette, I usually followed her. Not because I cared about the smoking, but because I was bored and liked being near her. She'd stand in the carport, which faced the street, leaning against one of the support beams or sitting on the hood of the car. I'd mess around nearby, kick rocks, ride my bike in circles, ask annoying questions, or just talk non-stop like kids do. The carport was open on one side, looking straight out onto the road. Our driveway wasn't very long, just long enough for a car or two, and it ended right at the street. It was a quiet neighborhood. Not much traffic, mostly families, people walking dogs, kids riding bikes. Nothing about it ever felt dangerous to me back then. One afternoon, while my sister was smoking, she suddenly went quiet. That alone was unusual. She was usually talking back at me or telling me to stop being annoying. I remember her posture changing slightly, like she had stiffened up. She was staring straight down the driveway toward the street. She asked me to come closer to her, which was odd. When I looked where she was looking, I saw a white SUV sitting at the very end of our driveway, stopped in the road. It wasn't parked along the curb, it was just stopped there, engine running, facing our house. It was an older SUV, maybe mid-90s. I remember it being white, kind of boxy, with a bike rack on top. What stood out the most were the windows. They were the darkest tinted windows I had ever seen. You couldn't see inside at all. Not a silhouette, not a face, nothing. From the side, it looked completely black, like the windows weren't even there. At first, I didn't think much of it. Cars stop on roads sometimes. People check their phones, look for an address, turn around. But my sister didn't move. She watched it carefully, cigarette burning down between her fingers. The SUV sat there longer than made sense. Not 30 seconds, not a minute, it just sat there. Then, eventually, my sister finished her cigarette and went back inside. I followed her, already forgetting about the car. A few minutes later, she went back out for another smoke. That's when we realized something was wrong. The SUV came back. It drove slowly down the road and stopped again in the exact same spot at the end of our driveway. Same position, same angle, same dark windows. It didn't pull into the driveway. It didn't roll past. It just stopped. My sister frowned and muttered something under her breath. She kept smoking, pretending not to notice. After a bit, she went back inside again. This time, instead of leaving, the SUV drove down the road and pulled into the church parking lot a short distance away. From where we were, you could still see it sitting there, waiting. Waiting for what? I didn't understand. When my sister went back outside again, the SUV came back too. This pattern repeated itself over and over. Whenever she was outside, the SUV would be there. Whenever she went inside, it would move down the road and wait. Then it would return. At 8 or 9 years old, I didn't fully understand how strange that was, but I could tell from my sister's behavior that something wasn't right. She was still acting brave, still pretending it didn't bother her, but she was watching it constantly now. Her jokes stopped. She stood closer to the house. She kept her body angled so she could run inside quickly if she needed to. The next day, it happened again. Our parents were out and my sister was babysitting me like usual. When she went outside to smoke, the SUV showed up again. This time, I stayed inside and watched from the front window. From there, I could see it clearly. It sat at the end of the driveway, unmoving. It didn't honk. It didn't flash lights. It didn't roll down a window. It just sat there, facing her. Even as a kid, I could tell it was watching her. Eventually, my sister told my father about it. That part mattered because my dad was a sheriff's deputy at the time. He took it seriously. He called the police and made a complaint. Officers came out, drove around the area, checked the nearby streets and the church parking lot. The SUV was gone. No one could find it. There were no witnesses, no license plate, no clear description beyond white SUV with tinted windows. The officers told us to call again if it came back. Then months went by. Nothing happened. Life went back to normal. I stopped thinking about the SUV entirely. Kids are good at forgetting scary things when they don't happen again right away. My sister relaxed too. She still smoked outside, still babysat me, still acted like herself. About 9 months after the first time, it came back. I remember that moment clearly because it felt unreal, like something out of a bad dream suddenly bleeding into real life. My sister was outside smoking again. I was nearby, and there it was, at the end of the driveway, exactly the same as before. Same white SUV, same bike rack, same impossibly dark windows. This time it didn't just show up once. It became a regular occurrence again. Not every single day, but often enough that my sister started expecting it. She'd go outside and sooner or later it would appear. Sometimes it would already be there, waiting. She still tried to ignore it. She was brave, or maybe just stubborn, but I could tell she was scared now. She stayed closer to the door. She cut her smoking short. She didn't let me wander far from her anymore. One day, something changed. My sister was outside smoking, and the SUV showed up again. This time, she didn't roll her eyes or sigh or pretend not to care. She got angry. I remember her flicking her cigarette away hard, like she was fed up. She told me to stay in the carport and not move. She said she was going to go talk to them. That scared me more than the SUV ever had. She started walking down the driveway toward the car. At first, she looked confident, shoulders back, walking fast, like she had made up her mind. She got about halfway down the driveway when she stopped dead. Later, she would tell us that in that moment she felt absolute terror. Not nervousness. Why, not fear, terror. She said it was like every part of her body suddenly knew something her brain didn't want to accept. She said it felt like if she took even one more step, she was going to die. She froze. She stood there for a second, completely still, then turned around and ran back into the house. She didn't say anything to me. She didn't look back at the SUV. She just went inside and shut the door. That was the first time I truly understood how dangerous the situation might be. Not long after that, something else happened that finally ended it. One evening, the family car was in the shop, so my parents were home. We had ordered food, and everyone was inside together. At some point, my sister went outside to smoke again. I followed her out like always. It didn't take long. The SUV appeared again at the end of the driveway. This time, my sister didn't hesitate. She told me to run inside and get our dad immediately. I didn't ask questions. I ran. My father came out with his gun in his hand. He wasn't pointing it. He wasn't yelling. He was calm, controlled, and very serious. He walked briskly down the driveway toward the SUV, gun visible but not raised. The reaction was instant. The SUV floored it. It sped away down the road, tires squealing, and peeled out onto the nearby highway. It was gone in seconds. My dad watched it leave, memorizing everything he could. The model, the year range, the bike rack, every detail. Then he noticed something that made his face change. The license plate was covered in duct tape. Not dirty, not damaged, covered, deliberately. We never saw the SUV again after that. Not once. Years passed. I grew up. My sister grew up. The life moved on. When the story comes up now, my sister just shrugs it off like it was nothing, like it was some weird coincidence from childhood. But I remember the way it watched, the way it waited, the way it followed her schedule. I remember the moment she froze halfway down the driveway, knowing something was wrong on a level deeper than logic. And I remember my dad standing there, gun in hand, as the SUV fled with its identity hidden. Whatever that was, whoever was inside that vehicle, they were there for a reason. And the fact that we never found out what that reason was is the part that still unsettles me the most. My grandmother passed away in March of 2009. It was one of those quiet, heavy days that seemed to stretch longer than normal. The weather itself almost felt like it understood what had happened. The sky stayed gray most of the time, and the air carried that strange silence that often comes after someone important in your life is suddenly gone. Our whole family gathered for the visitation. It was an open casket service, something that I had always found difficult, but at the same time, it felt important to be there. My grandmother had been a central part of our family for as long as I could remember. She was the kind of person who made every house feel warm the moment she stepped inside. Her laugh filled rooms. Her voice had that soft, comforting tone that made you feel like everything was going to be all right, no matter what. Seeing her lying there in the casket felt strange in a way that's hard to explain. She was dressed in a seafoam green pantsuit, one that many of us recognized immediately because she had worn it to several family gatherings over the years. Her hair had been styled the way she always liked it, lightly colored with a soft golden shade that matched the way we all remembered her. For a moment, it almost felt like she was simply resting, but of course everyone in the room knew that wasn't the case. People moved slowly through the visitation line, speaking quietly, offering condolences, hugging one another in that careful way people do during moments of grief. I remember standing beside my parents, looking around the room and seeing relatives I hadn't seen in years. Some of them had traveled from different states just to be there. When it was finally my turn to approach the casket, I stood there for a moment longer than I expected to. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to say or do. Part of me wanted to talk to her like she could still hear me, but another part of me knew that it might make the moment feel even more overwhelming. So instead, I simply stood there quietly. I looked at her face, trying to memorize it, the way it looked in that moment. because I knew this would be the last time I would ever see her like that. After a few seconds, I whispered a quiet goodbye under my breath. Then I stepped away so the next person in line could come forward. The service ended later that evening. People slowly began leaving the funeral home, walking out into the cool night air. My parents stayed behind for a while longer to speak with other family members, but I had already planned to head back to Ohio. At the time, I was still in school there, and classes were starting again soon. Life has a strange way of continuing, even when you feel like it should pause for a while. So after saying my goodbyes to everyone, I got into my car and began the drive back. The highway felt unusually quiet that night. The headlights from other cars passed by slowly, and the road stretched ahead in long, dark lines. Most of the time, my mind wandered back to memories of my grandmother. Little things came back to me during that drive. The way she used to make breakfast when we stayed over at her house as kids. The way she would always keep extra snacks hidden in the kitchen for us. The way she hugged people tightly, like she wanted them to feel safe for just a few seconds longer before letting go. Those memories stayed with me during the entire drive. Eventually, time moved forward the way it always does. Weeks passed. School became busy again. Assignments piled up, and daily routines slowly filled the spaces where grief had been sitting. But the loss was still there, quietly present in the background. A few weeks after the funeral, I decided to visit my grandfather. I knew that the weeks after losing someone can sometimes be the hardest, especially for the person who had shared a home with them for decades. My grandparents had been married for a very long time. Their lives had been completely intertwined. I wanted to check in on him, see how he was doing, and spend some time with the family. When I arrived at the house, it looked exactly the same as it always had. The same driveway, the same trees in the yard, the same quiet neighborhood street. But there was something different about the atmosphere. The house felt slightly emptier somehow, even before I stepped inside. When I walked through the front door, several of my family members were already there. My dad was in the living room, speaking quietly with my uncle. My aunt was sitting near the kitchen table. Everyone greeted me warmly, but there was still that lingering sadness in the air. After a few minutes of talking, someone mentioned that Grandpa was in his bedroom, so I walked down the hallway to check on him. As I approached the doorway, I noticed something unusual. Almost the entire family was gathered in his room. My dad, my uncle, my aunt, and a couple of other relatives were standing there, all facing the same direction. They were staring upward at the television mounted high above the closet. My grandfather had always kept his television in an unusual spot. It sat on the top shelf of his closet, about 8 feet above the floor. To watch it, you had to tilt your head upward slightly. What caught my attention wasn't just the fact that everyone was watching it. It was the expressions on their faces. They looked completely still. Their faces were serious, almost tense, like they had just seen something that they couldn't quite believe. When I stepped into the room, no one spoke right away. I glanced up at the television to see what they were watching. The screen showed EWTN, a Catholic television network that my grandfather watched almost constantly. He was an extremely religious man, and most of the programs he recorded were sermons, documentaries about biblical history, or discussions about religious topics. The video was paused. On the screen was a large crowd of people walking through what looked like ancient stone ruins. The buildings around them appeared old, possibly from somewhere in the Middle East. The camera angle was positioned slightly above the crowd, looking down at them diagonally. Everyone in the room continued staring at the screen. Then, almost at the exact same moment, several voices said one word: "Watch." My grandfather reached for the remote and pressed play. The video began moving again. The camera showed hundreds of people walking closely together through narrow stone paths. The colors were dull and muted, Most of the people were wearing simple clothing, mostly plain shades of brown, gray, and beige. They moved quickly, like a busy crowd passing through a historical site or marketplace. None of them seemed to notice the camera. The camera itself appeared to be positioned above them, capturing the crowd from a slightly elevated angle. At first, nothing seemed particularly unusual. It was just a large group of people walking. Then something shifted slightly in my peripheral vision. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed my aunt suddenly tense up. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, as if she was bracing herself for something. Almost at the exact same moment, several people in the room gasped. I followed their gaze back to the center of the screen, and that's when I saw it. In the middle of the moving crowd was a woman. At first, she blended in with the people around her, but then something about her appearance stood out immediately. She was wearing a seafoam green pantsuit. Her hair was golden, the exact same color and style my grandmother had been wearing during the visitation. She wasn't looking around like the other people. She was staring directly into the camera. Her face had no expression at all. For about 3 seconds, she remained in the center of the frame, looking straight toward the camera lens as the crowd moved around her. Then, slowly, the movement of the crowd swallowed her. She disappeared among the people, and the camera continued showing the crowd walking as if nothing unusual had happened. The room exploded with reactions. People began shouting, gasping, and talking all at once. My aunt started crying. My dad stepped closer to the television as if he couldn't believe what he had just seen. My grandfather kept pointing at the screen, repeating that everyone had seen it. Even I felt a strange chill run down my spine. It didn't make sense. The clothing matched exactly. The hair matched exactly. Even the posture and the way she held her head felt familiar. But logically, there was no way it could have been her. The program had been filmed somewhere far away, most likely years before it ever aired on television. Yet for those 3 seconds, every person in that room saw the same thing. A woman who looked exactly like my grandmother, standing in the middle of an ancient crowd, looking directly at the camera, looking directly at us. I'm not a particularly religious person. I've never considered myself very superstitious either. Most of the time I prefer logical explanations for things. And even now, years later, I still try to tell myself that it must have been a coincidence. Maybe it was simply someone who happened to look remarkably similar to her. But every time I remember the way the entire room reacted at the same moment, the way everyone gasped before anyone had time to say a word, and the way that woman stared straight into the camera for those few silent seconds. I still feel a cold shiver run down my spine, even now. When I was a kid, I used to experience something that I didn't understand at the time. Back then, I didn't even know there was a name for it. I only knew that sometimes when I was falling asleep or waking up, something strange would happen to me. Years later, I learned that it was called sleep paralysis, but when I was young, it felt like something much more mysterious and frightening. It didn't happen every night, but it happened often enough that I started to recognize the feeling when it began. The first sign was always the same. I would be lying down, usually feeling tired and drifting towards sleep, and suddenly my body would stop responding to me. My mind would still be awake, or at least partially awake, but I couldn't move my arms or legs. Sometimes I couldn't even open my eyes. As a kid, that feeling alone was terrifying. When you're young, you don't really understand what's happening inside your body during sleep. You just know that something is wrong. I remember the first few times it happened, I tried desperately to move. I would try to lift my arm or turn my head, but it felt like my entire body had been glued to the bed or the couch. No matter how hard I tried, nothing worked. My breathing would feel heavy, like there was weight pressing down on my chest. I could hear the quiet sounds around the house, but I couldn't react to them. Eventually, the feeling would pass. My body would suddenly release, and I'd be able to move again as if nothing had happened. But one experience in particular stayed with me for years. I must have been fairly young at the time, probably still in elementary school. It was evening, the kind of calm, quiet evening where nothing unusual seems to be happening. My family was somewhere else in the house, doing their own things. I had wandered into the living room and decided to lie down for a while. The living room had a long couch that faced the television, and beside it was a large window that looked out toward the street. During the day, the room felt bright and comfortable, but at night the lighting was softer and the corners of the room sometimes faded into shadow. I remember lying down on the couch and pulling a blanket over myself. The television was off, and the room was mostly quiet, except for the occasional sound of a car passing outside. At first, I wasn't even trying to sleep. I was just resting there, letting my mind wander the way it sometimes does when you're tired, but not fully ready for bed. Eventually, my eyes grew heavy. That slow, drifting feeling began, the one where your thoughts start becoming less clear as sleep creeps closer. And then it happened. At first, it felt familiar, that strange sensation where your body becomes heavy and still. I tried to move my arms slightly, just to adjust my position, but nothing happened. I tried again. Still nothing. My body wouldn't respond. But that's when I realized the sleep paralysis had started. Even though I had experienced it before, it still scared me every time. My mind immediately began trying to wake my body up. I tried to open my eyes, but they wouldn't move. It felt like my eyelids were sealed shut. My breathing became slow and heavy. I could still hear the quiet sounds of the house, the faint hum of something electrical in the background, the distant creaking sounds that houses sometimes make at night. At that moment, I was hoping the paralysis would pass quickly like it usually did, but instead, something else began to happen. At first, it was just a sound, a strange buzzing noise. It was faint at the beginning, almost like the sound of electricity or a distant vibration, the kind of sound you might hear from an old fluorescent light or a power line. But there were no lights on in the room, and the buzzing didn't feel like it was coming from the walls. It felt closer. It started growing louder, and not suddenly, but gradually, like something slowly approaching. The sound seemed to fill the room, vibrating softly through the air. It had a strange mechanical quality to it, almost like a low electrical hum. My mind immediately started racing. As a kid, lying there unable to move while hearing a strange noise was one of the worst feelings imaginable. I tried again to open my eyes. Nothing. My body still refused to move. The buzzing continued getting louder. And then something happened that made the entire situation far worse. I heard a voice. At first it was quiet, so quiet that I wasn't even sure if I had imagined it. But then I heard it again. The voice said my name. It didn't sound like anyone in my family. It didn't sound familiar at all. The voice was strange and distorted, almost like it was echoing through a tunnel or vibrating through the buzzing sound that filled the room. It said my name slowly, then it said it again. Each time it spoke, the buzzing sound seemed to grow louder. The voice repeated my name over and over, each time a little louder than the last, and each time it sounded closer. At that moment, my mind was completely panicking. I couldn't see anything because my eyes were still closed, but it felt like something was standing somewhere in the room. Something slowly moving closer to where I was lying. The voice kept repeating my name, again, and again, and again. Each time the sound felt like it was right next to me. As a kid, that moment felt endless, My mind was screaming for my body to wake up, to move, to do anything, but my body was still frozen. The buzzing filled my ears. The voice kept saying my name, louder, closer, more intense. It felt like the voice was leaning over me, right beside my head, calling my name directly into my ear. Then suddenly everything stopped. In an instant, my body snapped awake. My eyes flew open and I sat up quickly on the couch, breathing heavily. The living room was completely normal, quiet, empty. The lights from outside faintly lit the room through the window. There was no buzzing sound, no voice, no one standing nearby. My heart was racing so fast I could feel it pounding in my chest. I looked around the room expecting to see someone there, but the room was completely empty. It took a few minutes for my breathing to slow down. Even though everything looked normal again, the fear didn't disappear right away. I remember sitting there for a long time, trying to convince myself that it had just been a dream. But it didn't feel like a dream. I had been awake the entire time. Or at least it had felt that way. The whole experience stayed with me for days. As a kid, it really messed with my head. For several nights afterward, I had trouble falling asleep. Every time I started drifting off, I would remember that voice and that buzzing sound. I kept wondering what would happen if it came back. Eventually, the fear faded the way childhood fears often do. Life moved on. School, friends, normal daily routines slowly pushed the memory into the background. Years later, when I learned what sleep paralysis actually was, I realized that strange sounds and voices can sometimes happen during those episodes. The brain can create very realistic hallucinations when it's stuck between sleep and wakefulness. Knowing that explanation made the experience easier to understand. But even now, when I think back to that moment lying on the couch, hearing that voice slowly saying my name while I couldn't move, I still feel a small chill run down my spine. Because no matter how many scientific explanations there are, that moment as a kid felt incredibly real. And the memory of that voice calling my name from somewhere in the dark is something I've never completely forgotten. When I was in 8th grade, my family lived in a quiet, gated community. It was the kind of neighborhood where the houses were built pretty close to each other. There was only about 10 feet of space between our house and the neighbor's place next door. There wasn't a fence or a wall separating the yards, just a narrow strip of grass and a few small plants that ran along the side of the houses. During the day, it always felt calm and safe. Kids rode their bikes around the streets. The neighbors waved to each other, and the security guard at the gate gave everyone a sense that nothing bad could really happen there. Inside our house, my bedroom was the only one located downstairs. My parents and the rest of the rooms were upstairs. At the time, I actually liked having the room to myself because it felt more private. I had my own little space away from everyone else. But that also meant that at night I was the only one sleeping on the ground floor. One night, something happened that I still remember very clearly. I don't know what time it was exactly, but it had to be late. The house was completely quiet, the kind of quiet you only notice in the middle of the night. I suddenly woke up for no clear reason. It wasn't like I heard a loud noise or anything. Sometimes you just wake up suddenly, and that's what it felt like. My eyes opened slowly while I was still half asleep, trying to figure out why I had woken up. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I turned my head slightly toward the window next to my bed. That's when I saw something move. At first, it was only a quick glimpse, just a shadow shifting past the glass, but it was enough to make my brain immediately snap awake. I froze in place and stared toward the window. My heart started beating faster almost instantly. Standing outside my window was a person. The figure had been moving when I first noticed it, but the moment I looked in that direction, they stopped completely. It was like they had frozen in place the exact second I opened my eyes. The darkness made it hard to see details. I couldn't clearly make out their face or even exactly what they were wearing. All I could see was the outline of someone standing there, just a few feet from the glass. For a few seconds, I wasn't even sure if what I was seeing was real. Maybe it was just a shadow from a tree or something moving in the wind. But the longer I stared, the more obvious it became that it wasn't a shadow at all. It was a person. Someone standing outside my bedroom window in the middle of the night. The scariest part was that they weren't moving anymore. They were just standing there. I remember lying completely still in bed, staring at the window while the figure stayed perfectly frozen on the other side. My mind was racing with questions. Did they know I was awake? Could they see me looking at them? Or did they think I was still asleep? Because it was so dark inside my room, I wasn't sure if my eyes opening would have been noticeable from outside. That thought alone made the moment feel even more tense. For what felt like a very long time, neither of us moved. In reality, it was probably only a minute or two, but when you're scared like that, time feels stretched out. My heart was pounding so hard I could actually hear it in my ears. I didn't dare sit up suddenly or make any noise because I was afraid it would draw attention to me. Eventually, I realized I needed to get my dad, but doing that meant getting out of bed. Slowly, very slowly, I shifted my body toward the edge of the mattress. I tried to move as quietly as possible so the bed wouldn't creak. Every small movement felt extremely loud in the silent house. My eyes stayed locked on the window the entire time. The figure still hadn't moved. That somehow made it worse. I slid one foot onto the floor, then the other, trying to keep my movements slow and careful. My plan was to quietly leave the room and run upstairs to wake my dad. Once I was standing, I carefully backed away from the window so whoever was outside wouldn't see me clearly. My bedroom door was slightly open, and I slipped through it into the hallway. The moment I stepped into the hallway, I moved much faster. I hurried up the stairs and went straight to my parents' room. My dad woke up pretty quickly when I shook him and told him there was someone outside my window. At first he looked confused, but once he saw how serious I was, he got up right away. We walked back downstairs together. Even though he tried to move quietly, the house still made small sounds as we walked. I remember feeling nervous that the person outside might hear us and run away before my dad could see them. When we reached my bedroom, my dad looked out the window. The person was gone. There was nothing there anymore, just the dark yard and the quiet space between our house and the neighbors. For a moment, we both just stood there staring outside. My dad checked around the side of the house and looked through a few other windows, but whoever had been standing there had completely disappeared. It was like they had simply vanished. My dad decided to call the neighborhood security guard. One of the reasons people liked living in that community was because there was always a guard at the entrance gate, and they regularly drove through the streets during the night. After my dad explained what had happened, the guard said he would come by to check things out. He arrived surprisingly fast, only a few minutes later. I remember standing near the front door with my dad while we explained everything. The guard was listening carefully, asking a few questions about where exactly the person had been standing and how long I had seen them there. The front door was open slightly while we talked so the guard could look around outside. And then something happened that I will never forget. Out of nowhere, the same person walked past our house, not running, not even walking quickly. They were jogging slowly down the street. It wasn't a normal jog either. There was something strange about the way they moved. Their steps looked almost casual, like they weren't in any hurry at all. As they passed the front of our house, they turned their head toward us. Our eyes met. Even though it was still dark outside, I could clearly see their face for a moment under the streetlight. They had a small grin on their face, not a big smile, just a slight grin, like they knew exactly what they were doing. The moment the guard noticed them, he took off running. He sprinted down the street after the person without saying a word. The man who had been jogging instantly sped up and turned the corner between two houses. Within seconds, they were both gone from sight. The guard searched the area for a while, but he eventually came back and said he couldn't find the person anywhere. With the houses so close together and plenty of small pathways between them, it would have been easy for someone to disappear quickly. Even though the guard stayed around the neighborhood for a bit longer, the person never showed up again that night. After everything settled down, my dad tried to reassure me that everything was okay. He double-checked the doors and windows and told me the guard would keep an eye on the area. But the truth was, I was still completely shaken. Knowing that someone had been standing right outside my bedroom window while I slept was a terrifying thought. That night, I refused to go back to my room. Instead, I slept on the floor in my parents' room. Actually, I didn't just do that for one night. I ended up sleeping there for an entire week. Even during the day, the memory of that grin kept replaying in my mind. I kept thinking about how the person had been standing there watching my window, completely still, and the fact that they casually jogged past our house later, like it was nothing, made the whole thing even creepier. Even now, years later, I still think about that night sometimes. Yeah, I have no idea who that person was or what they were doing outside my window. Maybe they were just some random stranger passing through the neighborhood, or maybe they had been watching the house for a while. Either way, it was one of the few moments in my life where I truly felt that deep, unsettling kind of fear that sticks with you long after the night is over. I live not too far from San Francisco, just across the bridge in one of the small hillside towns. It's an incredibly beautiful place. On clear days, you can see the water stretching out in the distance, the hills rolling into each other, and the houses stacked along the slopes like they're climbing toward the sky. But anyone who lives in this part of California knows that the weather can be strange sometimes. The fog, in particular, can get unbelievably thick. And when I say thick, I mean the kind of fog where you can barely see anything around you. There are mornings when the fog rolls in so heavily that I can't even see my own car sitting in the driveway, even though it's only about 20 feet away from the front door. Everything just disappears into this white-gray wall. The air feels heavy and quiet, like the whole world has been wrapped in a blanket. Usually it's peaceful, but sometimes it feels unsettling. About 2 years ago, I had an experience that I still can't explain. It was a normal school day. Nothing strange had happened at school, and everything was completely ordinary. I was driving home in the afternoon like I always did. My school is only about a 10-minute drive from our house, but the road climbs up into the hills as you get closer to my neighborhood. That day, the fog had already started rolling in while I was leaving town. At first, it wasn't too bad, just patches of mist drifting across the road. But as I drove higher up the hill toward my house, the fog started getting thicker and thicker. By the time I reached the road that leads to our place, it had become incredibly dense. The headlights of my car barely cut through it. Our house sits at the very top of the hill, so I slowly drove up the last stretch of road, squinting through the windshield and trying to stay centered in the lane. I'd lived in that house for most of my life, about 14 years at that point, and nothing unusual had ever happened there before. It was just a quiet house on a quiet hill. When I finally pulled into the driveway, I could barely see the front of the house through the fog. But I did notice one familiar thing. In the window facing the driveway, I could make out the shape of my dog standing there. His tail was wagging like crazy, the way it always did when he saw my car pull in. Even through the fog and the dim light inside the house, I could see his excited little silhouette bouncing back and forth. That part felt normal. I parked the car and opened the door to step out. The moment I did, a sudden blast of wind came rushing down the hill. It slammed my car door shut so hard it made me jump. The wind roared around the house, whipping through the trees and bushes in the yard. The branches rattled and the leaves shook violently as the gusts pushed through them. It sounded like the entire hillside had suddenly come alive. And that was the first moment something felt wrong. Where we live, the weather usually follows a certain pattern. When it's foggy, the air is calm and still. If the wind picks up, the fog usually disappears because the moving air pushes it away. But that day, both were happening at the same time. The fog was thick, almost blinding, and yet the wind was howling down from the higher hills, like a storm was rolling through. I stood there for a moment beside my car, feeling uneasy. Something about the air felt strange. I shook it off and headed toward the front door. When I stepped inside, the house was completely quiet. I called out for my parents. No answer. I called again, louder this time. Still nothing. The only sound was my dog running toward me across the floor, his tail wagging and nails clicking against the hardwood. He looked happy to see me, but there was something slightly restless about him too. He kept glancing toward the stairs and then back at me, like he wasn't sure what was going on. Then I noticed how cold the house was. It felt like walking into a freezer. The air inside was freezing, far colder than it should have been. I stood there for a moment trying to figure out why it was so cold, and that's when I started to feel a little uneasy. Something clearly wasn't right. Our house has 3 floors, and my parents' bedroom is on the very top level. Then, thinking maybe something had been left open upstairs, I headed up the stairs to check. When I reached their room, the reason for the freezing temperature became obvious immediately. Both of their windows were wide open, not just cracked open. They were slid completely open, letting the wind blast straight into the house. The curtains were flapping violently, snapping and whipping in the air as the cold wind poured inside. That explained why the house felt like an icebox. Still, it seemed strange. My parents were usually very careful about closing everything before they left the house. And with fog rolling in, it would have been even more unusual to leave the windows open like that. But I tried not to think too much about it. I walked over, slid both windows shut, and latched them. The noise of the wind immediately became quieter. Then I turned on the heat to start warming the house back up. After that, I headed downstairs to my bedroom on the bottom floor. By this point, I was feeling pretty tired. The cold air had made me feel drained, and all I wanted to do was relax for a bit. I climbed into my bed with my laptop to work on an essay I'd been writing for school. My dog jumped up onto the bed beside me and curled up against my side, clearly enjoying the warmth under the blankets. For a while, everything felt normal again. I started typing, focusing on my homework, done trying to ignore how cold the room still felt, while the heater slowly worked to warm the house back up. But after a few minutes, something felt off again. The room was still unbelievably cold, not just a little chilly. Freezing, I paused my typing and looked around the room. And that's when my stomach dropped. The windows directly across from my bed were wide open. All of them. Our windows are old sliding windows that make a loud scraping noise whenever you open them. You can't open them quietly. The metal tracks grind and squeal loudly as they move, and I knew for a fact they hadn't been opened when I came into the room. There was no way someone could have opened them without me hearing it. Cold air rushed into the room, carrying the foggy dampness with it. My heart started pounding as I quickly got out of bed and walked over to the windows. My hands were shaking as I grabbed the frame and slid them shut. As one of the windows closed, the glass fogged over slightly from the temperature difference between the cold air outside and the warmer air inside. At first I thought it was just normal condensation, but then I saw something that made my blood run cold. Written in the fog on the glass was a single word. No. The letters were clear, like someone had drawn them slowly with a finger. For a second, I just stared at it, completely frozen. Then pure panic hit me. I rushed out of my room and ran straight into the bathroom down the hall, my dog scrambling after me as if he sensed something was wrong too. I slammed the door behind us and stood there trying to calm my breathing. My heart felt like it was going to explode. I kept telling myself there had to be some logical explanation. Maybe the writing had been there earlier and I just hadn't noticed. Maybe someone had written it days ago and the fog simply made it visible again. But deep down, I knew that didn't make sense. Then I heard something that made the fear even worse. A knock. Someone was knocking on the front door. 3 slow knocks echoed through the quiet house. I stood there in the bathroom, completely terrified. My mind was racing. Who could possibly be at the door right now? My parents weren't home. None of our neighbors would just randomly show up like that. After a minute of silence, I slowly opened the bathroom door. My dog stayed right beside me as I carefully stepped into the hallway. I moved quietly, almost tiptoeing through the house like some nervous cartoon character trying not to be seen. Every small sound made me jump. I slowly walked toward the front door and looked through the peephole. There was nothing there. No one standing outside. Just thick fog covering the driveway and the yard beyond it. I slowly sank down onto the floor beside the couch, trying to calm myself down. From where I was sitting, the large living room couch blocked my view of the huge sliding glass doors across the room. Those doors face the back of the house and stretch almost the entire height of the wall. They're massive, about 15 feet wide and almost 25 feet tall. After a minute, I stood up again and looked toward them, and my stomach dropped all over again. One of the glass doors had fogged over. Written across the condensation were 3 words, "Who am I?" The letters were large and uneven, like they had been traced by a finger across the foggy glass. I didn't wait another second. I grabbed my laptop, my dog, and my car keys and ran out of the house as fast as I could. I jumped in my car and drove straight down the hill, barely even paying attention to the road. I drove nearly 50 miles that night, all the way to my grandfather's house. I stayed there until the next morning. Even now, years later, I still have no idea what happened that day. Nothing like it has ever happened again. There have never been any other strange events in that house. But I can still clearly remember the feeling of seeing those words appear on the glass. My mom believes me when I tell the story. I'm not sure why exactly, but she does. Neither of us has ever been able to come up with a real explanation. And to this day, it remains the single most terrifying moment of my life. When I was about 11 years old, my family lived in an old farmhouse in upstate New York. The house had been standing for nearly 100 years, and it felt like it carried the weight of all those years inside its walls. It was big and spread out, the kind of place where every floor creaked and every hallway seemed longer at night. Outside, there were wide hayfields, old trees, and rolling hills that stretched far beyond what you could see from the house. We lived in a very rural area. The nearest neighbor was about 6 miles away, and at night, the darkness around the house felt incredibly deep. There were no streetlights and no nearby houses glowing in the distance. When the sun went down, it was just the farmhouse sitting quietly in the middle of the fields. Because of that, I was almost never left home alone. But one particular night, I was. My parents had gone to visit another farm nearby. It wasn't far by car, but far enough that if something happened, I'd be by myself for a while. I remember being pretty excited about it because I had something special planned for the evening. There was a big television movie premiering that night called V. If you remember the show, it was a science fiction story about aliens who arrived on Earth looking exactly like humans. They acted friendly at first, pretending they came in peace, but later, people discovered the truth. Underneath their fake human skin, they were actually reptile-like creatures. And the worst part was that they were secretly planning to eat humans. For an 11-year-old kid watching it alone in an old farmhouse, it was the perfect recipe for being scared out of your mind. Still, I was determined to watch it. I settled into the living room with the lights dimmed, sitting near the large picture window that looked out over one of the hayfields beside the house. That window was huge, almost stretching across the entire wall. During the day, it gave you an amazing view of the fields and hills beyond the property. At night, though, it mostly just showed darkness. The movie had been going for a while, slowly building tension as the story unfolded. I was completely pulled into it, leaning forward on the couch and watching every moment carefully. Then the scene happened. In the movie, one of the characters finally discovers the truth about the aliens. During a struggle, the alien's fake human face is torn away, revealing the scaly reptile creature hiding underneath. Right around that exact moment, both of my dogs started growling. They had been lying quietly near the couch while I watched the movie, but suddenly they stood up, stiff and alert. Low growls rumbled from their throats as they stared toward the window. At first I thought maybe they had heard an animal outside, but something about their reaction felt different. Their growls weren't loud barking like when a stranger walked up the driveway. Instead, it was this deep, uneasy sound, like they were warning something to stay away. I turned my head slowly toward the window. Outside, it was completely dark, just like it usually was at night in the countryside. But something looked strange. The darkness seemed lighter than normal. It's hard to explain exactly what I mean by that. It was still night, but the sky had this faint glow to it, like something was illuminating the area from somewhere above. The moment I noticed it, the hair on the back of my neck stood straight up. My dogs suddenly stopped growling. They backed away from the window and moved behind the couch, pressing themselves together in a tight little huddle. I had never seen them behave like that before. These were dogs that normally barked at anything that came near the house, but now they looked scared, and that made me scared. I turned fully toward the window and looked out across the hayfield. That's when I saw it. A bright light suddenly appeared above the fields. It wasn't like a flashlight beam or the headlights of a car. This light was powerful, almost blinding, and it seemed to move incredibly fast. It streaked across the sky above the field in front of the house, casting a strange glow over the land. For a few seconds, everything outside looked illuminated in a pale, eerie light. Then the glowing object shot across the sky and disappeared behind the hill beyond the field. Just like that. The light vanished. It didn't slowly fade away. It simply winked out of existence. I completely lost it. My brain was already filled with images from the movie I had been watching. Aliens disguised as humans. Creatures hiding behind fake skin. People being secretly hunted. And now I had just watched a mysterious light fly over our house and vanish behind the hill. To my 11-year-old mind, there was only one possible explanation. Aliens, and they were coming to eat me. Without even thinking, so I jumped off the couch and ran down the hallway. My dogs bolted after me as I rushed toward the basement stairs. At the time, we kept a small .22 rifle in the house for dealing with pests around the farm. I grabbed it on the way down the stairs and headed straight into the cellar. The basement was dim and smelled faintly of dirt and old wood. I huddled down there with my dogs, clutching the rifle like it was the only thing protecting me. My dogs stayed right beside me the entire time. Every small sound made me jump. The wind outside rustling through the trees sounded like footsteps. The creaking boards of the house above us sounded like someone moving around upstairs. I was convinced the aliens had landed in the field and were coming for me. So I stayed there. I didn't move. I didn't turn the lights on. I just sat in the basement with my dogs, waiting for my parents to come home. Eventually, I heard the sound of a car pulling into the driveway. Relief washed over me instantly. I hurried upstairs to meet them, trying my best to act calm. I didn't want them to think I had completely panicked while they were gone. I casually mentioned the strange light I had seen outside while watching TV. My parents looked at each other for a moment. Then they told me something that surprised me. While they had been visiting the other farm that evening, something strange had happened there too. They said all the animals on the farm had suddenly gone completely silent. The cows, the chickens, even the usual nighttime sounds had stopped all at once. Then they noticed a bright light in the sky. It moved quickly across the area, lighting up the fields for a few seconds before disappearing. My parents admitted that the whole thing had made them uneasy. In fact, it had scared them enough that they decided to head home earlier than they originally planned. Hearing that sent chills down my spine. Even now, many years later, I still think about that night sometimes. Maybe it was just some kind of aircraft or meteor passing overhead, or maybe it was something else entirely. Whatever it was, it remains one of the strangest and most frightening experiences of my childhood. When I was younger, I worked the night shift at a campground. My shift ran from midnight until 8 in the morning, every single night. At first, the idea of working alone all night sounded a little strange, but once I got used to it, the job actually felt pretty relaxed most of the time. The campground was quiet overnight. Most of the guests were asleep in their tents or RVs, and very few people ever came through the entrance that late. On busy nights, I might deal with one or two campers who arrived late or needed help with something, but that was about it. Most of my shift was spent alone. My workspace was a tiny wooden shack near the campground entrance. It was probably about 8 feet by 8 feet inside. Just enough space for a desk, a small chair, and a window that faced the road leading into the campground. The rest of the area around the shack was open land, dark trees, and empty campground roads. At night, the whole place felt incredibly isolated. There were no bright lights like in a city, just a few dim lamps scattered around the campground paths. Once midnight passed, the darkness settled over everything like a thick blanket. The trees beyond the entrance turned into shadowy outlines and the quiet stretched for miles. To pass the time during those long shifts, I usually brought my PlayStation 2 with me. I'd hook it up to a small television in the shack and spend hours playing games. As long as I stayed alert for anyone driving in, my boss didn't mind. The job was mostly about being there in case something happened. During my first week working there, I spent a lot of time talking with the guy who had worked the same shift before me. He was finishing his last few days before quitting, so he showed me how everything worked around the campground. One night while we were talking, he mentioned something strange. A few feet away from the shack where I worked, there was an old payphone mounted on a metal pole. It looked like something from a different time. Most people didn't use payphones anymore, but for some reason, this one had never been removed. He told me that the payphone rang every single night, specifically at 4:17 in the morning, just once. Then it would stop. At first I thought he was joking, but he looked completely serious when he told me about it. He said it had been happening the entire time he had worked there. And every night at the exact same time, the phone would ring once. No second ring, just one. He assumed it was some kind of automated test call from the phone company. Maybe they were checking to make sure the line still worked. But even though he had heard it ring dozens of times, he admitted he had never actually answered it. Something about it always made him uncomfortable. After he left the job, I took over the shift alone. For the first couple of months, I didn't really notice the payphone at all. It was the middle of summer and the nights were still warm even after midnight. To keep the bugs and humid air out of the shack, I usually kept the windows closed. With the windows shut and the PS2 running, I couldn't hear much of anything outside. Because of that, I never heard the payphone ring. Eventually, around the middle of August, the weather started cooling down at night. I began leaving the windows open while I worked so the fresh air could circulate through the shack. That's when I heard it for the first time. It was exactly 4:17 in the morning. I remember glancing at the digital clock on the desk because the sound caught my attention immediately. The payphone rang, just once. The sound was strange. It wasn't the sharp, clear ring you normally hear from a phone. Instead, it sounded muffled and hollow, almost like the phone had been submerged underwater and then pulled back out. It echoed slightly through the quiet campground. Then the sound stopped. I sat there for a moment staring out the window toward the payphone. But after a few seconds, nothing else happened. The phone didn't ring again. It had happened exactly the way the previous worker described. The next night, the same thing happened. At exactly 4:17 in the morning, the phone rang once, then silence. After a few nights of hearing it, my curiosity started getting the better of me. I kept thinking about the explanation the other guy had given me about it being an automated test call. If that was true, answering the phone shouldn't matter. Still, the idea of walking out into the dark campground at 4 in the morning to answer a ringing payphone felt a little unsettling. For a while, I ignored it, but eventually, curiosity won. One night I decided I was going to answer the phone and see what happened. I set an alarm on the desk clock for 4:15 in the morning so I wouldn't miss it. When the alarm went off, I stepped outside the shack and walked over to the payphone. The air was cool and quiet. The trees around the campground barely moved, and the sky was still dark except for a faint hint of early morning on the horizon. I stood there beside the payphone, waiting. 2 minutes later, right on schedule, the phone rang. Once. I quickly picked up the receiver. "Hello?" I said. There was no answer, and all I could hear was silence. Not the kind of silence you get when no one is on the line. It felt more like someone was there but simply wasn't speaking. I tried again. "Hello?" Still nothing, just dead air. After a few seconds, I hung up and walked back to the shack. The next night, I tried it again. Same result. The phone rang once, I answered, and there was nothing but silence. For about a week, I kept repeating this routine. Every night, I would step outside at 4:17, answer the phone, say hello a few times, and hear nothing in return. Eventually, I got bored with the whole thing. If it really was some kind of automated system testing the line, then the silence made sense. After a week of identical results, I stopped answering the phone and went back to ignoring it. About a month passed. Summer faded into early fall, and the campground started getting quieter as fewer people came to stay overnight. One night during the first week of October, I suddenly remembered the payphone again. For some reason, I felt curious about it all over again, so I decided to answer it one more time, just to see if anything had changed. Like before, I set my alarm for 4:15 and walked out to the payphone a few minutes later. The campground was colder now, and the air carried that crisp feeling that comes with autumn. At exactly 4:17, the phone rang. Once. I lifted the receiver to my ear. "Hello?" I said. No response. "Hello," I repeated. For a moment, it seemed exactly like every other night I had answered the phone. Then I heard something. It sounded like someone inhaling through clenched teeth. The sound was sharp and unnatural, like a breath being pulled through a tight space. Before I could react, a voice came through the receiver. It was one of the roughest voices I had ever heard in my life. It sounded deep and gravelly, like the person speaking had been gargling stones. The closest comparison I could ever think of was a character named Horace P. Gage from a horror video game called The Suffering. That was exactly what the voice sounded like. Low, harsh, almost painful to listen to. The voice spoke only once. It said my name, not just my first name, my full name, first, middle, and last. I had never heard that voice before in my life. The moment it finished speaking, my throat went dry. I couldn't respond. For a few seconds, I just stood there holding the receiver, completely frozen. My heart was pounding so hard, it felt like it was shaking my chest. Then I hung up the phone. My hands were shaking as I reached into my pocket and pulled out some coins. I dropped them into the payphone and dialed *69 to return the last incoming call. The automated voice gave me the number the call had come from. It was from California. I stood there staring at the phone in disbelief, because I was standing in the middle of a campground in Indiana. To this day, I still have no explanation for what happened that night. When I was around 16 years old, I had an experience one night that still stands out in my memory. Even now, years later, I sometimes think about it and wonder how close I might have come to getting seriously hurt. At the time, it felt terrifying, but looking back on it, the whole situation almost feels like something or someone might have been watching out for me. It was a normal evening at home. My parents had gone out for the night, leaving me alone in the house. That wasn't unusual. By the time I was 16, staying home by myself for a few hours was completely normal. I actually enjoyed those quiet evenings because it meant I could relax, go online, and talk to friends without anyone interrupting. This was back when MSN Messenger was incredibly popular. If you had internet in the early 2000s, chances were you spent a lot of time chatting with friends on it. Everyone had their little usernames and profile pictures, and you'd sit there typing away for hours talking about random things. That night was exactly like that. I was sitting at my computer in the downstairs room where our family computer was set up. It wasn't a huge room, just a simple space with a desk against the wall, a rolling computer chair, and a ceiling light above the middle of the room. The staircase leading to the upper floor was just outside the doorway. I had MSN open and was chatting with a few friends, sending messages back and forth like usual. The house around me was quiet. It was one of those calm nights where you could hear the faint ticking of the clock on the wall and the occasional sound of a car driving by outside. For a while, everything was completely normal. Then my internet connection suddenly dropped. The MSN window flashed and I saw the message saying I had been signed out. That wasn't too unusual. Our internet connection at the time wasn't always perfect. Sometimes it would cut out for a moment and then reconnect a few seconds later. Sure enough, after a short pause, the connection came back, and MSN signed me back in automatically. I went right back to chatting with my friends. But a few minutes later, it happened again. I got signed out, then signed back in. At first, I didn't think much of it. I assumed it was just one of those random connection issues that happen sometimes. But after the third or fourth time, it started to get annoying. Every time the connection dropped, the conversation would pause. I'd have to wait for MSN to reconnect before I could keep talking. Then the problem started happening more often. Instead of disconnecting every few minutes, the internet began cutting out every minute or so. I'd sign back in, type a message or two, and then the connection would drop again. It felt like the internet was getting worse with each passing minute. Soon, it got to the point where I couldn't stay connected for more than about 30 seconds at a time. MSN would sign in. I'd barely manage to type a few words, and then I'd be kicked offline again. After dealing with it for a while, I finally got frustrated. I remember leaning back in my chair and thinking that the internet clearly wasn't going to cooperate that night. So I decided I'd just leave the computer and do something else until my parents got home. I pushed my chair back from the desk and stood up. The computer chair rolled slightly as I stepped away from it. I walked toward the doorway that led out of the room and toward the staircase. As I reached the doorway, I turned the corner to head upstairs. And at that exact moment, something happened behind me. There was a loud crash. Not just a small noise, a violent, sudden crash that echoed through the entire room. I spun around immediately. The ceiling light fixture had fallen. The entire thing had come loose from the ceiling and dropped straight down onto the spot where I had been sitting just seconds earlier. The glass cover shattered across the floor. Broken pieces scattered everywhere around the computer chair. For a moment, I just stood there staring at the mess in complete shock. If I had stayed sitting in that chair even a few seconds longer, the entire fixture would have fallen directly onto my head. The glass shade alone could have seriously injured me, not to mention the metal parts of the fixture itself. My heart started pounding as the realization sank in. I had been sitting in that exact spot only seconds earlier. The timing of it all felt almost impossible. The moment I decided to leave the computer was the exact moment the light fell. If the internet hadn't kept disconnecting over and over again, I probably would have stayed there for another 10 or 15 minutes chatting with my friends. And if I had done that, the light fixture might have fallen right on top of me. The thought made my stomach turn. I suddenly felt very uncomfortable being alone in the house. The quiet that had felt relaxing earlier now felt unsettling. The broken glass on the floor and the dangling wires from the ceiling made the room look completely different. Without even thinking twice, I ran upstairs. I went straight to my bedroom and climbed into bed, pulling the blankets over myself like a kid hiding from a nightmare. Even though I was 16, I suddenly felt a lot younger. The house creaked softly as the night went on, and every little sound made me jump. I stayed under those blankets for what felt like hours, waiting for the sound of my parents coming home. Eventually, I heard the front door open and their voices downstairs. Only then did I finally feel safe enough to come out of my room. When I told them what had happened, they went downstairs to look at the broken fixture and the glass scattered around the chair. They agreed that I had been incredibly lucky, because if I had still been sitting there when it fell, things could have ended very differently. Even now, I sometimes think back to that strange series of events. The internet disconnecting over and over again. The exact moment I decided to get up. And the light fixture falling right after I left the chair. Maybe it was just a strange coincidence. Or maybe some strange bit of luck, fate, or timing pushed me to get up at exactly the right moment. Either way, I walked away from that night without a single scratch, and that's something I've always been grateful for. One night a few years ago, I experienced something that still stands out as one of the strangest and most unsettling moments I've ever had while waking up. Nothing violent happened. Nothing physically touched me, and in the end, there was a logical explanation for it. But in the moment when it was happening, it felt incredibly real and deeply disturbing in a way that is hard to explain unless you've experienced something similar. It started like any other normal night. I had gone to bed fairly late, the way I often did at that time. I remember scrolling through my phone for a while, watching random videos and messaging friends, before eventually putting the phone down and turning off the light. My room was quiet, and the hallway light outside my bedroom was still on. That faint light usually leaked through the small gap around my door and created a soft glow across one side of the room. It wasn't bright enough to fully light the room, but it was enough to create outlines and shapes if you opened your eyes during the night. At some point, I must have fallen into a deep sleep. I don't know how long I had been asleep when the strange moment happened, but I remember waking up suddenly without really understanding why. It was the kind of waking where you're not fully conscious yet. Your mind is halfway between dreaming and being awake, and everything feels slow and foggy. My eyes opened slowly. For a few seconds I just lay there, still caught in that half-asleep state where you aren't fully aware of your surroundings. The room was dim, just like it always was when the hallway light shined through the door. Then I noticed something right in front of me. There was a face. It was extremely close to mine, almost nose to nose with me. The face was mostly in shadow because the light from the hallway was behind it, creating a silhouette. I couldn't see clear details like the color of the eyes or the exact shape of the features, but I could clearly see the outline of someone's head and face only inches away from mine. At first, strangely enough, I wasn't scared, because in that strange half-awake state, my brain immediately decided that I knew who it was. I thought it was my best friend. The feeling was oddly certain. Even though I couldn't see his features clearly, my mind filled in the blanks automatically. It felt like he had somehow entered my room and was leaning over my bed to wake me up. So without really thinking about how strange that situation was, I spoke. "Hey man, what are you doing?" I said. My voice sounded thick and sleepy. As I spoke, I started to sit up in bed and move my head slightly to the side. And that's when the moment became truly unsettling. As I moved my head, the face moved with it. But it didn't move the way a normal person's head would move. It stayed the exact same distance from my face the entire time. When I shifted slightly to the left, the face shifted left with me. When I leaned forward a bit, the face leaned forward the same amount. It was like the two of us were somehow locked together at the same distance. At that moment, my brain still hadn't fully processed what was happening. Everything felt slow, like my mind was still wrapped in sleep. I blinked my eyes once, trying to focus better on the shape in front of me, and then the face disappeared, just like that. One moment it was there, only inches away from me. The next moment, it was completely gone. There was nothing in front of me except the empty space of my dark bedroom. I sat there for a second, still half awake and confused. My brain tried to make sense of what had just happened, but everything still felt blurry. I rubbed my eyes and looked around the room slowly. The door was closed. The hallway light was still shining faintly through the gap under the door, but there was no one in the room. For about 2 minutes, I didn't really react strongly. I was still waking up, and my mind hadn't fully caught up with the reality of the situation yet. I just sat there in bed, breathing slowly and looking around. Then it suddenly hit me. My best friend didn't live with me. In fact, he didn't even live nearby. There was no possible way he could have been standing in my room in the middle of the night. He hadn't been visiting that day, and there was no reason for him to be anywhere near my house. The realization sent a sudden wave of fear through me. How my heart started beating faster as I replayed the moment in my head. I remembered exactly how close the face had been. I remembered how it had moved perfectly with my own movement, and I remembered how real it had looked. For a few seconds, I just sat there in silence, staring into the darkness of my room. The quiet felt heavier than usual. Every little sound from the house suddenly seemed louder. I looked around carefully to make sure no one was actually there. The closet door was closed. The desk chair sat where it always did. The faint light from the hallway still cast soft shadows across the walls. There was nothing unusual in the room at all, but the memory of that face was still fresh in my mind. I eventually got out of bed and checked the door just to be sure it was locked. Everything was normal. No one had entered the house, and there was no sign that anyone had been in my room. Still, I didn't feel comfortable going right back to sleep. Instead, I sat there for a while, thinking about what had just happened. The more I thought about it, the stranger it felt. The face had been so clear in that moment. Even though I couldn't see specific details, My brain had been completely convinced that it belonged to someone I knew. It was like my mind had created a familiar identity for the shape in front of me. Eventually, I started researching experiences like that. What I discovered was something called sleep paralysis hallucinations. Most people think of sleep paralysis as a state where you wake up but can't move your body, but there are actually several variations of it. In some cases, people can move normally, but still experience vivid hallucinations as their brain transitions between sleep and wakefulness. Those hallucinations can appear extremely real. People often report seeing figures standing in their room, faces hovering near them, or shapes moving in the shadows. Because the brain is still partially in dream mode, it can project images into the real environment around you. The strange part is that the person experiencing it is technically awake. They can sit up, talk, and move around. But the hallucination can remain visible for a few seconds before disappearing completely. Reading about that made me realize that what I had experienced was probably one of those episodes. At some point during the night, my brain had partially woken up, while still holding on to elements of a dream. The result was that my mind projected an image right in front of my face as I woke up. Even knowing that explanation, the memory of that moment still gives me chills sometimes. Because in that brief period between sleep and wakefulness, the face felt completely real. It wasn't blurry or dreamlike. It was right there in front of me, only inches away. And for those few seconds, my brain truly believed someone was standing beside my bed, watching me wake up. Eventually, I managed to calm down and fall back asleep that night. Nothing like that has ever happened to me again. But the experience left a strong impression on me. It made me realize how powerful the human mind can be when it's caught between dreaming and reality. Even now, when I wake up suddenly in the middle of the night, I sometimes remember that moment and glance around the room for a second before relaxing again. Because once you've had an experience like that, it's hard to completely forget how real it felt. When my parents first got married, they had a habit of doing something that most people today would probably consider a little reckless. But to them, it felt like freedom. They loved spontaneous road trips. Instead of planning vacations with detailed itineraries, they would simply pack up the car with a few basic supplies, their tent and their 3 dogs, and head out onto the road. They didn't rely on maps, GPS, or even a particular destination. Their idea of an adventure was to drive until they found a place that looked beautiful and quiet, then stop and camp there for a few days. One thing that made this possible was the fact that in Scotland, wild camping is generally allowed. You can legally camp in many rural areas as long as you respect the land and leave things the way you found them. Because of that, my parents had an incredible amount of freedom to explore the countryside without needing reservations or campsites. They loved that feeling of discovering hidden places. Most of the time, they would just pick a direction and drive. They'd follow winding country roads through hills and forests until they found a meadow, a stream, or a quiet hillside that looked perfect for pitching their tent. Their 3 dogs always came along on these trips. They were large hunting dogs, extremely well trained and very loyal. My dad had spent a lot of time training them, and they were the kind of dogs that followed commands immediately. They were also fearless. If the dogs ever caught the scent of an animal during their trips, they would chase it without hesitation. That kind of confidence made them perfect hunting companions, and my dad trusted them completely. One particular trip became a story that my parents would tell many times afterward. It started like any of their other spontaneous adventures. They had packed the car with camping gear. He loaded the dogs into the back and started driving through the countryside with no particular destination in mind. The day was calm. and the Scottish landscape stretched out around them with rolling hills, open fields, and narrow country roads weaving through small patches of forest. Eventually, they reached a remote road that looked barely used. It climbed upward along a rough hill, winding its way through thick grass and muddy patches. As they approached the start of the road, they saw a man sitting on a tractor nearby. The man looked at their small car and immediately shook his head. "You can't go up there," he told them. My dad asked why. The man explained that the road was in terrible condition. It was steep, muddy, and full of deep potholes. According to him, even driving a tractor up that road could be difficult sometimes. He laughed and added that their little car would never make it. For my dad, that comment sounded less like a warning and more like a challenge. Instead of turning around, he decided they were going to try it anyway. My mom probably should have known at that moment that the trip was about to get interesting. The road was exactly as bad as the man had described. Mud splashed up around the tires as the car slowly crawled uphill. Deep potholes forced my dad to steer carefully around them, while the engine struggled against the steep incline. At several points, the car slid slightly in the mud before catching traction again, but somehow, despite all of that, they made it. When they finally reached the top of the hill, the rough road opened into a wide, peaceful clearing. Right away, my dad felt like they had discovered something special. In front of them was a beautiful meadow with a small stream flowing gently across the grass. The water bubbled softly as it moved over smooth stones, yet creating a quiet and relaxing sound that echoed through the open space. Beyond the meadow was a newly planted forest. Hundreds of young trees stood in neat rows, stretching across the land. The saplings were still small, but they had been planted carefully in straight lines that continued for hundreds of meters. At the far end of that planted area stood an older forest. Tall, dark trees formed a thick wall of woodland about 800 meters away. From where my parents stood, the older forest looked dense and ancient compared to the young trees growing in front of it. The entire place felt secluded and untouched. My dad immediately loved it. He later said it felt like discovering a hidden paradise. The meadow, the stream, and the forests surrounding it made the area feel incredibly peaceful. It was the kind of place that seemed almost too perfect to find by accident. They parked the car and stepped outside. That's when my mom noticed something strange. The area was completely silent. The stream was still bubbling gently through the meadow, but aside from that, there were no other sounds. There was no wind moving through the grass, no rustling leaves, and no birds singing in the trees. For a place surrounded by nature, the silence felt unnatural. My mom mentioned that something about the place felt strange, but my dad laughed it off. To him, it just felt like a quiet and peaceful place to camp. He started unloading their gear from the car and preparing to set up the tent near the edge of the meadow. While they worked, the dogs wandered around the clearing, exploring their surroundings. At first, everything seemed normal, but after a while, my parents realized they hadn't seen the dogs for a few minutes. They looked around the meadow and eventually spotted them near the edge of the newly planted forest. The 3 dogs were standing side by side in a straight line. All of them were facing the rows of young trees. Their bodies were stiff, their ears were pointed forward, and the hair along their backs was standing up. Low growls rumbled from their throats as they stared into the forest. My dad immediately noticed how unusual their behavior was. Normally, if the dogs detected an animal nearby, they would instantly chase after it. Their hunting instincts were incredibly strong, and they never hesitated to pursue prey. But this time, they weren't chasing anything. They were just standing there, growling. My dad walked over and tried to call them back to the tent. They obeyed at first and followed him back across the meadow. But the moment he turned away, they slowly crept back toward the edge of the forest again. Their bodies stayed low to the ground as they moved. almost like they were stalking something. When they reached the trees, they resumed the same position as before, standing side by side, growling into the forest. My dad tried again to bring them back. Once again they returned briefly, but within minutes they drifted back toward the trees. No matter how many times he called them, they seemed drawn back to the exact same spot. As time passed, their behavior became more intense. The growling grew louder and their bodies looked tense and anxious. These were dogs that had never ignored my dad's commands before. They were highly trained and extremely obedient. But now they seemed almost frightened, and whatever they were reacting to was hidden somewhere inside the young forest. As the evening progressed, the sky began to darken. Shadows stretched across the meadow, and the distant forest became a dark silhouette against the fading light. The dogs continued growling and pacing near the trees, refusing to calm down. My parents started to feel uneasy. The silence around the meadow still hadn't changed. There were still no birds, no wind, and no other sounds from the surrounding land. It felt like the entire area was holding its breath. Eventually, my dad admitted something didn't feel right. The dogs were clearly sensing something that my parents couldn't see or hear. Their instincts were telling them that something was wrong. And as darkness approached, the idea of camping in that clearing started to feel like a bad decision. My dad made the call. They weren't staying there. Without wasting time, they quickly began packing up their equipment. The tent had barely been set up, but they pulled it down immediately and stuffed it back into the car without even folding it properly. The dogs jumped into the car as soon as the doors opened, clearly eager to leave the place behind. Within minutes, they were driving back down the rough hill road. Neither of my parents spoke much during the drive. They both felt relieved to be leaving the clearing behind them. Eventually, they reached the nearest small village and stopped to figure out exactly where they had been. The area was remote enough that they hadn't recognized the location earlier. Later that night, they arrived at a relative's home where they had originally planned to stay during their trip. They described the strange clearing, the rough road leading up the hill, the meadow with the stream, and the newly planted forest. My mother's uncle listened carefully while they explained everything. Then he pulled out a map of the region. After studying it for a moment, he asked them if the location they described was a particular area marked on the map. My dad looked closely at the map and realized it was exactly where they had been. That's when they learned something unsettling. That same area had recently been connected to the aftermath of the Lockerbie bombing disaster. In the weeks following the explosion, investigators had been searching large sections of the Scottish countryside for debris and human remains that had fallen across the land. Some of those remains had been discovered in the region near the meadow my parents had found. Hearing that explanation sent a chill through both of them. They never returned to that place again. A couple of years ago, something happened to me during a late-night drive that I still think about from time to time. It wasn't the kind of experience where something chased me or threatened me, and nothing physically dangerous happened. But it was one of those strange moments where reality seems to pause for a second, and afterward you're left wondering whether what you saw actually made sense. At the time, I was living in downtown Washington, D.C. Anyone who has spent time in that part of the city knows that during the daytime it's busy, loud, and constantly moving. Cars are everywhere. People are rushing between buildings, tourists crowd the sidewalks, and there's always some kind of activity happening around the government buildings and monuments. But the city feels very different in the middle of the night. Late at night, especially around 3 or 4 in the morning, the streets near the Capitol can become eerily quiet. Most people have gone home, the offices are dark, and the usual noise fades into a strange stillness. The massive buildings that look impressive during the day feel almost surreal at night, standing silently under dim streetlights. That night, I had been out late and was driving back home sometime between 3 and 4 in the morning. I don't remember exactly what I had been doing earlier, but I remember feeling tired and ready to get home and sleep. The roads were almost completely empty. As I drove through the city, the only other vehicles I saw were a few parked police cars and the occasional taxi passing through a distant intersection. The sidewalks were empty, and the quiet made the city feel larger and more open than usual. Eventually, I reached an intersection on the south side of the capital. The traffic light ahead of me turned red, so I slowed down and stopped at the line. Technically, at that hour, I probably could have just driven through the intersection without stopping. There were no other cars around, and no pedestrians anywhere in sight. But for some reason, I felt like I should stop anyway. So I did. I sat there in the stillness of the early morning, waiting for the light to change. The glow from the traffic signal reflected faintly on the pavement in front of my car. The buildings around the intersection stood quiet and dark, their windows mostly black except for an occasional light in the distance. With nothing else happening, I found myself looking around out of boredom. I glanced to the left, then straight ahead, then casually over to the right side of the intersection. That's when I saw him. Standing near the corner was a man. At first glance, that might not sound unusual, but something about him immediately caught my attention. Even in the dim light, and his appearance looked completely out of place for the time and location. The man was dressed in clothing that looked like it belonged in a different century. He was wearing what appeared to be a full late 1800s style outfit. The kind of clothing you might see in an old photograph or historical film set in New York during the 19th century. He had on a dark three-piece suit that looked formal and carefully tailored. In one hand, he held a walking cane. On his head sat a tall top hat that must have been nearly a foot high. The entire outfit reminded me of something I had once seen described as a Bowery Boys style, which was a fashion associated with certain groups of men in the late 1800s. It looked incredibly old-fashioned, completely out of place for someone standing on a street corner in modern Washington, D.C. I stared at him, trying to process what I was seeing, because it didn't make sense. At that hour of the night, you might expect to see someone walking home from a bar or waiting for a ride, but you wouldn't expect to see someone dressed like they had stepped out of a 19th century photograph. The lighting around the intersection wasn't very bright, so I couldn't clearly see his face. The shadow from the tall hat covered most of his features, but I could clearly see the shape of his clothing and the way he stood. He appeared calm and perfectly still. And what made the moment even stranger was that I had absolutely no idea where he had come from. I had just been looking around the intersection seconds earlier, and the street had been completely empty. Yet suddenly he was standing there, as if he had appeared out of nowhere. The traffic light turned green. For a moment I didn't move. I was still staring at the man, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Eventually I slowly pressed the gas pedal and began to drive forward through the intersection. As my car approached him, I found myself completely focused on the strange figure standing on the corner. I wasn't driving fast. In fact, I was probably moving slower than I normally would through an intersection. My attention was entirely on the man. As I pulled closer, he made a small movement. With one hand, he reached up and removed his top hat. The motion was slow and deliberate, almost theatrical. As he lifted the hat, I could finally see the top of his head more clearly. His hair was neatly parted straight down the middle and smoothed flat, almost as if it had been carefully styled with an excessive amount of hair gel. Then he tipped the hat slightly toward me. It was the kind of polite gesture you might see in an old movie where someone greets a passerby by tipping their hat. That simple gesture sent a strange chill through me. It felt oddly formal and completely out of place for the moment. I continued driving past him, still watching him out of the corner of my eye as my car moved through the intersection. For a few seconds, my entire focus was on that figure standing under the streetlight in his old-fashioned suit. Then I passed him. Almost immediately, curiosity made me glance up at my rear-view mirror. I wanted to see which direction he was going. Maybe he would start walking down the sidewalk. Maybe he was heading somewhere nearby. But when I looked in the mirror, I saw nothing. The street corner behind me was empty. There was no man standing there. There was no figure walking away. There was no sign that anyone had been there at all. It was as if he had simply vanished. I slowed down slightly, confused, and checked the mirror again. Still nothing. The sidewalk behind me was completely empty. For a moment, I even considered turning around to go back and check the intersection again. But something about the situation made me hesitate. Instead, I kept driving toward home, my mind racing with questions. Maybe he had stepped quickly behind a building or into a doorway. Maybe I had somehow missed him in the mirror. But the strange part was how quickly he had disappeared. The timing didn't seem possible. The entire moment felt surreal. By the time I reached my apartment, the image of that man was still stuck in my mind. I kept replaying the moment when he tipped his hat and the second afterward when he had completely vanished from view. It wasn't the kind of experience that felt like a typical scary story. Nothing attacked me and there was no clear danger. But something about the encounter felt deeply strange. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that moment again. The quiet intersection, the man in the old-fashioned suit, and the way he calmly tipped his hat before disappearing from sight. Even now, years later, I still wonder what exactly I saw that night, and whether that man was ever really there at all. A few years ago, I experienced something that changed the way I look at life forever. It is not a ghost story, and it isn't something supernatural. It is simply a moment that still lives very clearly in my memory. The kind of memory that never really fades, no matter how many years pass. Even now, when I think about it, certain images come back so vividly that it almost feels like I'm standing there again. At the time, I was living in a rented house with 2 roommates. It was a fairly ordinary place, nothing special about it. Just a typical house shared by 3 people, trying to save money while working and going about their daily lives. The neighborhood was quiet, the street lined with similar homes, and most nights, everything felt peaceful and uneventful. Our routines were simple. During the day, everyone had their own schedules with work or other responsibilities. In the evenings, we would sometimes cook dinner, watch television, or just sit around talking for a while before eventually heading off to bed. Nothing about that house ever gave me a strange feeling. It was simply a place where we lived. One night, though, everything changed. I had gone to bed like I normally did. The house was quiet, and the night felt completely ordinary. I don't remember hearing anything unusual before I fell asleep. There were no strange sounds, no alarms, nothing that suggested something was about to go terribly wrong. By sometime later in the night, I suddenly woke up. At first, I wasn't fully aware of what had pulled me out of sleep. My mind was still foggy, caught somewhere between dreaming and waking. But almost immediately I noticed something that made my body react. There was smoke in the house. The smell hit me before anything else. It was thick and sharp, the kind of smell that instantly triggers alarm in your brain. My eyes began to sting slightly, and the air in the room felt heavier than normal. Now, one of my roommates was standing near my door. She had been the one who woke me. Her voice was urgent, telling me that something was wrong and that we needed to get out of the house right away. The moment she said that, the situation became very real. Adrenaline hit instantly. I jumped out of bed and moved quickly, not even stopping to think about grabbing anything from the room. My only thought was getting outside as fast as possible. The hallway was hazy with smoke. It wasn't completely filled yet, but there was enough of it drifting through the air that it made breathing uncomfortable. Somewhere in the house there was a fire growing, and the smoke was spreading quickly. All three of us rushed toward the front door. The moment we stepped outside, the cool air hit my face, and I finally had a chance to fully understand what was happening. Our house was on fire. Flames were visible through parts of the structure, and smoke poured upward into the night sky. The sound of crackling wood and breaking materials filled the air as the fire spread. We stood there in the yard watching the house burn. The entire moment felt surreal, almost like watching something happening in a movie rather than real life. The house we had lived in, the place where we had spent countless ordinary days, was now being consumed by flames. Emergency vehicles began arriving quickly. The police cars and fire trucks pulled up with flashing lights that painted the entire scene in red and blue. Firefighters jumped out of the trucks and began preparing their equipment while shouting instructions to each other. It was chaotic and overwhelming. At some point during all of this, something happened that I didn't fully understand at the time. The same roommate who had woken me up suddenly ran back toward the house. To this day, I don't know exactly why she did it. Maybe she thought someone else was still inside. Maybe she believed she had left something important behind. Maybe she simply reacted without thinking, the way people sometimes do in moments of panic. Whatever the reason, she ran back into the burning house. Everything happened so quickly that there wasn't time to stop her. The firefighters were already working to control the flames, and the police were trying to keep everyone at a safe distance. The scene was loud and confusing, filled with shouting voices and flashing lights. An officer eventually guided me toward the back seat of a police car. It was cold outside, and the officer told me to sit there where it was warm while they continued working. I remember the interior of the car feeling strangely calm compared to the chaos outside. Through the back window, I watched everything unfold. Firefighters were moving quickly around the property, spraying water toward the flames and breaking through parts of the structure to reach the fire inside. Then I saw something happening in the driveway. Several people were gathered around someone lying on the ground. At first I couldn't see clearly what was going on, but after a few seconds, it became obvious. It was my roommate. She had been brought out of the house by the firefighters. Emergency responders were performing CPR on her right there in the driveway. Their movements were urgent and precise, working as quickly as possible to try to bring her back. From where I sat in the police car, everything felt distant and unreal. I watched them working, hoping that somehow she would respond, hoping that she would suddenly start breathing again and that everything would somehow turn out okay. But that didn't happen. She died that night. The reality of it took time to fully sink in. In the hours that followed, the investigators and firefighters continued examining the house to understand how the fire had started and what had happened inside. Eventually, after the flames had been put out and the building was safe enough to enter, we were allowed to go inside briefly to see the damage. The inside of the house looked completely different. Walls were blackened with soot. Furniture had been destroyed, and everything carried the heavy smell of smoke and burned materials. But one detail stood out more than anything else. On one of the walls were handprints. They were dark and smeared across the surface, clearly visible against the damaged wall. You could follow them like a trail moving down the hallway. Each mark told a story of someone trying to move forward through smoke and confusion. The handprints led toward the bathroom. There was a final smear near the edge of the bathtub. That was where the firefighters had found her before carrying her outside. Seeing those handprints was something I will never forget. They were silent evidence of the desperation she must have felt in those final moments inside the burning house. Each mark on the wall represented an attempt to move forward, to find safety, to survive. Even now, years later, that image stays with me. Out of everything that happened that night, it is those handprints that remain the most powerful memory. They were a reminder of how quickly life can change, and how fragile even the most ordinary moments really are. Some memories fade over time, but that one never will. A few years ago, I started practicing Qigong as part of my daily routine. I had always been interested in meditation, mindfulness, and different methods of calming the mind, and Qigong seemed like a fascinating practice to explore. It's an ancient Chinese system that combines breathing, focus, slow movements, and meditation. Many people practice it for relaxation, health, and mental clarity. When I first began learning about it, I read several books and watched instructional videos to understand the techniques properly. The idea behind Qigong is that you focus your mind and breathing in a way that helps balance your internal energy. The practice encourages calmness, awareness, and deep concentration. Because meditation requires quiet and consistency, I decided to practice it at night. Late evenings were the only time when the house was completely silent. There were fewer distractions, fewer sounds from outside, and I could sit undisturbed for as long as I wanted. Most nights I would sit in my basement where I had enough space to be comfortable. The basement was a finished room that also had my computer set up and a large plasma television mounted along one wall. It was the place where I usually relaxed after work, watched movies, or played games. My meditation sessions usually lasted about 20 minutes. I would sit comfortably, close my eyes, and focus on my breathing. The process was slow and calm. Over time, I started becoming better at clearing my mind and allowing my thoughts to settle. For the first few weeks, everything seemed perfectly normal, but eventually I started noticing something strange. During some meditation sessions, I would hear small tapping sounds coming from my television. At first, the noise was subtle. It sounded almost like someone lightly flicking the plastic casing on the back of the TV with their finger. A quick little tap, then silence. The first few times I heard it, I didn't think much about it. Large televisions sometimes make strange noises as they cool down after being turned off. Heat expands and contracts materials, and plastic or metal parts can click or pop quietly. Since I usually meditated after watching TV, I assumed that was all it was. Still, the timing was odd. Every time I heard one of those tapping sounds while meditating, it caused a small jolt of surprise in my mind. My body would react slightly, and behind my closed eyelids I would sometimes see flashes of strange colors or patterns. Anyone who meditates knows that visual effects like that can happen when your eyes are closed and your mind is deeply focused. The brain sometimes produces unusual visual sensations during meditation, so I tried not to worry about it. Over the next few weeks, the tapping sounds continued to appear occasionally. They were never constant, just small single taps that happened while I was sitting quietly. Because Qigong is often associated with energy and internal awareness, I even came up with a strange explanation in my head. Some people believe meditation can create subtle electromagnetic changes in the body. I wondered if maybe that was somehow interfering with the electronics in the room. It sounded unlikely, but at the time it felt like a possible explanation. One night I decided to test that idea. Instead of turning the television on during the evening like I normally did, I kept it off the entire day. My plan was to eliminate the possibility that it was simply cooling down from being used. Later that night, I sat down to meditate like usual. The room was quiet, my eyes were closed, and my breathing was steady. After a few minutes, I heard the tapping again, but this time it wasn't coming from the television. The sound came from my computer monitor on the other side of the room. That caught my attention immediately. It sounded exactly the same as the tapping I had heard before, a quick, sharp tap against the surface of the monitor. I stopped meditating and opened my eyes. The room looked completely normal. Nothing was touching the monitor and nothing had fallen against it. To rule out any electrical explanation, I decided to go a step further. I unplugged both the television and the computer monitor from the wall completely. Then I sat back down and closed my eyes again. Now, a few minutes later, the tapping sound returned. Tap, tap. This time it seemed to come from both the television and the monitor at different moments. That was the point where things stopped making sense to me. If there was no electrical current running through those devices, there was no obvious reason they should be making noise. And the strangest detail of all was that it only happened while I was meditating. The tapping never happened when I was simply sitting in the room doing something else. It only occurred when I closed my eyes and began practicing Qigong. I started to wonder if I was imagining it. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Meditation can make you very aware of small sounds that you normally ignore. Maybe I had simply become overly sensitive to normal house noises, but the sounds felt too clear and deliberate for that explanation. Eventually, curiosity pushed me to try another experiment. The next time I meditated, I opened the voice recorder app on my phone and placed the phone directly in front of the television screen. My idea was simple. If the sound really existed, it would appear in the recording. If it didn't appear, then the sound was probably just in my imagination. I sat down and meditated for about 20 minutes like usual. When I finished, I played the recording. Within the first few minutes of audio, the tapping sound was clearly audible. It sounded like someone lightly tapping on glass. The television screen itself was made of glass, which made the sound even more noticeable. I listened to it several times to be sure. The taps were unmistakable. At that point, I showed the recording to my girlfriend. I wanted to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. She listened carefully and confirmed that she could hear the tapping too. That made the situation even more confusing. Now I knew the sound was real, but I still had no idea what was causing it. Out of curiosity, I began researching meditation experiences related to Qigong. I wanted to see if anyone else had reported unusual sounds or sensations during practice. Some of the material I found online was surprisingly strange. According to certain Qigong books and discussions, intense meditation practices were sometimes believed to attract spiritual entities. Some traditions describe the possibility of encountering negative or disruptive presences while practicing deep meditation. Personally, I didn't fully believe those explanations, but reading them still made me uneasy. My television and computer were both located in the basement, so I decided to change my meditation location just to see if anything changed. Instead of meditating downstairs, I moved my sessions to the living room upstairs. The living room had a couch placed directly in front of a large bay window. It was a comfortable spot with plenty of space and fresh air from outside. One evening, I sat down on the couch and began meditating there. For the first few minutes, everything felt normal. The room was quiet, and I focused on my breathing the same way I always did. I remember thinking that maybe the strange sounds had been related to something specific in the basement environment. Then it happened again. Tap, tap, tap. This time the sound came from the window directly behind my head. The tapping was loud and clear, as if someone was tapping their finger against the glass from outside. The sudden noise startled me so badly that I immediately jumped up and turned around. I switched on the outdoor lights and looked through the window. There was nothing there. No person, no animal, no branches touching the glass. The yard outside was completely empty. That moment genuinely frightened me. For the first time, I started feeling like something unusual might actually be happening inside my house. So over the next several weeks, the strange events continued. The tapping sounds appeared occasionally while I meditated, Sometimes they came from objects in the room. Sometimes they came from walls or windows. Even when I tried to ignore them, the noises seemed to persist. The worst part was the strange feeling I sometimes experienced during meditation. Occasionally, I would feel as if something was standing very close in front of me. It wasn't something I could see, but the sensation was strong enough to make me open my eyes suddenly. Every time I did, the room was empty. Other times I would hear sounds coming from the laundry room connected to the basement. Once or twice I even heard what sounded like someone using the bathroom and flushing the toilet when I was completely alone in the house. For a while, I wondered if stress or overthinking might be causing my mind to exaggerate normal household sounds, but the experience still left me deeply unsettled. The strange tapping noises continued for nearly 3 months. Even now, I still don't have a clear explanation for what caused them, whether it was something psychological, environmental, or something else entirely. It remains one of the strangest periods of my life.